Race 88, radio velocity, check.
2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7,
8,
9.
Adrenaline,
camaraderie,
speed, fun, extraordinary.
Wow.
The food,
Excitement.
Blood pumping.
quit laughing, Hasten.
what Reno means to me. It's a fantastic week to get together with some of the greatest people in the world, working on and flying some of the greatest airplanes in the world, competing against some of the greatest pilots in the world, and doing it all in front of and for some of the greatest fans in the world.
Reno is so much fun. It's a great week. We look forward to it all year.
Reno is awesome for the speed and the excitement.
Reno is awesome because of its premier event, the Reno Air Races.
If you love airplanes, you'll love Reno racing. The smell of jet fuel, ear-piercing airplane music, the crowds, the gossip, and pure excitement.
Reno is awesome because it's a time every year that we all get together to meet old friends, make new friends, and share in the excitement of the world's fastest, most powerful motorsport.
I love the Reno Air Races because the people are great, the planes are awesome, and the atmosphere is exciting. You can't get this feeling anywhere else.
The Reno Air Races are unlike anything else in the world, bar none. Strap in and let's go dancing.
Race 88, radio velocity team, check.
2, 3,
4,
5, 6,
7,
8,
9.
Five planes, 1 minute to race start. 1 minute, 5 planes.
All right, Leo Williams, we were just having a little discussion here about the race and looking at the American flag out there, the still checkered flag. Absolutely, that means it's good for the racers, not long years. This morning should be nice and stable, cold, the conditions are better, and we're counting down to about 120 seconds or less. Start over the race. That's who we got 10 aircraft. And this, if everybody complies, we'll be 10 aircraft over there. Maybe some alternates are standing by. Let's see. We've got to give you the rundown. Now look down the corner to the left. Red flags now, so eyes on the left.
White flag, white flag. Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Philip 81, all downwind behind us. 2 downwind behind 31. 360 downwind of beam.
There are so many of these around the country that a person could buy and be out here racing. There were just thousands of them built back in the 70s and 80s. They were the airplane they had back in the day. They were the pride and joy of a great gentleman by the name of Curtis.
Downwind of beam.
It's inexpensive.
3 downwind of beam.
Build ourselves. It's very
36 facing gear.
It could be a race airplane, it could be an airshow aerobatic airplane, it could
That's
be
wow.
a competition airplane, it could be a formation airplane, and it was all those things over the years. Our 1952 aerobatic team, by the way, was comprised of all dead specials in 6th place run. And we had
6-9 downwind of beam.
experience, by the way, in world competition with that airplane. So, a testimony to Curtis Spitz, Homestead, Florida, was his hometown. He's up in biplane heaven now.
314 downwind of beam behind 33.
Very old man, a southern gentleman.
Base 247 base. 31, coming final.
And that was the S2 model, 2 being number C75 engine horsepower modification, the S2A, the S2B, the S2C, 1 horsepower, 1
362, that's turning final.
over 50 years old. You're looking at airplanes that are over
6-9, turn of base.
now. Are they bad? No.
247, final.
They're always inspected every winter.
322, going around.
They're torn down and inspected. They were strong to begin with. They can take the
clear.
keys, they can take the
2-3 base.
and they're very secure. So just continued maintenance is on these airplanes all the time, especially if you're in the racing game. All right, we'll come up with the official. Let's see what Linda has here for us. Okay, after speed limit 184.587, very impressive. This race is good. Listen, and hope we
7-6 taking another lap from the beam.
from the judges, all that stuff.
6-9, final.
I think the racers may have heard that and said, these judges, pilot judges, are serious, man. We got to move it up, get a little altitude.
1-4, phase gear behind 3-3.
On the inside, only on the outside.
What he's talking about yesterday.
3 final.
We had a little problem with one of the classes. There was, I think, 6 airplanes in the race, and 5 of the airplanes ran too low and got disqualified. So the only
7-6 to beam gear.
didn't go too low.
So, the lesson here might be, if
Final.
it's low, don't necessarily go to his no, stay behind. Yeah, but
Race 22 behind 7-6.
That white airplane number 31, that's Tony Higa right there.
Who else is on final beyond the runway? Race 23 looks like we're number 2. Yeah. 247 clear.
Okay, 6.
314 is just turning final, going to slow it up to 33. All right, 76 is going around one more circle. Base. Race 2. That'd be race 3-1.
All right, Leo, according to the spotters, here are the positions. I'll let you read them.
Yeah, it looks like the first position was number 32.
That's clear.
And Jeffrey Lowe, number 6 was second.
7-6 is over home. Pylon turning downwind.
Number 69, Captain Harper was 4th. And 7 X-Ray was 5th.
And we haven't heard anything about anything from the pylon judge yet. We'll let you know as soon as we can. Just a minute. Leo, thanks so much. You're going to be a busy guy.
How far out are you, 2-2?
And thank you for being here this morning so early. I know you were
2-2 is about 1 mile behind 314. Inside, thank you.
Enthusiasm, great calling, Grace. And you come back. We're going to need you throughout the course of the day.
2-3 clear.
Racing with the biplanes. And we urge all of our great spectators.
7-6 turning base around the perimeter road.
A ticket in the pit area. There's great pageantry in there. You see racing aircraft in the hangars. The Formula Ones, the small aircraft, and the biplanes are in the hangars in the pit area. And the sport class.
7-6 turning half mile final.
The unlimited class and a great array of forwards are in the pit area.
What's garbled? Say again.
You've got another aircraft
Least expensive will be tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay, I'm breaking off. 2-2 going around. Sorry about that, 2-2. I'm behind you, going around.
Okay, you're the last two.
7-6, where are you? 7-6 is behind 2-2. I'm turning crosswind now, behind you. We're clear. Inside, go land, buddy.
Okay, you're going to follow 7-6.
7-6, the beam gear, close pattern.
You're clear,
7-6 base, quarter mile.
As we face the steel checker pylon, get down there, it is something to behold with this event.
It has traffic in sight.
By the way, there's a break too for people that ride the weekend pass. Today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, the prices are reduced quite a bit on a per day basis, and you can save some money. And know that every day you want to go down there, around, in and out.
2-2, turning base final.
And enjoy yourself. It is great. Okay, Leo, we will be back. Thanks so much. I'll walk right after short. All right, turn around. Leo is our pipeline announcer.
7-6 will be off in about 10 seconds. It's clear.
Okay, 2-2, 7-6, clear, your runway.
By the way, if you look at your program at the race course in STIHL, it's page 15 of your official program, we're going to tell you throughout the course of the day that the distances in your program of each of the race courses is actually different from what we're going to tell you. The fact of the matter is, the program went to print some time back, and in the meantime, Shifty and his gang have changed the values of the race course. So if you hear us give you a number of miles to the race course and it doesn't coincide with your program, have no fear. It was revised after the program went to print.
is dominated again by pit specials, which is not so unusual because there are so many in North America and around the world. They are accessible. They're in a lot of hangars and garages and shops. They were built by the thousands back in the 60s and 70s as an airplane to have for air shows, for competition, and for racing. They are tough, they are durable, and they are inexpensive as well. We also have, and will be identified on the race course, a bigger airplane, as we're 60 seconds and counting down. It will be the Christian Eagle biplane, designed by Frank Christensen of California. It'll be bigger, it'll have a different paint scheme on it, like a rainbow paint scheme, eagle with different colored feathers on the side. That'll be easily identifiable. And then Dave Holmgren has got a modified version of a pit special that was developed by Gordon Price of Canada. It's an aerobatic champion. He just totally modified a stock pit special. Dave's got a trailing landing gear, tapered back landing gear, and what Gordon Price did is just tweak the heck out of a Pitts S1 to give it more air show and aerobatic and competition performance. Yeah, he built a great aircraft. Nice guy, too. Until a couple of years ago, he was still flying air shows around Canada. Okay, Leo Williams, the green flag is up. Let's get ready. They're on the takeoff roll.
Well, they're rolling down towards the pylon.
Steel. That's right. You can read
the steel pylon. And as they come by here, this will be starting the race. The race will start when they do the lap and come back, and that will be the start of the race. At this point, they're making sure everything's warming up, everything's flyable. All the instruments look okay. Looking around, seeing where your other people are at, and just trying to get connected. Now what they're going to do is be picking up speed around the whole rest of the course. And when they come by, right now they're just getting onto the backstretch. Those beautiful airplanes in this time of the morning, it's just beautiful. And there we are, we're picking up speed. Everybody looks like we're doing okay.
Now, as they come around, this will be the beginning of lap 1. It will be a 6-lap race. The course is identical to the Formula One's 3.119, despite what it says in your program. We'll explain that later.
Okay, let's see who's going to get the green flag first. That looks like, whoa, man! Jeffrey Lowe is passed by Alan Hoover riding the flag. The race is on right now. The leaders are right here to our right, turning around, getting some altitude, getting ready to go down to the Valley of Speed down there. See, now they're going to get down lower to the ground and pick up more speed. Last but not least, okay, they're on the back stretch. You can see them right straight out in front of us. Coming on to our left, I see the red airplane. And that red airplane is Jeffrey Lowe. Okay, they're coming around pylon 5. Lead plane's coming around pylon 6. They're still kind of spread halfway around the course. And that is, by gosh, number 32, Alan Hoover. First lap. Jeffrey Lowe and Tony Higa and Kevin Harper. Nicholas Cletus. And here comes the other two. And now on the back, we're going to be right on the back again, right straight past the steel pylon. Now look at those guys. That is Jeffrey Lowe and Alan Hoover, and they're having a race back there on the back straight. Look out in front of them. That's Alan Hoover way in the front. In the back, on our left right here, coming around. Going to come around pylon 4, 5, and 6 right there. And here they come.
First lap speed with all of that stuff banging in the air, all those wings and flying wires. Very respectable 185.6 miles per hour.
That's a pretty good number, 185 for these airplanes. Listen to this. Number 32, Alan Hoover. Tony Higa, number 31, and Jeffrey Lowe, number 6 right there. Right coming by the pylon, that's Kevin Harper, Yellow Bomber, Anthony Oceanuga, number 33. Look at the, okay, coming back around pylon number 5 and then 6 is the back markers.
Pylons.
Well, right there again is Alan Hoover and Jeffrey Lowe going by the flags. Wow, they're spread across the course on both ends, left and right, these guys are. And coming right here, these are the leaders, I believe. Yeah, that's Jeffrey Lowe, number 2, Alan Hoover, number 1, still, number 32. That's Kevin Harper, Yellow Bomber. The top 3 airplanes are still the top 3. That's Kevin Harper right there.
That noise that's filling up the air today and our eardrums as well is not the engine at all, but the propellers as they turn up to probably a maximum of 3,300 RPM. Beyond that, the propeller tips start to push forward. You actually slow down. So it's going to be somewhere between 29 and 3,300 RPM, generally speaking.
And here go the first place people. Looks like it's still Alan Hoover, Jeffrey Lowe. There's Jeffrey Lowe coming around, number 6. Okay, we finished lap 4. We're running lap 5 right now. And the speeds have all been 184, 185. Top speed on lap 2 is the 186. That's pretty good for this class. Well, everybody is still on the back straight. I see Jeff Lowe out there and Alan Hoover. These guys are staying kind of separated today. Sometimes they're not so separated. Oh, this is a little bunch coming around pylon 6. A tight little patch. Okay, that looks like Alan Hoover diving down to get some speed. And that was Tony Higa. Okay, the white flag's up. One more lap, ladies and gentlemen. One more lap. And right in the front is Alan Hoover, Jeffrey Lowe still there. And Kevin Harper is number 3. And look how low they are on the backstretch. Usually they're higher there. They're still, okay, now they're going to be coming around. See, they're all staying pretty low, aren't they? You think somebody would have got some high altitude there and dived down right over here at pylon 5, but it doesn't look like that's going to exactly happen. Let's see. That looks like fun. Look at that. Okay, oh, we're over here at the left coming off pylon 5 and 6. Look at this little race right here. Okay, we're coming around. This is going to decide who the winner is going to be. Somebody's really loud, really outside. And that looked like 32, Alan Hoover. There's Tony in number 31. And Jeffrey Lowe at number 6. Everybody's pulling up. Looks good. Yeah, a little close there, but everything looks real good. And the last 2 airplanes, that was number 33, Anthony Oceanuga, and Scott Pruitt. And that's the end of this race, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have another one here shortly.
All right, now they're going to, of course, go up, cool down a little bit. They'll start their landing traffic pattern, and we'll get them all on the ground safely off the runway. continue our racing. If you need a little break, want to go back and get refreshment or head back to the facilities, you do have that time period now to do that, and we will continue. As soon as the race area is clear and the runway's clear, we will continue racing this morning. Leo, thank you so much. We're getting the official, unofficial results, and I'll let you call it off as soon as Linda Laws finished, which will be very soon. Clean race, that's very good.
Yep.
I think lessons were learned yesterday. If you
Yes,
weren't here,
I think they were.
We referred to yesterday's first race when about 80% of the field, I think, was disqualified for low flying and other infractions, and the judges said, you guys pay attention, you guys and girls pay attention, and they did. Everybody got up, and we didn't have any other problems throughout the entire day. All right, let's let her rip.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had a clean race. On the 6th lap, 185.901 was the speed, and the average speed was 185.279. And the winners were, the first position was number 32, Alan Hoover. Number 31, Tony Higa. Number 6, Jeffrey Lowe. And then that was the top 3.
All right. That's a wrap for there. Leo, thank you so much. We'll see you again this morning. Take a break if you will, and turn around and say hi to your fans. Give Leo Williams a big round of applause. He will be back.
314 down 1 to B and behind 33.
Little sound effects by Jay Rabbit, just for Leo and you great folks.
Race 247 final. Race 3-1, clear to land. Final. 6-9, turning both. Race 2-3, base. Turning final. 247, go around. 247, going around. Race 6, clear to land. Turning final behind 6-9. One minute biplane.
Our sport biplane class consists of a lot of aerobatic pilots that have a chance to take their aerobatic pit special and go racing every September.
Biplane starter. Green flag, green flag.
Race control, activate zero ramp code 7.
They have to have at least 2 wings, 75 square foot of wing area, fixed pitch prop, Lycoming engine, fixed landing gear, conventional biplane configuration. Unless, of course, you're Phantom. The rest of these guys are all flying pit specials, fabric-covered biplanes that are aerobatic. But they do start with our Grand Prix style standing start, with each row starting in 4-second intervals, which is adjusted to their finishing positions. Again, they're on the 3.5-mile course with the lap count starting after the initial takeoff or oil warm-up lap. Here's another opportunity for our crew chiefs and our pilots to pick. Do they want to start out in low gear on their bicycle? Do they want to start out in a high gear? The difference is you're going to have a quick takeoff or you're going to have a faster finish. Looks like one of the pilots that has chosen that higher gear on his bicycle is Andrew Bueller in the Phantom, the composite Mong race plane.
And it doesn't take long ever for the Phantom to regain that ground. All of these biplanes in this race were built for aerobatics, except for the Phantom. The Phantom was built specifically for this purpose right here, and the dominance of this airplane through the years speaks for that purpose of design.
Yeah, none of these aircraft are allowed to run turbos, superchargers, or funny fuel, and they all have the fixed pitch prop, fixed pitch landing gear, and 2 wings, making them very, very competitive. But no airplane has been as competitive as the Phantom. With 14 combined wins since 2004, Tom Aberle and Andrew Buehler made a statement.
Well, unfortunately for the world of aviation and all of us, we lost Tom Aberle recently, but right now, we're going to talk about this week's Reno Tahoe Top Gun, and for that, we're going to turn to Buehler and Aberle, the partners in the Phantom.
4th time I'm racing the airplane here at Reno, and again, hoping for a win. And it's a purpose-built racing biplane. This is what we built it for. And of course, I got to mention Tom Aberle, and unfortunately, he passed away earlier this year. And without him, this airplane would have never came into existence. We've been partners in the airplane since day one, but without Tom and his expertise and his shop, there wouldn't have been a Phantom. Most of the design was on a cocktail napkin, and then Tom built the airplane. So some of it was makeup as you go. It's truly it's a grassroots. Get a bunch of guys together as a hobby, and it's like, let's build an airplane that goes fast. And obviously, that's what they did.
And boy, they did it quite well. They made a business out of their hobby, and that business was going very, very fast. With the exception of 2014, 2016, they have been the class of the class with their sport biplanes. The Phantom has been untouchable.
It's been untouchable in this race, 3A as well.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Seamlessly across the STIHL start-finish pylon. Another win for Phantom, the modified Mong Sport and Andrew Buehler. They are on their way to the gold round.
Real STIHL. Find yours and find what fuels you. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local STIHL dealers. Find yours at stihldealers.com.
No rookies in this. One international pilot, and that would be Ross Killen from Australia, currently living in Hong Kong.
That'll be the Kraken. Keep your eyes out for race number 3, the Kraken. A popular name. Everybody loves it around here.
And one of the other pilots, Jim Jordan, lives in Las Vegas, and he flies out of a place called Sandy Valley, Nevada, and he asked me to do a shout out because he said all the guys in the airport were going to be sitting around the computer this morning to watch him race. So shout out from Jim for those guys.
That'll be race number 4, Miss Min, the Casa 3M.
And this is a very fast aircraft, and we're interested to see what he's going to do. He was not here last year or the year before. Last time he raced was in 2016. And that's our champion from last year, Justin. You see the big red flag. The red flags are held up to make sure that the pilots know that they're still in that hold pattern. When the starter, you see it's at 90 degrees right now. That means they have more than 5 minutes. When that goes up, you'll see the crews all run off the runway. That's a 2-minute mark. And then they'll put the red one down, put the green one up. When they drop the green one, everybody goes. And the difference between the formulas and the biplanes is the biplanes go in a succession from one row to the next, but the formulas all go at once, and it's hairy.
Yes, it is. It's a free-for-all for sure. It's a lot of excitement to watch. Of course, the number 1 post position will be Fred Knott, Lowell Slater, Gilbert. White plane, a qualifying time of almost 250 miles an hour.
And our graphic says 250.
Plane. Oh my
and it's
God.
just approaching 250, and I'm like, that's as close as you can get without hitting it, isn't it?
It's going to be fast and furious. There is no doubt about that. Each one of our classes has so much competitive spirit on display each and every race.
Formula 1, 7 minutes.
So Lowell Slater, he's our pole position. Then we have Steve Senegal. The top 3 have all won. They're all champions in the top 3. So that front row is going to be so exciting. So Lowell Slater and Fred Knott. Then we have Steve Senegal, who's from my old airport in Hayward, California, in Endeavor. Then Justin Metters, who we've talked about in Limitless, the snowshoe.
Jim Jordan will be race number 4. Jim Jordan, the aforementioned Jim Jordan, and Miss Min, race 54. No strings attached. That's going to be Justin Phillipson from Vacaville, California. Race 79. Ross Kill and the Kraken, as you mentioned. That's race number 3.
Then we have Jerry Marshall in Tumbleweed out of New Mexico, and Richard Zadow in Last Lap Player. That's the unusual one with the T-tail. You'll see it. It's a very significant difference. Some scenes from a couple years ago.
Now, how much of a spec race and how much of a wide open race? How limited are they as far as engine power and so forth?
There is a formula of that. They have to have the same engine, and they have to have the same wing space. They have to have a certain number of square feet of the wing space. And then other than that, it's pretty open. There's a 500-pound limit, a minimum. And then they can do a lot of different things with it. No funny fuel, no NOx, none of the funny gases or nitrous or any of those things. But they come up with some interesting ways to gain a little bit of advantage.
Is there room for much of an electrical system in these?
Not much.
There's not much there.
That's why you see them hand prop, because most of them don't have starters or batteries or any of those things.
It is the essentials for flying, and that's about it.
So there's our pole sitter. That's Lowell Slater in Frayed Knot. He has a lot of fun with the name of that aircraft.
All right, we are about 5.5 minutes before the first forward race of the day. And
Steve Senegal, number 11, Endeavor. National champion 5 times, most recently in 2015. And there's your defending champ, Justin Metters. What a compelling story. Justin Metters, who 20 years ago was paralyzed in a motorcycle accident. Yep. And yet he could not quit competing. He was trying to make the Olympics before he really got serious about this as an Ironman.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And I wrote a column about Justin when he first started racing with us. He's just an amazing individual. He's so much fun, and he's got such a great spirit. So that's our front row. Second row, Jim Jordan, again, from Las Vegas, Sandy Valley Airport. Miss Min, and Justin Phillipson in No Strings Attached out of Vacaville. He's got 2 aircraft that he and his brother are launching here. That person there is Red Jensen, who's trying to get it started. He works at NASA. He's a really smart guy. Hi, Jan.
But he's doing it the old-fashioned way.
This is a very old-fashioned sport in a lot of ways. Come on, guys.
Some of our classes are literally old-fashioned, and the planes could be 50 years old or older.
Yes, absolutely. Some are new, like Justin Metters is new, Endeavor's new. This one's new. Come on, Red. Red is building an aircraft that he's going to compete up here in a couple of years, so he's crewing for the Phillipsons right now.
Again, this is No Strings Attached that they're working on so
and his right arm is getting tired, I'll tell you.
Oh, my gosh.
Come on, brother.
There we go.
Oh, close.
This
no
one
cigar.
might do it. Oh, or might not.
Yay.
I think we have something.
Canopy on. At these racers, it's really hard to fly them as a sport craft because you have to get somebody to put the canopy on and take it off. A lot of these have those removable canopies.
Some of the crews moving away. Everyone will eventually move away as we get ready for the start from the ground.
It's like 3 minutes.
This is not a controllable pitch on these props. These are
fixed pitch, absolutely.
Fixed pitch props.
The decision is made on the ground before you get up there to see which prop you're going to use and how you're going to use it. But we've got everybody, all the props are turning, which is a good sign.
This is one thing it has akin to boat racing. The prop selection, you can get out of the hole fast, or you can go fast at the top end. They're faced with a similar sort of
So this is Tumbleweed
strategy.
with Jerry Marshall.
Yep.
Black aircraft with a 4 on the tail, which was my old number. That is a Cassett with a unusual wing. It's a tapered wing. And that's Richard Zadow, the last lap player with that T-tail. You can see that. I asked Richard why they spell his name wrong, and he said his parents are Polish. It's his joke, not mine, folks. Send the letters to him. Actually, they're from Poland.
the sprayer out in New Mexico, and his purpose-built racer told me, and of course from Rise Arms out.
Red flag's vertical now, which means less than 2 minutes. Yep.
On the outside, back row.
All right, as we're going on, let's go back to basics. What I want to see, I want you to stand here and
Just looking at the wing on Endeavor, it's one of the only ones that has the gear on the wing as opposed to on the fuselage as the other ones. You'll see very similar to the Phantom. The Phantom has that as well.
So there's a limit around everything. I mean, it was just a
Formula One, you're in 1 minute. 1 minute, gentlemen.
Endeavor, the red and white. Also in the front row, there's going to be the white plane, Afraid Not, and Limitless. Justin Metter is going to be the more black on it than white and red, but black, white, and red, officially listed as.
Right. And they have under a minute now, so crews are off. The only people you'll see now are officials and starters, etc. That's our pole sitter, Afraid Not.
It's just a myriad of regulations that drive the formula.
This aircraft looks pretty benign, but it is super fast. It qualified at 249 miles an hour.
Pretty dominant aircraft in 16 and 17, and of course the fail to start in 2018.
Again, this is the start for the formula is such an interesting start because they all start at once. So, and then some of them pull away because they're using a different prop. Here we go. Green flag.
Racers are underway. Remember, this first go around will be lap 0. Officially start the race when planes.
So what you're seeing now is Afraid Not and Limitless. Endeavor is slower to get off the ground. Right. So Justin Metters is already off the ground. He's headed for pylon 1. Afraid Not right behind him. Listen to that.
We are underway in Reno. So great to have you with us. We're going, once we finish lap 0, we're going 8 times around this small course for Formula One F1 class here.
As if you remember yesterday, we had a couple of people who went further. So they were supposed to go 8 and they went 9.
You don't get anything extra for that. So.
Exactly. So Justin Metters again in Limitless in the lead. Afraid Not hot on his heels. These aircraft are unusual because they do pick up speed as they go along. As the oil gets warmer, the engines get happier, the props start to grip the air a little bit better.
A little bit cool this morning to start out at Reno Stead Airport. It will warm considerably during the day. It's still got, here we go, Limitless still out in front.
Right, but look at that. He's gaining on him pretty hard.
Afraid Not. Flipping off the distance, shortening the deficit there as he moves along. All our 8 aircraft in this race will go past the STIHL start-finish pylon, and that's begins lap number 1 as they pass it.
Watch on the far side of the course. You're going to see them coming around trying to pass each other. We looks like Endeavor never made it off the ground, so that's why we're not seeing him in there. But what we're looking at right now is still Justin Metters and Lowell Slatter, so it's Afraid Not gaining on Limitless.
Again, out in front there in the white wings with black fuselage.
Right. Look at those wings. They're very similar in style.
Big boost for both of these guys, I would imagine, to have Endeavor out of the race.
Yes.
Certainly one of the contenders and one of the top qualifiers.
So in 4th place, we've got 54. That is Jim Jordan. I guess he would be in 3rd place now with Endeavor out. So that's our leader, Justin Metters, in Limitless.
Jordan and Miss Men holding down 3rd place right now still. These two in pursuit of our 2 leaders, Afraid Not and Endeavor.
Robbie's down there with the spin out. I'd like to put our biplanes out.
There's our leaders again. Limitless still holding off Afraid Not. Afraid Not, I thought maybe it gained a touch on him in that last lap, the end of lap number 1, but boy, look how close that racing is.
Well, they're not going to stop till the last second of the race. They're just going to keep pushing it. But look at you can see they both have that same exact silhouette against our desert backdrop.
Justin Metters, bear in mind, doing all the controlling with his hands.
Right. He is
very different from the rest of these racers.
So interesting to see him get around in that wheelchair. He is just so agile with it.
Very talented athlete and tremendous pilot. Our defending champ right there on top. Black and white.
So close. Look
Limitless.
at
this. So do you expect to see Freydnot go high as we go through this lap or maybe the next lap, Marilyn?
He's still trying to pull up on him. When he gets close enough, he will go high and outside. Oh, it looks like he's getting pretty. Yeah, so the rule is that you're supposed to pass high and outside and keep the aircraft that you are passing in sight at all times. So the logical thing is to just get a higher line so you're in that position already.
Still hanging down there low. There's Freydnot. Limitless hanging on to that lead, but not by much. It is what a great race going on here.
We've got another Mayday.
Emergency in progress.
Yeah, trucks are rolling, so I don't know what's happening, but we're looking at our leaders, and that's where we'll stay. So we've got Freydnot still pushing Justin and Limitless. It's a Gilbert and a Snowshoe, two very unusual designs here.
As far as we know, again, Endeavor with Steve Senegal did not get up in the air in this race. Did not get to.
Oh, it's Kraken in the Mayday. That's our buddy, Ross Killen.
Airways control is race 5-4.
So we have Mayday. Race number 3 at the Kraken.
Yes, Ross and I were in China together for the International Formula One race there in Wuhan, China last year.
Nice. All right, little Slater a little bit higher now, riding a little bit higher as he tries to maintain that same differential between the leader, Justin Metters, and Limitless.
How close they are. Looks like the Kraken is safely on the ground, which is always good to hear. Hopefully whatever is wrong is easily fixable.
We're still under power. That's a good sign.
Yeah, prop's still turning. That's always good.
Yeah.
Might be a heat temp or something like that.
Our defending champ, Justin Metter in Endeavor, black and white out in front of the 5-time national champion, Lowell Slater and Freydnot, the white airplane.
This is some great racing right here. These two are really battling it out.
Again, we heard Limitless and the team dealing with an oil leak, a little bit of an oil leak problem the night before, staying up late last night to be ready for this race. So
3 members of his crew did not sleep last night at all.
They're not sleeping now, I guarantee you.
I think they're in my hangar taking a nap, to tell you the truth.
I bet they're up for this one.
That's true. Then they're going to go take a nap.
All right, we're just going to stay with this team. What a compelling race to start our competition here in Reno. The STIHL National Championship Air Races.
Sometimes we refer to this type of racing as a competitive formation flying. So they're flying off each other, but they both want to be lead.
All right, look at Lowell Slater making a move right now for sure, closing the gap. Let's keep an eye on this. The inside track for Limitless.
I see Endeavor. I thought he scratched, and he's right there.
Oh no, Endeavor is back. Okay. It's all sorted out for you.
Didn't see him at all. Unbelievable. Okay, right on our screen right now, we have our leaders, Justin Metters, Lowell Slater.
Freydnot made a move right there, closed the gap almost to neck and neck, and now has fallen back just slightly. Still a very, very tight race. This is
Great. Here it comes.
the final lap. Get ready for the checkered flag.
Let's see if he's got something at the end here, but it looks like Justin has got it.
And boy, he's going to try. Yeah. Could not close out Limit.
There's Endeavor.
Limitless.
Third
place, Endeavor with Steve Senegal. Second place, unofficially, going to be Freydnot with Lowell Slater.
Right.
All of our results are unofficial.
That is Justin Phillipson coming up, and no strings attached.
379.
It's gorgeous paint job. That's Tumbleweed. It's Jerry Marshall. Number 4.
We're covering runway 08, wind 130 at 3.
Race 31 downwind beat.
That's our beautiful steel home pylon. The iconic sign of the Reno Air Races.
Well, that was a great way to kick it off here in Reno for this special week in the year. And this was it, as you say, right from the beginning. Right at the start, Limitless out in front. Justin Metters, your defending gold champion from 2018, being chased by 5-time.
Yeah, so Justin got that lead. He got that jump on the runway, not in the sky, and he got it, and he never let it go. So he's our leader all the way through the race. Unofficially, he's our winner. But Afraid Not gave him a run for his money. Made it interesting.
Afraid Not never more than a second behind of Limitless all the way through this entire race here.
You wouldn't think that you could win a air race on the ground, but he won the race to pylon 1, and then he was able to hold him off the rest of the time.
So a lot of skill and a little bit of prop selection there may have played a part.
Strategy, strategy. Yeah. I'm sure that the first thing they're going to do is take the cowl off and check to see if they have any oil problems again with that oil cooler they put on last night. But it looks like he's going to be. This is going to be an interesting race all through the week.
Well, it's going to be quite a campaign for Justin Metters. He can make himself a 2-time gold national champion. If he can make it all the way through this week in the same position he was in this race number 1, 1A from Thursday.
Some good shots here of these two flying together. Like I said, competitive formation flying. Everybody wants to be lead. You see it almost looks like Afraid Not is smaller than Limitless.
Looks like the fuselage isn't quite as big around, does it?
Here's our finish at Steel Home Pylon.
All right, and just about to put her on the ground is Justin Metters, defending champion.
So for all the pilots in the audience today, thinking about your tail wheels are hard enough to land. Imagine landing a tail wheel cassette after running an 8-lap race with hand controls only.
He's making it look easy.
Rock star. He does make it look easy, doesn't he?
Really does.
Look at his little rudder going back and forth. He's got it. He's fine. He's always fine.
It is similar to flying a loop in an aerobatic airplane.
He's got a lot of talent, that young man.
Great effort in his first outing here.
You're not expecting it, wait, what was that? But that's you. That was your prop class.
It's the third place qualifying time, about 5 miles an hour slower than Afraid Not, but was able to get the early lead, as you pointed out, Marilyn.
It looks like Miss Min was a DNF, so she was unable to finish. We'll find out a little bit more information about what's going on there. She made 8 out, apparently. So we had 2 Maydays in this. Ross Killen and Jim Jordan, we're hearing. So it looks like, and then Justin will be a 4th, Jerry 5th, and Richard 6th. And of course, that is completely unofficial until we get word about pylon cuts, DQs, etc., etc.
Yep, they got to hear from every pylon before we call it. Unofficial for you right there. Limitless, Afraid Not, Endeavor. In that order.
No Strings, Tumbleweed, Kraken, Last Lap, and Miss Min. It's interesting they had the Kraken as a Mayday as well, but we have a finish for them. So we'll straighten it out and get the official results in a little while. But there's Endeavor, and she's beautiful. Such an unusual aircraft. It was built by a friend of mine, David Hoover, who I hope is listening at home to see how things are going. Beautiful aircraft.
Piloted by 5-time national champion Steve Senegal.
Right, who is also racing in the sport class later.
Hey, we got a biplane race coming for you next, so get ready for that. Biplane's always a lot of fun.
You bet.
Kind of a different ball game from this, but just as compelling.
So again, they start on the ground as well. You'll see that soon. I just find so many similarities in the body of this, of Endeavor, and the body of Phantom. The same shape, the same, even the tail is very similar. Great minds think alike.
Yeah.
you pray for that, you get 3 or 4 knots, then you add 3 or 4 more, then you do another 3.
So hopefully the crowds are enjoying the great weather that we're having.
This is actually the official start day. There was some racing yesterday. They got a lot of planes, a lot of teams to move through the competition through the course of this week. There's some racing yesterday. We observed a biplane race yesterday that is going to be essentially the same lineup as we will see next. It's a 1A biplane race. So the top goal. We are on the deck, ready to start. One of 2 classes that starts right here on the deck. And before, you have to do a decision even before you get the plane on the deck about your prop selection too, Steve.
Absolutely, Tommy. Think about if you were having a standing start bicycle race and you only had 1 set of gears to choose from.
Green flag, green flag.
Do you want a low ratio that's going to get you in the air sooner, or do you want a high ratio that's going to give you more speed at the end of the race? That's what these guys have to decide. Their crew chiefs and the pilots have to decide who they're flying against in this race. Do they need the quicker start, or do they need the top end performance at the end?
Quickly, on your left, on that screen right there, those planes represent the hottest rivalry in this particular class right now, and more on that in just a moment or two.
Yeah, it's a class that runs our short course, our 3.5-mile course, starting with a Grand Prix style standing start. Now, when they take off, they can actually trade places or start racing at that point, but the laps do not officially start until they pass our steel start-finish pylon the first time. That first lap is what they call an oil warm-up lap that allows them to sort things out, get the airplanes up to operating temp, and then it's race on.
Yeah, they're going to be doing 8 laps around our 3-mile course here, approximately 3-mile course, and it's going to be a total of about 25 miles, and it will go very, very quickly because they're little, they're small, and we got some perspective on actually how small these airplanes are. When we were at the start there with human beings standing next to them, they basically wear these airplanes. They don't climb into them.
Yeah, one of the oldest classes of racing. They officially started in 1936 as midget racing based on the size. The airplanes have a minimum aircraft weight of 500 pounds, which is half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. The minimum pilot weight with gear is 150 pounds. They all have fixed landing gear. They're monoplanes, meaning there's just a single wing. The early ones were the cassette or shoestring racers, which had steel tube fuselages, wooden and fabric-covered wings. Now our faster airplanes are carbon fiber airplanes. Some very, very unique and advanced construction materials put into these. However, they all still run the Continental O200 4-cylinder engine, originally taken from a Cessna 150 training aircraft. Only instead of doing 100 miles an hour on 100 horsepower, these guys are doing over 200 miles an hour on 160 horsepower. 60% increase in power, 200% increase in speed.
And at the very top of the speed ratings for this week, those 2 planes right there. Justin Metters, the black and white plane Limitless, race number 34, the defending champion, and right behind him in qualifying within a mile an hour behind him, the first 2 qualifying races, Lowell Slater, Afraid Not, the champion in 2016 and 2017.
You know, the Formula One class is thought by many to be kind of an introductory class to air racing, but I'll tell you what, the competition, the camaraderie is as fierce and loyal as any class here at Reno.
Yeah, and through all the classes, these guys definitely want to beat each other, but they, like true competitors, say, I want to beat you when you're at your best, not when you're having trouble. And that sort of sets us up for this story that's going on behind the scenes in this class right now, involving Justin Metters and Limitless.
The night before the first race, we found an oil leak on the airplane, and we thought we had it all fixed. And then during the first race, at some time during the first race, it let go. So we were leaking quite a bit of oil during that race. So after the race was over, our competitor in Endeavor, Steve Senegal, I was telling him about the problem, and he immediately offered up his other aircraft that he races here to take one of my crew members to Long Beach to pick up another oil cooler so we can get my airplane back in the air for tomorrow's race. It's pretty amazing stuff. If he hadn't have done that, I think we would probably still be out of the race. We would just be done, be sitting here spectating. So luckily he was kind enough to do that for us and get us back in the race. So now we can play.
White flag, the last of 8 laps around our 3-mile course here, and this one has been basically a carbon copy of the last qualifying race right there, and it has been a carbon copy of the last couple of years. Justin Metters just barely holding off Lowell Slater.
Anytime you hear those names, you can flip a coin to see who's going to be in first or second. They are that close in every race together.
Well, the last race they were against each other. They finished within 1 second just about of each other, within 1 mile an hour, and this one is no different. Look at this with Lowell Slater. Got a position where he can gain a speed advantage as we head into the Valley of Speed and make these last few turns before heading for the start-finish pylon.
Great competitors, great friends, great entertainment value. Here we go as they drop the noses, trying to trade altitude for airspeed one last time as they head for the steel start-finish pylon. Is Justin going to hold him off? Yes, he is.
Yep, Justin Metters running out the clock on Lowell Slater. But again, what a terrific race. The steel power move is Justin Metters holding off Lowell Slater yet again by less than a second. And there are your official standings right there. Metters, Slater, Steve Senegal, another former champion, in third place.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's coming up within seconds, I am told, before we release the first race of the day, the Formula Ones. Marilyn Dash is here, a great spotter, a great announcer, and somebody that's been around the pylons in the cockpit many, many times in the biplane class. So, Marilyn, welcome this morning. Let's go through the racers, and then we'll go down to where they are positioned. Green flag, let's rock.
We have a green flag up already. So getting ready to tell you who's in this race. Tom Siegler is number 76 in Crazy Eights in a Cassett. Steve Tumlin in Feisty, number 52, another Cassett. Scott Holmes, Outlaw, number 9. Robert Austin, Hindsight is 2020. And James Jordan in Miss Min. Off the ground, we already have Steve Tumlin in Feisty. That's Tom Siegler with Scott Holmes right behind him. Bringing up the rear, we have Robert Austin. And in the back is Jim Jordan. Going around pylons 1, 2, and 3 on the east side, your right. This is the 0 lap. They take off on the ground, and you'll be able to see them do their first lap, which we call the 0 lap, when they come by the steel checkered home pylon. That's when the race begins. It's an 8-lap race, approximately 3.119. Work with me. So the course length is just under 25 miles.
All right, as they come around and get ready for the first lap at the steel start-finish pylon, the reason for the shakeout lap is to get the speed up, get the ailerons effective at higher speeds, get some air through the cowling. And another thing happens at the same time. We've been explained that the oil heats up from 120 up to the band between 180 and 200, which is makes the engine run better and picks up the RPM, but doesn't compromise the engine. That's a normal temperature for any aircraft.
Again, that was Steve Tumlin and Feisty, followed closely by Tom Siegler. Scott Holmes, number 3. Jim Jordan in Miss Min has passed Robert Austin. And again, we're going to pylons 1, 2, and 3 on the right-hand side. And you can start to see Feisty on the backstretch of the course. Yeah, we got a pass going on. Miss Min just took Tom Siegler. Actually, that was Scott Holmes, sorry.
Blistering pass, by the way. That wasn't an easy pass. That was in overdrive. All engines are the same. They are the 200 cubic inch Continental engine, familiar with a lot of aircraft. Used in Piper Cubs a lot, Cessna 150s. Very common, very easy to get. But they are hopped up, no doubt about it. Marilyn?
And here comes Steve Tumlin. He's in the lead. We've got, look at Jim Jordan. He's just taken Tom Siegler. So right now, your running order is Steve Tumlin. Then we have Jim Jordan. Then we have Tom Siegler, Scott Holmes, and here is Robert Austin right in front of you right now.
Look, again, on the far side, the rate of passing, we're going to call that airplane white lightning from now on.
It's crazy, yeah.
Whoa,
so much faster than the others. So that is Miss Min for Jim Jordan.
I think well before half the race, or maybe into the 5th lap, we're going to see a lot of lapping.
Yeah, this is going to be a big race day. So right now, here we are coming around one more lap. Jim Jordan is in the lead by a lot. Steve Tumlin and Feisty coming in right behind him. Then we have, that is Tom Siegler. 2 red airplanes. I have to check to see which one is which. After him is Scott Holmes, another Canadian. And then Robert Austin is behind him in an airplane that used to be called Pooter. And Robert Austin purchased her last year here at the races and has been campaigning her as Hindsight is 2020. Wonder if that indicates his happiness with the airplane.
Get a load of this, Maryland, 199 on the first lap, then up to a blistering 221 on the second lap.
221 for a silver race is pretty awesome. It's Jim Jordan again. He's our leader.
As they come by, you might hear the sound of the propellers. Could be going up at 4,200 RPM or so, which is way over what the engine is happy with, but it is effective. And there are a lot of times high-tech propellers along with a souped-up engine. No more cubic inches, but as much as you can do legally.
So that was Steve Tumlin, and that's Tom Siegler in the red aircraft with the white wheel pants. Coming around is Scott Holm. This race actually has 2 Canadians, 2 Californian, one Californian and 2 Nevadians.
So 3 different countries are represented.
Completely different countries. That's Robert Austin. It looks like Miss Min, Jim Jordan, will be lapping Robert Austin in hindsight is 2020. Watching this on the going around pylons 1, 2, and 3, east side, right side.
Each of the competitors have to have at least 6 gallons of fuel for the race. That's mandatory. 66 cubic feet of wing is also mandatory, no less than that. It's got to be at least 500 pounds empty weight of the aircraft.
And you can see they're all fixed gear, they're all fixed propeller. Watch Jim Jordan is now taking a pass to Scott Holm. The only person on the same lap right now as he is Tumlin.
Now, Marilyn, you and Dave brought up something yesterday. You see the American flag out by the steel start-finish pylon. Not a breath of air today. Oh, that's good, you say, but no, the air is not moving, and they're getting into each other's prop wash, so to speak. The turbulent air you can't see. But if you were going down a river in a canoe and you saw a lot of turbulent water, you'd say, uh-oh, I'm in for a tough ride. Same thing in the air. You can't see that air tumbling around, but it will bounce you around, and it will slow you down at times as well. So if you see somebody go high, not illegally high, but high enough, they're trying to stay out of that turbulent air.
Right, and one of the places that you'll see it quite often is coming around pylon 6 on your left side, and you'll see them bobble quite often because of the buildings, etc. There's a lot of reasons for it. But this is our leader. This is Jim Jordan and Miss Min, number 54. He's a veteran out here. He's taken a couple years off, but he's back and he's faster than ever.
When you hear Marilyn talk about the turbulence down on 4, 5, and 6, she knows from experience. She's been out there getting beat up in her biplane.
Yes, I'm a semi-retired air racer.
No such thing.
I know.
All right.
Like a Marine.
Never
Once an air racer, always an air racer.
All right, white flag coming up, Marilyn, and you do thousands and millions of spectators. I'm getting warm, Marilyn. It's not the sun either, it's the racers.
So exciting. People should come out here for Formula One and biplanes in the morning. We have coffee. So it looks like here's Miss Min, Jim Jordan, coming around for the white flag lap. He's lapped everyone except Steve Tumlin, and it looks like he's going to get Steve before the end of this lap here. Nice clean race. This red and white one coming here is Scott Holm. This is called Outlaw. Watch this on the back of the course. Jim Jordan just overtaking Steve Tumlin right in the back of the course. He's got the lead and lapped everyone. So how it works, this is the checkered flag coming up for Jim Jordan. And everyone in this race except Jim will only do 7 laps. When he comes through the checkered lap, there everybody's done. Checkered flag. And your unofficial winner is Jim Jordan. Number 2, Steve Tumlin, the doctor. This is Tom Siegler, one of our rookies. We have many rookies this year. Then we pause for a moment to think about what we've done. And here comes Scott Holm, coming around pylon 5, left side of the track. Earlier this week, we had a couple of people go around for extra laps. I hope we don't do that today. So this is Scott Holm, another Canadian. outlaw. And then here comes Robert Austin, he's a rookie in the formula class, but he used to race in the biplane class. And that's it. Now we just make sure everybody gets down safely and all is well.
Stay with us, Marilyn, and as we get ready to get the unofficial results for the race, hope it's a clean race as compared to the excitement we had yesterday.
Real STIHL. Find yours. Our battery-powered AK Homeowner Series has everything you need to take on your to-do list. Battery power made by STIHL. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local STIHL dealers. Find yours at STIHLdealers.com.
Ready for our next race? This one is all about crafty, strategic flying because the specs are so close, Steve Stavrikakis.
That's right. One of the most unique and historic classes of racing we have here at Reno are our T6 class, which are actually advanced trainers. They were AT6s.
Good job, 88, 43. Go forward a little bit. You are released to the course.
These airplanes are all built by North American Aviation out of Inglewood, California, or Dallas, Texas. Yeah, all of these aircraft are powered by the Pratt & Whitney air-cooled radial engine, 1,340 cubic inches. They're a 9-cylinder engine. Stock, they make about 600 horsepower, but in race configuration, it's estimated up around 800 to 850. As they say, it's whatever you can get, however you can get it.
Well, this whole event is a feast for the ears as well as the eyes, and a lot of the hardcore fans really lean in and listen to these incredible trainers as they pass by. Let's do it.
Now, Tommy, that crackling sound you hear is not the engines. The low rumbles, that Pratt & Whitney air-cooled radial engine. That crackling sound is the 9-foot-long Hamilton Standard metal prop with the tips actually going supersonic and creating mini sonic booms.
66, 88 on your right.
Well, as we look at our leaderboard right now, this field contains two multiple national champions in it, but right now is race number 14. Chris Rushing is the man out in front in Baron's Revenge, the AT-6B.
Yeah, now all these airplanes, even Baron's Revenge, they have a minimum weight, including pilot and 50 gallons of gas at the start of the race at 4,000 pounds. They're not allowed to run funny fuel, all pump avgas. A good stock airplane will do about 185 miles an hour. These best racers have found speeds close to 250 miles per hour.
Chris Rushing with a not insurmountable but a comfortable lead right now. And Chris Rushing, part of a historic group in California. Well, people, they have specific fans, this T6 class, and they are really into it. This group really got it going here in Reno with the T6s. Let's talk to Chris about his role in getting the T6 to the prominent role it plays right now in the air races.
We're from Los Angeles, and it's part of the Condor Squadron that I grew up with from some folks in the California Air National Guard there at Van Nuys. It started the Condor Squadron back in 1969 and 67. Plus, it's just a great airplane that you can go fly with your friends in formation up and down the beach and stuff like that. And as a matter of fact, history says that the Condor Squadron came up here the very first year that the T6s raced in Reno. They were asked to come up here, so they put on the very first T6 race.
That very first race in 1968 had a winning speed of 181 miles an hour, a full 50 miles an hour slower than today's racers. Proof positive, you give racers a chance to find some speed, and they will.
Well, you talk about today's fastest racer, and it is.
Checkered flag.
Chris Rushing from Van Nuys, California, winning Heat 1A. But look at this one for fourth and third place. A great battle between John Lomar and Vic McMahon. Wow, it is going to be Vic McMahon taking third place away from the defending champion, John Lomar. Look at this, 0.02 seconds separating both of those planes. That is a great, great battle. Just about perfect weather conditions, maybe a little too calm the wind here today, and that some of those air vortices that get created don't disperse quickly enough.
You see the smoke, that's our pace plane, and it's helping guide them towards their chute.
Beautiful, guys, nice job.
Lined up beautifully. This is one of those classes where formation experience is so key, and being able to fly off someone's wing is such an important skill in racing.
This is a daunting place for a rookie, isn't it?
Yes, this moment is very daunting for a rookie. We don't have any rookies in this race, though.
Nope. This is all vets here. All established teams, pilots, and airplanes.
Gentlemen, you are relieved to the course.
They are relieved to the course, and they should be coming down their chute any second now. They'll be hearing a lot of that round engine noise.
And here they come.
Listen to that.
Chris rushing off into lap number 1. Like John Lomar, the plane making a slight move there, our defending champion. Race 88, radial velocity. That would be the blue and yellow plane as you watch here.
Yes, John out of Dallas, Texas, very active in the CAF. But right now it looks like Chris rushing. Chris LeFave, Vic McMahon, John Lomar making his move, and Nick Macy.
All of them still pretty tight together at this point right now. There's your leader, race 14, Chris rushing.
I expect passing. Look at John Lomar's already going on after Vic McMahon.
John Lomar
making his move.
Gunning for third place there.
No, he's gunning for first place, to tell you the truth.
You're always a big picture person, Marilyn. We like that.
He doesn't like to lose.
No.
He's a very competitive man.
Super competitive.
Chris and John right now, it looks like.
Chris rushing race 14, Barron's Revenge.
So keep an eye on this. A third place fight with Vic McMahon and John Lomar.
Yeah, that's going to be a battle. You can sense it as they go into lap number 2 of 5 laps around this race course. Going to be about 25 miles total.
Right, and what Vic needs to do is just hold his line, stay tight and low on those pylons, and make it difficult for John to get around him. Great race for third place.
Vic McMahon so far holding off John Lomar, but as you say, keep your eye on this one. Actually, Vic dropped in altitude a little bit there, gained a little speed, and opened it up a little bit against John Lomar. Back to our leader, Chris Rushing and Barron's Revenge.
Listen to those engines wind up.
That sound is a supersonic effect of what's going on here, right, Marilyn?
I love the sound of those propellers going. Okay, so here we have Chris Rushing coming around towards the steel home pylon.
Chris Rushing, the 2016 T6 champion here in Reno, gold champion.
Chris LeFave in Midnight Miss, and then the number 3 and number 4 in this race, Gunslinger and Radial Velocity, still duking it out. Nick Macy watching from behind.
Macy didn't get the chance to race in 1A.
Now look at how tight 2, 3, and 4 are. Chris Rushing is pushing away, or pulling away, I should say, but those 3 are really in a battle for second place.
Race 43, race 66, and race 88. Keep your eyes on them. That's our leader to your right there. Gaining some ground there. And there's Vic McMahon and Gunslinger down below. Well, now they're both on the same level. John Lomar. Race 88, race 66.
He still has to get high and outside to be able to do that pass. You can see him gaining a little altitude. Very close racing.
I think 2 and 3 might be making up a little bit of ground on our leader here, too. So it gets more and more interesting as we get on. But the thing is, the laps are going away, clicking off very, very quickly. We're about to start lap number 4.
Right, and if you look on the left side of the screen, you see Chris LeFave's in-cockpit air cameras, and you get to see what he sees.
Chris LeFave hanging in there in second. Again, the battle we're watching is for third. Those 2 planes right there, Gunslinger and Radial Velocity.
So close. I love watching the pylons go by.
It's
memories.
The desert floor can really move.
Sounds like we have microphones on the pylons too. That's great.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the sound of those wingtips breaking the sound barrier gives us a crackle that is unique to this class.
John Lomar still down low, checking out what he's doing here.
Absolutely stalking
so
Vic
close.
McMahon. Neck and neck as they come along the final pylon.
See how close they are.
Race 14, Chris Rushing, Barron's Revenge. He's had the lead since the very start. Handled it very, very well.
It's our white flag lap. We've got one more around the pylons, and then we get their checkered.
Chris Lefebvre, race 43, Midnight Miss 3, still holding on to second place. And back to our leader, Chris Rushing. Chris Rushing would like nothing better to be in the top position, the same position he started today, tomorrow, in the gold round, and he is getting that job done.
Yes, this is a heat race for the final tomorrow, and this is going to be an interesting final tomorrow.
Everybody, no one leaves anything on the table on Championship Sunday here in Reno.
Isn't that the truth? Just such a great view.
Chris Rushing, Barron's Revenge, flying the race he wants to fly right now, and
it's all him.
Clean, perfect, just what you want as you head into the finals.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh, look at John Lomar.
Moving that pass. Come on, John.
Radial velocity in the blue and yellow there.
This
is going to come down to it. Absolutely.
Here's our checkered flag. Chris Rushing. Let's see who comes in second. And third.
So Chris Rushing, your unofficial winner. And second place, it's going to look like unofficially Chris Lefebvre and Midnight Miss 2. And here we go. This race for third. Race 66, Vic McMahon looks like he was successfully able to hold off John Lomar. Unofficially.
Yes.
Unofficially is the key word here, but what a great race for third place.
They kept it interesting all around. So here comes Nick Macy, and that is the race.
Aircraft is off the course, recovering runway 08.
Congratulations to all 5 of our pilots. Oh, that's the kind of finish you look for. Now, Chris Rushing wanted anything but, and he got anything but a close finish there. Barron's Revenge did great, but look at this one for third place. Race 66 down there. Vic McMahon and Gunslinger just holding off the defending champion John Lomar in Radial Velocity.
You wonder what Vic did over the off season to figure out how to get by John Lomar and how to stay off him.
Yeah, that's not an easy task right there.
Beautiful shot of Stead Airport.
Well, this was Heat 2A, the final heat before the gold. And as we started out, Chris Rushing had put himself in the position to be at the start number 1, and at the start he was number 1 and maintained that position throughout this entire race, never really challenged.
Yes, and Chris Lefebvre, same thing. He was able to hold on to his number 2 position all the way through, and the fight was in third and fourth between Vic McMahon and John Lomar and Gunslinger and Radial Velocity. Here's Chris Rushing, Barron's Revenge.
Absolutely getting to fly his race, take the line he wants to take, and did it flawlessly. Not a hiccup that we could see.
And clean air all through the race. Didn't have any of those bobbles that we see with the tight, close racing. John Lomar really took it to Vic McMahon and was not able to bring it home.
John Lomar, our defending champ, loved nothing better than to have won this race within a race, and he gave it everything. Didn't leave anything
That's for
on
sure.
the table. We won't be doing that either in the gold race. Checkered flag right here for Chris Rushing. Congratulations, Barron's Revenge. And the finish there. Oh,
so close.
Vic McMahon able to get it done. Hold off our defending champion by that much.
We've had a lot of close races today and this whole week.
There's your unofficial results right there. Chris Rushing, Barron's Revenge. Going to take the top position into gold if that holds as official. Chris Lefebvre, Midnight Miss 3, unchallenged pretty much in second place throughout the entire race. The great duel between Vic McMahon, race 66, John Lomar, race 88. Vic McMahon getting the best of that one. Nick Macy in 5th place. We're going to be right back. Stay with us in Reno.
Well, that undecided crew was up all night doing some tweaking on that 990 airplane, and you can see what happens when you work on your airplanes all night. He's out there in the lead. Rick Siegfried in 2nd place. We've got Abracadabra V, Pechersky in 3rd. Looks like we've got Gene McNeely in 4th, but somebody's got to see Michael Flagler down there pulling up on the inside of him now. That's a surprise. Number 2, Bear Essentials on the inside. Down below, Gene McNeely. He looked like he's in a solid 4th place there now in front of Gene McNeely. Greg McNeely's crew last night said, hey, we went fast yesterday. We want to go even faster today, and it sure paid off. He's out there with quite a few plane lengths in front of Rick Siegfried and B. Pechersky there in Abracadabra. Lots of jockeying around back there with Michael Flagler and Gene McNeely. Coming up on our steel home pylon, here come the racers, folks. All right, we've got Greg McNeely out there, a solid 1st place. Rick Siegfried in Big Red, but he's got some competition there on B. Pechersky. He's flying number 50, Abracadabra. I think B's going to give him a run today. Michael Flagler, again, a little surprised to see him doing as well as he's been doing. Michael Flagler flying Bear Essentials, looking really good out there in a solid 4th. Gene McNeely, though, come on, pedal, Gene, pedal.
Throw some spark to it, Sparky.
Yeah, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd airplanes, really close racing here, folks. Yeah, B. Pechersky there in the number 3 airplane is really giving Rick Siegfried a run for his money. I can tell you, Rick Siegfried can hear that propeller from that R1340 about 3,000 RPMs. Siegfried is really starting to push B. Pechersky a little bit higher out there. He said, get away from me. I don't want you anywhere near me. B. Pechersky, though, on that higher airplane, he can use that altitude for airspeed if he wants. Still Michael Flagler in 4th place with Bear Essentials, and Gene McNeely still giving him a run, trying to just stay with him at least.
As they are on the backstretch, it was last year, Kenny Price, that we celebrated around the world the 80th anniversary of this design coming off the assembly line first in 1938 in preparation for World War II, going into production until 1944, say the record books, and still very viable in air shows and air racing around the world as well. Get a load of this
boy,
show.
Oh boy, we've got some real racing battle out there right now. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, we're almost wingtip to wingtip. Rick Siegfried doing his overall best to try to get around Greg McNeely. He said, you did this to me yesterday, I'm going to do this to you today. Greg McNeely, Rick Siegfried still, B. Pechersky Michael Flager and Gene McNeely are all right there. These airplanes aren't 5 miles an hour anywhere near, they're all the same speeds. Literally all the same speeds.
By the way, some very impressive speeds. First speed coming down the chute, 223. Then in the flat pylon turns, 220. And settling down to 215, which is amazing speed for an airplane this size.
Now on this next lap, we'll look out there at that STIHL home pylon. We should see a big, white, beautiful flag waving at him, telling him, hey, you got one more lap. Stay with it. One more lap after this. I think Greg McNeely got a little bit spooked on how close Rick Siegfried got there because Greg said, you know, I don't want any more of that stuff. Up went the throttle, and he said, I'm going to see you later, guys, at the finish line.
White flag, white flag.
There's the white flag. One more lap. We're going to have a really interesting finish here. We've got some guys that are getting very close to each other, and it's going to be on a straightaway where we're really going to see who's who with those airplanes. Greg McNeely out there, the big red flying, being flown by Rick Siegfried, B. Petruski in third place, still up there running the high line. But look down below, we've got Michael Flager coming up with Gene McNeely right there with him. And they're on the inside of him. This is our silver heat, and I can't tell you what, these guys feel like the gold racers out there. They're giving it a heck of a performance. What a race we got going on here, folks. This is literally going to be a drag race with our STIHL home pylon for all 5 of these airplanes. One more lap to go, one more pylon to go. The straightaway lap here we go. Who's going to do what? It's going to be close for everybody.
I got you. Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Greg McNeely, look at them all together. Look at them all together. This is going to be as close as it gets. Who is it going to be? Yeah, ATW Aviation is his sponsor. And he gets to have the pole. He actually won his first race ever a couple days ago, and he's a very happy man. He's got the pole today and a very, very big advantage. Next, a longtime racer here, Mr. Ralph Reyna, flying number 73, Miss Humboldt Honey. He's been up here since 1973 off and on, and here he is again, showing off that beautiful yellow airplane. We've seen him a little while ago. This is Mr. Greg McNeely, Gene McNeely's son, flying number 98, almost perfect. They're from Port Orange, Florida. We know him, we love him, Mr. Airshow out there. Leo Orman flying Arrows number 69. He's from Sequim, Washington, flying the number 4 slot today. And last but not least, number 33, flying a brand new built airplane, about 35 hours on that airplane right now. Money Trap is the name of the airplane. Mr. Dennis Buin from Fallon, Nevada. And the last airplane off is our ride airplane, being flown by Kurt Knowles. And do we know the rider?
Yeah, late breaking news. Late breaking news just came in. It is, what do you think that is?
Looks like Sarah.
Sarah to me too. S-A-R-A-H, yes, Sarah W-H-I-L is in the cockpit of that T6 ride airplane. If she did not show up, this Sarah did not show up, Bill McGowan, or thereabouts, is in there, and the second alternate. If those two are not in there, Cy Masser, M-A-S-S-E-R. So somebody's got the ride of a lifetime. The best
seat in the house.
Best seat in the air, as we say. All right, now let's go back to something relatively new here to encourage more and more racers of T6 aircraft to come and join us. This is the Classic class, and when we have our awards banquet on Sunday evening, what we're going to do is present the gold, the silver, and a trophy for Classic. What we're encouraging people to do without having to massively modify their aircraft to get the speeds that the other classes do, bring your stock airplane out. Race with other stock airplanes that are equal to yours, have some fun around the pylons, and see what advantage you can get in technique, positioning, pole, or whatever it is. So That is relatively new, and that's meant, again, to encourage more participants. You know, Kenny, there are a lot of T6s around North America, a lot of stock ones, so there's a lot of potential for more airplanes coming into this class.
You know, and the fact that they're so closely matched, like I said, no speed mods have been done on them at all, and this makes this class so closely matched. You're going to see that in this race today.
Some interesting things about the racers, of course, is that Greg McNeely, flying number 98, that's the boss's airplane. That's Fred Schelling's aircraft, one of 3 that he's racing this week. He has raced on the course before. He is so busy as our CEO and chairman of the board of directors of Reno Air Races, but he has got experience around the pylon. He's got 2 T6s racing this weekend and his B-51 known as Lady B. There's a story behind the race number 98. His wife, Barbara, who is delightful, is a mathematician. And when you get a 98 in any score, it is considered by a mathematician to be almost perfect. So the name fits exactly the 98, and that's the time.
Okay, and to add to that story, Dennis Buin has just rebuilt this beautiful stock T6 out there from scratch. It's basically, as you see it, it's basically a brand new airplane. About 35 hours on it to this minute, and that airplane is named Money Trap.
Okay. So. Okay. More about the background of Bill Mazzala, who won his first race here this year. Part of the famous Mazzala brothers, who were Chino kids. Kids who rode their bike into the Chino airport, and they're legend. They're some of the best technicians ever. But the Mazzala brothers started out as kids. They got a break from the older guys. They got to learn how to fix airplanes, how to pilot airplanes, how to get the Warbird aircraft. And we welcome the Mazzala brothers back anytime. They have done some wonderful things working for the crew members of some of our racing aircraft. And now, Wild Bill, as they call him, gets to race a T6. All right, here we go. Charlie Calamari. Race number 19, Blue Ice. A big round of applause, showing love. Jet E2 Charlie, a blistering 422 miles per hour. Charlie and crew, congratulations. Reno Air Race fans, show them your love. All right, if you're new to the sport of drag racing, of air racing with T6s, they are the only class that we will see arrive from the air. As Kenny and I are going to tell you, they're going to come around from where the steel start finish pylon, and they'll fly out to our left over the mountains, and then they'll come in line abreast over our left shoulder, right down that mountain line. And we'll go to the cockpit. There'll be 2 airplanes, one talking to the racers. That's the inside aircraft. And the Hollywood will... There, as promised, is Hollywood giving them the direction. As he releases, the racers, 2 airplanes will pull up, one on the inside. That's the pace plane pilot, and the one farthest to the outside, or farthest to our left as we face the race course, will be the person taking the ride of a lifetime, the best seat in the air, as I'm proud of saying. And you could be up there. You could be up there soon. Okay, we are in the cockpit of Hollywood as he brings his racers in.
Well, when I say they're closely matched, I mean they're very closely matched. Bill Muzzella out there in the lead with 73. Ralph Reno right behind him in that yellow airplane. Greg McNeely, and almost perfect, is right there on his right wing. Lee Oman taking a little bit of a rest back there for a little bit. And Dennis Buin back there in Money Trap, checking it out. Those two yellow airplanes, very closely matched. Look at them back there on the back course. When these pilots move up to other airplanes, the pilot that's flying the airplane, they can hear that propeller in their ear. They know how close they are. And these pilots use shadows a lot too. How close is he? What can I do? Lots of strategy that they use. Separate races. Bill Muzzella out there in a nice clean air. This is the second race he's done this year, and he's having a great time. He won a race earlier in the year, and earlier this week, and there he is out there again. Looks like he's enjoying life. Ralph Reno still has the lead in second place with Greg McNeely right there in third. Lee Oman has to do everything in his power now to try to hold off Dennis Buin there in that Money Trap airplane. On the back course now in second, third place, Ralph Reno and Greg McNeely really having a battle. And if we know Greg McNeely, he's been out here enough. No, he's starting to get all the secrets. His dad, Gene McNeely, has probably taught him a lot of things of his secrets, and he's putting them to task right now. On the back out there, in the back, second, third, fourth, and fifth, Dennis Buin, Lee Oman in the back, they're having a battle. Separate races are what we're going to be watching. They're coming around pylon 1, pylon 2 there. Look at that. Greg McNeely going a little high to see if he can get an advantage trading that airspeed for trading that altitude for airspeed to try to get some advantage to get past Mr. Ralph Reno. In the back now, you can see Dennis Buin a little higher too. He has that same advantage. He can trade that. On the back now, Greg McNeely. Ralph Reno, they're almost one airplane. So close. And then fourth and fifth. So close. Bill Muzzella came out here 3 years ago and says, I want to race. Well, look at him out there. Miscellaneous going by there in first place. But again, the second, third airplane, Ralph Reno still has the lead there. Greg McNeely trying to get by him. We got Lee Oman there. We got Greg, like Lee Oman took a quick turn there to kind of confuse Mr. Dennis Bune there. Looks like he's got a couple more airplane lengths on him. Greg went way wide out there on the third airplane. Not sure what he was doing there. Possibly missed the side of the pylon. You can see he's way wide now out there from Ralph Reen in the yellow airplane in second place. Now look at fourth and fifth back there. Dennis Bune now passing Lee Oman. If he has 3 airplane lengths, he has the lead. Looks like he's going to get the lead there. Dennis Bune now in fourth place. We'll be watching out there at the STIHL home pylon now for that white flag to wave. We got one more lap after this. And there it is. Hey guys, you got one more lap. Hold on. Looks like in the straightaways, Greg and they can get ahead of him, but just not enough to get him in the turns. Ralph Rena there. Dennis Bune now clearly ahead of Lee Oman. Well, as usual, it's going to be a very interesting straightaway to the final push here for the finish at the STIHL home pylon. It's going to be a great finish for both of these 2 races. Second, third, fourth, and fifth. I wonder what happened out there in the last place. Look at that, in the fourth and fifth. Lee Oman all of a sudden came out of the blue and says, hey, I got a little bit more here in this throttle. Bye-bye, Dennis.
69, you got the lead. 69.
Coming around 5 and 6, 7 and 8. Here they come down for the straightaway. I've learned never to try to call a race before it's done. I learned the other day not to do that. But it looks like Mr. Bill Buzala is going to enjoy a nice, clear lead all the way to our STIHL home pylon. There he is, our winner, Bill Buzala, miscellaneous. Here we go, second place, third place, Ralph Reed in the yellow airplane, Greg McNeely. Fourth and fifth, Lee Oman.
This special week in the desert in Nevada. Nobody goes faster than these racers here. About 100,000 people will pass through these grounds here, absolutely elated to enjoy all the speed, all the competition, the intensity, the great tradition, the great airplanes that wind up here. We get ready for a great day of racing. We continue in the first round of medal racing. Tommy Sanders here with veteran airshow pilot and announcer, the Wild Thing, Steve Stavrakakis, and we are on our way.
Tommy, we sure are. Our jets are on the course now. They're going to be on our 8-mile course. They're going to go around behind Peavine Mountain. They're going to be brought down the chute as you see in our graphics right now. Let's listen as our pace plane releases them on the course.
Okay, race control, we're 2 minutes from the chute.
Copy, 2 minutes.
30 degrees to go, guys. Okay, jets, starting a left turn all the way around. Okay, race control, jets are around the backside, cleared for the course.
The pace cleared on course.
Okay, let's move it up, line abreast, start downhill. 4, move it up just a bit. Gentlemen, you have a race.
As our pace plane pulls up and takes over the role as safety plane, our pilots now will race to the guide pylon on the mountain directly in front of them. As you see, our pilots can accelerate ahead of the aircraft next to them. They just cannot change their prospective lanes until they get to that guide pylon. When they do, right about now on your left screen, it's a sharp left turn and they're racing.
Back 5, boss. Base clear to land runway 8.
Jerry Kirby in the plane called Dark Shadow. The de Havilland Vampire was the top qualifier, over 513 miles an hour.
Yeah, Jerry Kirby, call sign Jive. He has a distinguished military aviation career. Hard to refer to him as one of the rookies out here, but he is a rookie at Reno. Right now being challenged on the outside by that little Delphin jet of Pete Zaccanino.
Pete Zaccanino, of course, a two-time national champion here. One time in 2015, it was in one of those de Havilland Vampires.
Yeah, the unique little de Havilland Vampire, they've got a very, very unique profile. It's got the split tail boom, the twin tail boom on it, which makes it distinctly different out here than what the other airplanes are. Plus, there's a lot of parts of this airplane are made of wood, actually balsa wood. De Havilland also made the de Havilland Mosquito, which was a twin Merlin-powered strike bomber. A lot of the components in the cockpit of the Mosquito were carried over into the Vampire as one of their early jet fighters from the Royal Air Force.
Hard to believe the company that's mostly known for those workhorses of the North, the Beaver and the Otter, can make such a fast and agile little jet airplane.
Yeah, what we thought was a flying egg a few short years ago, Pete Zaccanino took that away when he won the gold race in 2015 in his de Havilland Vampire.
Yeah, that'll give you instant respect out there, and these guys have to be respecting each other. It's 1 and 2. Jerry Kirby in race number 11, Dark Shadow, the de Havilland Vampire, and Pete Zaccanino right on his tail as it stands right now. And this is great racing.
Yeah, right now, Jerry's the fastest rookie at Reno. And again, it's hard to refer to Jive as a rookie with his distinguished aviation career. But again, right now, right in this point in time, he is a rookie.
Well, as we said, he had the top qualifying time, 513.75 miles per hour. Very, very impressive. And as we learned last time we saw you in our 1B race, that pole position is very, very important.
Absolutely, because not only does it give you the first left turn onto the course, it also gives you clean air. As you see, Jive out here right now is enjoying that clean air, whereas Pete Zaccanino is having to stay wide. You can't go to the inside, you can't go under, you have to fly high and wide when you make a pass on this course. So again, Jive has all the advantage in clean air and the shorter course.
Well, let's get to know this new pilot, new quote-unquote pilot, Jerry Kirby, and let's get to know the Dark Shadow, the de Havilland Vampire, just a little bit better. A visit now with leader of this race, Jerry Kirby.
Well, in 1948, the modified version of this aircraft went to an altitude of over 59,000 feet. I've flown modern fighters and not been over 59,000 feet. So this airplane is very capable, and we're hoping to showcase it on the course, going very fast, but not quite that high. Let's do it at 50 feet.
Many squadrons fly the famous Vampire jets. On short notice, these planes are ready under the terms of the STIHL agreement to come to the aid of a fellow member which might be the victim of an aggressor's sudden attack.
It was a fighter, reconnaissance airplane, and trainer, because this is a two-seat aircraft. So there's a lot of uses that they haven't had. But one of the first jet aircraft to ever come into inventory in the world.
White flag, white flag.
You got to ask yourself, did Pete Zaccanino's win in 2015 in a Vampire arm the enemy? Because now they know what to use against him in his little Delphin jet. It's going to be interesting to see. We already know that the Vampires are a proven commodity. We know that Jerry Jive Kirby's a proven commodity with his distinguished military flying career. Will the two together be insurmountable for our other jet racers to overtake?
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
In this 2019 running of the world's fastest motorsport.
Well, there you go. Top spot, Jerry Kirby, race number 11, the Dark Shadow, that 50-year-old plus piece of history in jet airplanes, piloted by, technically, the world's fastest rookie. Good stuff. For today, Friday, in Reno.
You know, as they're coming across, these jets can reach speeds in excess of 450 miles an hour, faster than they were originally intended to go.
We're going to drop down onto the course now. They will go all the way around, and when they pass the steel start-finish pylon, that's when we will begin. Lap number 1 of 6, which will carry us 41 miles and change, and as we say always, it goes by very fast, so get ready for some action. The Valley of Speed, we see there.
Checking out from this angle, I can't quite see it, but it looks like Lashy Onslaught may have a slight lead, but again, this angle's not the best.
Red and white plane, we think is Lucky Girl, Vicky Benzie. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Oh, no, I was
wrong
wrong.
race up there.
It's my my bad. Just the angle couldn't see it. That is Athena in position number 1. That's Bob McCormick. And he is the president at large of this class. And he's putting some excellent speed there. But Drop Bear, Latchy Onslaught, he's not giving up any length at all. And he's gonna stay glued to Athena's rear end right there, the business end of that airplane.
Okay, now on the backside, about to put a little space on Lockheed. He's got some time between them.
Bob McCormick keeping that advantage going. The drop bear. You know what a drop bear is, man?
I cannot say that I do.
A drop bear is a fictional critter from down under. Very fearsome, and he will drop on you from nowhere. Maybe that's an analogy for what might happen to Bob McCormick today. Bob hopes that is not the case.
And speaking of down under, we have 3 representatives from the Southern Hemisphere. Race number 69, Latchy Onslaught. Race number 19, Charlie Camerari. Excuse me for that pronunciation. And race number 61, Craig Wilcoxon. And 2 L39s and 1 L29, making this a truly international race.
Athena and Drop Bear out in the lead, 1 and 2. Robin 1, race 54. Is now in 3rd place. Yellow airplane, Blue Eyes, Charlie Camilleri. Holding down 4th spot right now among our 6 racers in action today.
You know who's not doing too bad right now is Craig Wilcoxon. That little L29 pulled ahead just a tad bit of some of the competitors, and he's flying really, really well right now. Coming across the Valley of Speed, we're looking at Athena, followed closely by Drop Bear.
McCormick ran just about a perfect race yesterday. Got to fly the race he wanted to in front the whole way. Thus it has been today as we are the halfway point of this race and beyond it. Lap 4 of 6.
You know, I like to say these are the fastest 8 miles you're going to see. And every time, this track is about 8 miles or so, every time you see them cross that Reno home pylon is just incredible. Watching these amazing pilots come across there. That's Craig Wilcoxon and Scott Gusakov, excuse me for that.
Yeah, the Tumbling Goose from Island, Michigan there. That beautiful black and yellow plane. Racing in the 5th and 6th position right now. Again, we have Athena number 1 out front. There goes the Tumbling Goose.
Yeah, I wonder what he did with that airplane to make it called tumbling.
There's a story behind it. We'll have to sniff that one out. Maybe make that your assignment, man. How about that?
You know, a lot of these pilots, many of them competing not only for the silver, but a chance to advance to gold, because some of these speeds that they may come in will bring them up into that gold class. And, you know, these pilots, they love to have that gold in sight. So especially Bob McCormick is going to try to get into that gold bracket, if not cementing his silver standing right now.
There's race 84. Gets off Tumbling Goose, 410 miles an hour yesterday. Back to our leader right now. It's certainly been no problem thus far for Bob McCormick and the Athena, the white and red plane. At a 434 speed yesterday. Looking to go maybe a little faster today. They keep getting faster as we progress to Sunday, gold race day. And for this group, silver race day. Although Bob may have a chance to bump up into the gold status.
White flag.
As he takes the white flag and enters the bell lap.
You know, one interesting difference I'd like to point out on Athena is that it lacks the the wingtip tanks of the standard L39. I certainly see in Drop Bear those tip tanks, and a lot of people ask me, Matt, are those missiles? No, they are not. Those are external fuel tanks, giving the aircraft an improved range, but taking away some certain aerodynamic features. And we are certainly seeing Athena gain from the removal of those tip tanks in how much speed she has by taking the airplane's wings by taking the airplane's wings and bringing them out to a taper edge, they have reduced drag on the airframe itself.
All right, there's the race at the back of the pack. Charlie Camilleri, Scott Gusakov. That's in the back of the pack. They are heading into their final lap and finishing his final lap. Our leader, Bob McCormick. Red and white L39 Albatross Athena taking the checkered flag, unofficially your winner of Jet Heat 2B.
You saw Latchy take that second place as he pitches up Katrina Sedska, followed by Jeff Turney.
Robin 1. Finishing her up there. Here comes Charlie Camilleri. Down about to enter the Valley of Speed right now. Charlie Camilleri in race 19, the Blue Ice, Bathurst, Australia. Gaining a little speed, getting down there a little bit lower. These jets, as they go around this course so fast, they really don't have a chance to get the wings level on this segment that runs before us here.
You know, you're absolutely right. And again, these jets going a lot faster than the makers at Aero Vocati planned. And again, look at that. Charlie Camilleri in Blue Ice taking that number 4 position.
And right behind him, he got the better of Scott Gusakov, the Tumbling Goose. Race 84 from Milan, Michigan.
Back off the course, wind 11008, recovering runway 08.
Well, we knew who the favorite was all along in the red and white L39 Athena. Bob McCormick, race number 1. Reached out, took that lead early on in this race. Had some early challenges from Latchy Onslow, the drop bear.
You know, Tommy, I will not be surprised at all. We are going to see Bob McCormick in the gold class soon. With how well he's been doing and how consistent he's been doing on this track, it would not surprise me at all if we see him on the Sunday races in the gold class.
Be a bold move on his part. He's gotten to fly his race in clean air all the way through. Likely not to be the case if he bumps up to the gold class tomorrow, but he may have the right remedy for it. He may have what it takes to deal with that and prosper in the gold category as well. Absolutely flying the line he wanted to fly, not having to stress his equipment. The B class is flying today. The A class is not flying today, so they're not going to break anything today. They'll save it on. There's our unofficial results right there. Race 1, Bob McCormick and Athena. The number 1 spot from down under Latchy Onslow and Drop Bear. Race 69, Jeff Turney, Robin 1. Race 54, Gusakov, Tumbling Goose. 84 in 4th place. Charlie Camilleri comes in 5th. Blue Ice and Craig Wilcoxon, Miss Independent, 61. We have unofficially in 6th place.
Well, they're already getting strung out. That shows the speed difference as they come into the start pylon to the pylon 4. And the pace plane will be staying up there just to give a little contest view.
Yeah, I got to fly safety pilot with Jim O'Neill a few years there. Now it's kind of fun just sitting up there over and watching the race from above. Kind of cool.
It's a cool perspective, the bird's eye view.
Okay, looks like Charlie Camilleri is really pulling out ahead back there. If you look back on about the 11 o'clock position on our race course, you just saw a flash off his wings. That's Charlie Camilleri from Bathurst, Australia, flying Blue Ice. Okay, Charlie's leading into the Valley of Speed right now. About the only place you guys have to go wings level, right?
Yeah, Valley of Speed is the big speed run because you get to unload the wing.
Okay, by unloading, he means you go forward on the stick, so you've got a lot less drag on the airfoil itself.
All right, Charlie's got a commanding lead here as he completes his first lap. And race 84 has made a move. He's already in 2nd place on that first lap, followed by Joe Gano. And then in Wilco in the stock blue L29.
There's our tail end Charlie is Larry Labrioli. He's our landscape contractor from Scarsdale, New York, flying Sarants. That's one of the Aero Vocati L39Cs, the Charlie model. But way out on the opposite side of the course, that dark spot you see going about the midnight position, that is Charlie Camilleri from Bathurst, Australia, flying another L39C. Again, he is leading this race handily. But second place and third place, both flying L29s, Joe Gano and Sluggo, and Craig Wilcoxon, our rookie, correct?
Craig is a rookie also from Australia.
Yeah, Miss Independence from Wagga Wagga, Australia.
I think Scott has made a pass in race 84, and he might be the number 2 jet. I think he has.
Here we go. Let's check it out. That's Charlie out front.
So Charlie completes lap 2 successfully, looking good out there, followed by indeed it's Scott Guzikov in race 84 in the black and yellow Yamaha colored L39.
Love that pace scheme.
Joe Gano in third place now, followed by Wilco, our rookie from Australia, in the L29.
Now Scott in second place, he's another rookie as well.
That's correct. So he's pretty proud of that spot right now.
All right, in the fire truck, Jerry Kirby, Dark Shadow from yesterday, Jet Heat 1A. 491.356 miles per hour. Pistol Pete, I wish you could have seen that race yesterday.
It looked good, pretty good from here.
Looked better from here than from where you were sitting. Yeah, that makes Jerry the world's fastest rookie.
That is correct. Jives.
Why are we surprised? I'm not surprised at all. Jerry Jive Kirby. In the fire truck, they'll be doing a return from left to right, heading back down to the jet pit as they pass in front of you. Give yesterday's victor in the jet class a big round of applause. Jerry Jive Kirby, Dark Shadow.
Already back with us, rounding pylon 9 is Charlie Camilleri from Bathurst, Australia.
Charlie's flying a really nice, consistent line. He's got clean air out there. That's helping him out a lot. And he's got about an equal spacing with Scott Guzikov in race 84.
Little John to the wings there from Scott, so the turbulence is that far back when you guys are flying up.
Even in this nice crisp morning air, there's still the jet wash, and he hit a little bit of that, slowing him down even further.
So now it's vortices from your wing being loaded up more than the jet propulsion,
It
right?
is. It's more from the loaded up wing, correct. Larry just went level, trying to get a little speed there.
Do you think Larry's thinking down deep, you know, I really like Nathan, but I can't lose to that airplane?
Yeah, he says, I'm not losing to the flying potato.
Yeah, affectionately they refer to that airplane as Miss Piggy. It is the Jet Provost trainer. It is the training version of the Strike Master jet, which is actually a pretty good ground support aircraft. Okay, rounding pylon 789 to your left one more time from Bathurst, Australia. Charlie Camilleri flying Blue Ice.
Looking good there, Charlie. Well done. Nice job. And folks, come on down to the east end of the field and visit our jet pits. And there is Scott Guzikov, race 84.
Got a lot of wing wagon going on there with him.
Yeah, he's still getting some junky air.
Yeah, apparently. That's why you want to be out front, buddy.
You do want to be out front. Joe?
Okay, if you look out at the steel start-finish pylon, that's the big checkered pylon out in front of us. Look for the white flag to be flying this time for Charlie Camilleri to welcome him onto the bell lap.
And there's a pass on their white lap. Is Larry getting around Miss Piggy? He can bring it in a little bit shorter.
Charlie's down low in the Valley of Speed right now. The white flag should come out to welcome him onto the bell lap. If there's no cuts, he's got this one in the bag.
You are clear. Flag, white flag.
All right, Charlie's taking the white flag.
Now, Pete, you want to explain how the penalty works on a cut? If Charlie had cut that, how many seconds that he needs to be to hold his position?
It's 12-second cut and per pylon, so that hurts. So it's a 2-second per cut times the amount per lap. So that's 12 seconds for us.
So he's not 12 seconds ahead. So if he cuts a pylon, he's not going to be first.
He will not be first.
But out front with all that clean air, that'd be pretty tough to do at this point.
Yeah, it would be pretty tough to do.
That was Joe Gano and Chris Wilcoxon in our L29s. Again, those are the Delphin jets. Those are stock Delphin jets, not to be confused with the one Pete's going to be flying this afternoon with a race motor in it. Tomorrow? You're not flying this afternoon?
Nah, no jet gold today, just tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
We're resting. We're feeding the airplane.
Hey, you guys aren't as young as you used to be.
That's the goal.
Neither are those poor jets. They're older than all of us. Okay, from the left, one more time.
Checkered flag, checkered
Unofficially, your winner from Bathurst, Australia, Charlie Camilleri flying Blue Eyes.
runway 8.
Charlie rolls wing level, get a little extra speed. Scott's following suit.
Not bad for our rookie pilot.
Not bad at all. Pitching up.
Scott Gusakov from Milan, Michigan.
84 off and hold.
They'll head up into cool down.
The other famous person from Michigan.
Runway
There's
8,
two of
wind
them.
1403.
I also want to thank one of our sponsors, Lyft. Makes a lot of our safety gear and helmets and shoes. Great guys, great product. And our 2 stock L29s, Joe Gano taking 3, and our rookie, Wilco, following up in position 4.
And if you guys wanted to get into air racing, there's the way to do it. Those airplanes can be had less than the price of a Cessna 172.
And then the fuel.
Let's not burst our bubble. Let's get them into air racing, but then we'll ease them into that part of it.
All right, Larry's
Larry
finishing up.
Labriola. Here they are. Okay, now they got to stay in their respective lanes until they get to the guide pylon. They can accelerate ahead of the airplane next to them, but they cannot cross in front of the airplane in front of them until they get those lights on the mountain ahead of you.
Looks like Charlie's just ahead of Tumbling Goose, I think. I can't quite see.
Okay. I think Charlie out front, Charlie Camilleri, Blue Ice, L-39 of the Aero Vodahody aircraft, built in Czech Republic. Right behind him should be Scott Gusakov from Tumbling Goose, another L-39C Charlie model from Milan, Michigan. Where they get spread out, they're tight, but yet they're spreading out quickly. Again, we've got Joe Gano and Sluggo, an L-29 Delphin, followed by rookie Craig Wilcoxon and Miss Independence, another L-29 Delphin jet. And then we have Larry Labriola in L-39 Serrans. He should be able to get past those L-29s eventually. And then Nathan Harnagle in our Jet Provost. This is the trainer version of the Strike Master.
Yep, so we've got Charlie and Scott. We've still got Joe at number 3, Craig Wilkinson. Oh, there goes Larry. Larry and Nathan. And there might be the race in the back there for us.
Yeah, our race right now looks to be, first, second, third, about 4th place right now. Seems to be the race. Those L-29s are going at it again.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, out front already at the 12 o'clock position on our track. That's Charlie Camilleri from Bathurst, Australia.
Charlie's been having a great week. He's won pretty much every race in the Brewers.
He has. He looked very, very good yesterday. Okay, now while they're on the backside of the course, I got to ask you real quick. What's Pete's chances against that Vampire?
Oh, Pete might be holding back a little bit to make a bit of a race out of it, but it's going to be very, very tight, I think.
Boy, we got the world's fastest rookie out there. Now, it's hard to call Jerry a rookie, but he's the fastest rookie in that Vampire jet. Okay, here come the boys one more time. Rounding pylons 7, 8, and 9 in a hurry.
Yeah. Charlie's going quite well. It's Scott. Is he creeping up on him a little bit or holding the spot?
I think they're pretty much holding their spots, but they are pulling away from our 3rd place airplane. That's Joe Gano.
Joe and Craig, they're going to have a bit of a battle, I think, later on in the race.
And again, Joe Gano is one of our veterans, been out here probably one of the longest in the jet class, with a rookie right up, flying the Czech 6 on him.
Yeah, Craig's taking the low line. Joe's taking a bit higher, a little bit wider, so it's going to make it hard for Craig to get around.
You know, that's a really very good point. All the passes have to be either high or wide. You can't dive to the inside toward the pylon like you do in other motorsports races. So in order to get by, you have to, 5, maybe 10 miles an hour faster than the airplane you're trying to overtake?
That's right, and you need at least 3 plane lengths before you can pull in front. So.
Oh, okay. That's good to know, too, 3 plane lengths. Yeah. And now, as Pete was explaining to us yesterday, the Valley of Speed is about the only place you guys can unload that wing, lower the nose, and go down the ice chute there. But then you load them up again when you hit pylon 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, that's right. It's still about the same gap there, I think. So I think their race is going to be for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, very close race between our veteran Joe Gano and our rookie Craig Wilcoxon, both in the same type airplanes, stock L-29 Delphin jets.
Craig's been very well for a rookie. Yeah, he's a standout. Here comes Larry. He's put quite a bit of distance on Nathan.
Yeah, the Jet Provost, that's the trainer version of the Strike Master jet, which is actually a pretty good jet. Surprised nobody's put some Strike Master engines in one of these, because that'd make a pretty good racer.
It would, I think. They're very quick off the start.
Are they?
Yeah.
What's the reason for that?
I don't really know. I haven't flown one, but I think they're very good off the start.
Okay. Okay, here we go. On your left, folks. Coming around pylon 789 one more time.
Charlie's just doing it easy. He's sitting up there in his armchair ride. Still about the same now, maybe. I think Scott might have lost a little bit on Charlie there.
Yep. Here's that race you're talking about. Now pylon 7 right now. Joe Gaino, our veteran, against the rookie Craig Wilcoxon, both in L29 Delphins.
There's not much change between the two of them. There's no gaining or losing there, is there?
They're pretty much flying formation.
And Larry's just having a cruise around. No one to bother him.
He's probably got the air conditioning on.
Let's see. Should turn it on. I'll be careful. It's 20 miles.
And there's our provost, our jet provost trainer, Nathan Harnagle from Friendswood, Texas. Now keep in mind too that they can beat themselves out here, but if they go inside, cut a pylon. This is a 6-lap race, so that would be a 12-second penalty. You could move from first to fourth in a hurry.
White flag, white flag.
White flag lap. Look at our steel start finish pylon.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a change in the last lap.
They just waved Charlie and Scott into the bell lap. Okay, round the pylon 789 one more time. We got Joe Gaino, our veteran, trying to hold off Craig Wilcoxon, the rookie.
This is where Craig really has to pull out all stops.
Boy, it looks like he's trying. He's got some movement out there.
He's flying a nice tight line, Craig, so just needs to try and sneak in on Joe there.
The only advantage is Joe's got some altitude. He can trade for airspeed if he needs to.
Joe's been around for a long time. It's not his first rodeo, so
no, he knows that, huh?
Craig pretty well.
He knows that altitude is in the bank.
Larry's just sitting up there wondering what he's going to order us for lunch when he gets back.
And there's our jet provost trainer, the Mark 5A.
Sitting there hoping he's not going to get lapped.
And if we'd had about another lap, he may have. Okay, getting ready to look for the checkered flag on our steel start finish pylon.
Here's another win for Charlie Camilleri. Well done, Charlie.
Great week for Charlie.
Scott taking number 2.
Scott Kusikoff from Milan, Michigan. Another rookie. Go over to Valley of Speed. Here's our race. Look at the 9 o'clock position on our race course, folks.
Might have a close one here.
We've got Craig trying to go to the inside on Joe. But Joe may have that position.
Just not quite enough.
If they both shove the nose down, Joe's going to win that one.
Yeah, Joe takes number 3 and Craig takes number 4. Well done.
Okay, here comes your lunch ticket.
There we are.
What do you do after you're the #1 selling brand of gas-powered handheld outdoor power equipment in America? You start making more equipment right here in America. Real steel. Find yours.
And now, something absolutely new for you. It's called STIHL Racing. Steve, tell us what STIHL stands for first.
Well, STIHL is the acronym for short takeoff and landing, and that's what these airplanes do. These are what we call bush planes, and the pilots that fly them are known as cowboys. So we brought in our STIHL cowboys here. They've been doing exhibitions at air shows around the country, and the crowds absolutely love it. So what it is, it's drag racing side by side. They take off, they go 2,000 feet, they got to get the airplanes back on the ground, all 3 wheels, including the tail wheel, before they can do their 180-degree turn. Once they do that, they get all 3 wheels down, they make their 180 turn, and they drag race back. They've got to, once they cross the finish line, the first one to get the airplane down and stop, all wheels on the ground, is the winner. It's amazing, it's outlandish, it's crazy, and it's a bunch of cowboys doing it.
More like a chariot race in Ben-Hur than it is flying one of those one of those sport class planes.
Very, very popular. Here we're going live. Let's watch them live. Well, you see, they go to full power. Tail comes up instantly, get the airplane in the air to reduce that drag of the wheels, usually the Tundra tires, which look like cartoon tires. They get them in, they go to 2,000 feet. Now you see our white plane is staying a little higher there, our other one's staying lower. Now they're flying anything from Kit Foxes, Highlanders, Carbon Cubs, Cessnas, even Polish Vilgas. Okay, now they kick them sideways to create as much drag with the fuselage as possible. They touch down. Once they cross the line down here, you get them on the ground. They can't just whip it around as they normally would if they were landing on a sandbar out on a riverbank there. They've got to touch the tail wheel first, then they do their 180, get back on the power. Now it's the drag race to the finish. Again, the sooner you get in the air, the sooner you have less drag. Okay, here we go now. Okay, our black one is staying lower. Our airplane with the big Tundra tires on the right side. Okay, our white airplane is a lot lighter, so he's quicker, but let's see who can get down and stop faster. The white one, see how he floated up? Now he's got to come back down. Every action's got a reaction. He went up, he's got to come back down. Our black one's already down low. Okay, let's see if we can get all 3 tires down and stop. Oh, well, that was too close to call, but it looks like the white one did.
Absolutely. So much fun, so different from these fans than anything that they have ever seen before. You call it a novelty, but I think people are gonna take to heart on this.
This is racing. This is, you can't call it anything but racing. Yeah, it is drag racing at its finest. You know, and Reno welcomes anything like this. Any type racing, if there's an airplane attached to it, we'll take.
Head to head.
You are great onboard camera footage with this black and silver airplane. Now you see them pitch it sideways to create as much drag with the fuselage as possible. They've got full flaps down there, so they're creating as much drag with the aircraft as all possible. The white one's rolling pretty fast. It's going to take a while for him to get stopped. Look how far he goes. Okay, our black one with the Tundra tires makes the turn. That looks like a Carbon Cub. He's already turned around. The white one has lost a lot of time on that turnaround. Doesn't stand a chance on this one. So the black one, this is his race to lose.
Yeah, don't poach the landing. Don't land short of the line, that 2,000-foot line there. Oh, yeah. The white one's got the mountain that's too tall to climb at this point, but they're not climbing very high anyway.
They're not. Okay, here we come now. He gets to put the Tundra tires on the ground. Stick back in his lap, throttle all the way to the stop. Tail wheel touches down, comes to a stop. There's your winner right there.
You know, another great thing about this, it's right in front of the fans. It's up close and personal.
It is. Matter of fact, up close and personal. Let's get in the cockpit with race number 8, and let's watch Kevin Quinn, the winner of this race, and let's watch how he did it.
Up the throttle, here comes flaps, slip into a landing, full flaps, and plop it. See if I can get her to a stop. Oh, God, first run here at Reno. Yeah, baby. And we're stopped. Yeehaw, that's STIHL drag.
You know, I'm happy to report that the STIHL racing was so entertaining and the Cowboys were so popular with our fans, the STIHL racing has been added as an official class of racing.
Now, we call this the fastest motorsport in the world, but we're going to show you something very different now, show you how you can have great racing, great fun at 100 miles an hour or less.
Introduced to our fans for the first time this year at Reno were the STIHL races. STIHL's an acronym for short takeoff and landing. These aircraft are bush planes. Includes Kit Foxes, Avid Flyers, Highlanders, Carbon Cubs, Cessnas, even a Polish Vilga. They take off. They go 2,000 feet, then they've got to land, come to a complete stop, do a 180, and drag race back. You'll see our pilots will pitch the airplane sideways to create as much drag as they can using the fuselage as well as full flaps. They've got to come to a complete stop with the tail wheel down, do a 180, and drag race back. Once they cross the finish line, they've got to put their airplane back down on the ground and come to a stop ahead of the other aircraft. So you'll see them pitch them sideways, they'll slip them, they'll skid them, do whatever they can to create as much drag with the fuselage. Full flap, bring them down, the tail wheel comes down, they come to a stop. That's how you win.
Couldn't be any more different from like the super speed envelope pushing jet class or the unlimited or even the sport class, but it is, you can't take your eyes off of it.
We call these guys cowboys because they're used to landing on sandbars and the sides of mountains. Again, these are all what we call bush planes. They're ones that they fly up on the mountains in the backwoods. A lot of them up in Idaho, Alaska. Now you see how he pitches the airplane sideways, create as much drag as he can with the fuselage. He's got the power all the way back to idle. When they touch down, they've got to get on the brakes without going up on the nose. They don't want to nose over because that could be a real expensive proposition. Okay, once the tail wheel's down, then they can do their 180, their spin around, lock up one brake, hard on the rudder, hard on the throttle, then get it back. Get in the air as soon as you can because there's less drag when those tires are not touching the ground. Most of them have the balloon tires, or what we call the Tundra tires. Okay, pitches it sideways. Again, create as much drag off that fuselage as you can. Drop full flaps. Put the airplane down. Once he crosses, don't touch down before the finish line, otherwise you're DQ'd. Okay, now he's down. Now he's got to get hard on the elevator to get that tail down so it doesn't go up over his nose.
Come to a stop, and
he did stop, it. Tails down. There's your winner right there. Simple. Nothing to it, Tommy.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, when you're used to landing on sandbars on rivers, you know, these guys are having a great time. The crowd absolutely loved them. Very entertaining to the spectators. The Cowboys were a hit with the spectators as well.
Now, like we see race 44 here, just because you win the speed race on those 2,000 feet doesn't mean you're going to win the race. It's all about the different components.
And that's actually a home-built airplane. You can build that in your garage. That's it's either an Avid Flyer or a Kit Fox. You can build it in your garage. This other one here looks like it's a Piper Cub, or Super Cub, I should say. Tails down, whip them around, full power. Let's see if that lighter Kit Fox can be the difference here. He's in the air first. He's got the lighter airplane, the quicker airplane in this case.
But you got to stop quicker as well. He does not win until he becomes the first plane to come to that full stop.
They throw it sideways with full flap one more time. Create as much drag as you can. Put the airplane on the ground. The Tundra tires bounce down. Stick back in their lap, power to idle, on the brakes. Looks like our little yellow race 44 was your winner.
Closer than you might have thought. And big plans for this category, right, Steve?
Yeah, race 44 with Steve Henry showing that victory. But again, these guys were such a huge success. They are now our 7th official race class here at Reno. They are one of the official classes.
Can't wait to see that.
Okay, we're going to listen to him get everything lined up out there. Again, they're going from an echelon formation. They're going to go around behind Peavine Mountain behind us. They should be in the chute coming downhill at this time. They're going to be approaching 300 knots, over 300 miles an hour when our jet pace plane pulls up.
We'll hear them pretty soon. You talked about all the modifications, the whole saga of Andrew Findlay in one moment, everything they had to do. And it's interesting, some of them were done to make it go faster. Then they had to modify some things because it was going too fast.
Too fast, exactly.
Yeah. That's
well, now the tough part here is that they've got to, they want the best position they can get because that leads into tomorrow's race. Tomorrow's race gives them the positioning in for Sunday's race. So they don't want to burn up today, but then again, they also don't want to lay back too much and end up with a poor starting spot tomorrow and Sunday. And keep in mind, these guys are modern day test pilots. I mean, these airplanes are so highly modified, even though they're home built, they're pulling 100 miles an hour faster than the airframe. Most of these airframes were designed to go. So they are modern day test pilots.
Andrew Findlay in one moment will be in race position number 1. Jeff Lavelle dropping out yesterday gave an opportunity to guys like Jim Rust, who's in position number 2. Also Peter Balmer, who moved a little bit further than that.
Jimmy found about 30 miles an hour since last year, so he's running real impressive this year. Okay, they're on the course. They are going. They're down the chute, heading for that guide pylon. Again, they have to stay in their respective lanes. They cannot change left or right. They can accelerate ahead, which they're hoping they can do. They get to the guide pylon right now. Now they can start this left-hand turn. It's about a 3 or 4G left-hand turn because it's still kind of a sweeping turn.
That's Jeff Lavelle right there. Now you remember we just talked about the whole saga from 1A. Sport 1A from yesterday. A lot of work, obviously.
He's going from the 6th position right now. There's Jimmy Rust, the green wings in 2nd place. Our orange wings. Our Andrew Findlay, our reigning world champion, in 1st place. Oh, Jimmy Rust, I'm impressed. He is making a run. Look at that Super Glass Air 3. Again, twin turbocharged Lycoming air-cooled 6-cylinder engine powered by a Whirlwind composite propeller. Out front, we've got Andrew Findlay. That's a twin turbocharged Continental powered by a Macaulay propeller, a Scimitar composite. But Jimmy, wow, he was not doing that last year.
No.
He found more than 30 miles an hour over the winter.
Well, he is not going to let Andrew Findlay skate just yet.
My gosh, go Jimmy! Wow, our 2 Thunder Mustangs, the Falconer V12s.
It's race 67 and 151.
Okay, the only thing is I haven't noticed Lavelle come by.
Yeah, Jeff Lavelle was in there. He's starting in the 6th position. Excuse me, the 7th position.
He should have been here by now unless he had a potential problem. Do we see him out there on the course anywhere?
out there. We'll keep an eye out for him right now. Still Andrew Findlay being able to hold off Jim Rust, but Jim Rust is not he's not falling way back here.
Andrew got a little distance on him that lap, but this is the best Jim Rust has ever run. I mean, this is very impressive for Jimmy. All these guys are just great guys, too. Some of the nicest people you ever want to meet. That's why I encourage you. If you get a chance to get out the races, go down in the pits, meet these guys. Our players are accessible. They're accessible, and you can get up close, see their equipment, their aircraft, their team, get your autographs with them. Great guys. All of them are just amazing people.
Certainly make a very productive day out of it, especially if as we say down south, if you're eat up with air racing, this is the place you need to be.
These guys are out there going 400 miles an hour right now. An hour from now in the pits, you wouldn't be able to tell who the racers were unless they still had their suit on.
Right there's race 47 right there. That's Bob Mills. The Mojo.
Okay, was that Lavelle that just went by here? I'm still having a tough time picking out Jeff Lavelle in this one.
Pinpoint on him just yet.
There's another one of our Thunder Mustangs. There's one of our Super Lancers.
On our leader right now, Andrew Findlay. One moment. Defending champion here.
Sponsored by STIHL Industries. It's always nice when your airplane is leading your event.
Yeah.
That always keeps the boss happy at the office.
Oh, no, everything's good. That's a win-win right there.
Well, Andrew was actually the one that led STIHL into air racing, and they just actually love it. They said the technology, the high speed, the competition is what has made STIHL #1 in their business. So they love this. They absolutely love air racing, and it's a great fit with the Reno National Championship air races here.
Well, they certainly believed in Andrew, and for good reason. Believe in this event as well. Big time.
Okay, he's
making things happen.
A little bit of time on Jimmy Rust now, so he's got kind of a pretty comfortable lead on him. So I guarantee he's talking to the team right now, and they're saying, okay, go ahead and roll it back a little bit, back off the boost just a tad.
The second half of this race right now is a very easy run yesterday for Andrew Findlay. More competition at the start, the first couple of laps especially.
And I guarantee Jimmy Rust crew chief is saying, okay, roll it back a little bit, Jimmy. Second place is in the bag. Don't burn it up because you're not going to catch him at this point. And keep in mind, these airplanes, you could build one just like this over 400 miles an hour. Absolutely unfathomable a few years ago.
The evolution of the kit is hard to believe when you look at it all through, especially the last decade.
But the technology and the experimental aircraft, the experimental aircraft world goes into commercial aircraft as well. A lot of the things developed out here in the race development, the R&D for the racers, goes into commercial aircraft as well to make them more fuel efficient in the big picture, to save fuel on our airliners and commercial aircraft. Andrew Findlay again.
Starting lap number 5 here. That's going to be the bell lap for him. Should be.
Well, I don't see the white flag out there.
Okay, we may have our count off by a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see the white flag yet, so I think they've got another one before they get on the bell lap. But he's gone by. Jimmy Rust has gone by. So here comes our third place airplane. Is our yellow Thunder Mustang. This might be Jeff Lavelle right there. Yeah, I believe that's Jeff Lavelle right there in fourth.
Race 47.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, Bob Mills.
Oh, okay, Bob Mills.
The Mojo.
Well, I'm still not seeing race 39, Jeff Lavelle.
I'm not either.
You did pull out? Okay, he has pulled off the course. Okay, that explains why I didn't find him yet.
All right.
Okay, I haven't heard. The fire trucks aren't moving, so I don't think he's declared a Mayday. He's probably just gone up and off the course.
It's been a rough week here for Jeff Lavelle. Multiple gold championships here.
Here's another one of our Lancer Super Legacies. Gosh, those sound good. These home-built aircraft are going faster than the stock P-51 Mustang.
White flag, white flag.
Now we're into the bell lap.
Bell lap, there we go.
We jumped the gun by 1 on that one.
White flags waving at our STIHL start-finish pylon directly out in front of our audience here at the grandstands here at the National Championship Air Races.
So Andrew Findlay with clear sailing here. Another step toward repeating as the gold champion in the sport class here in 2019. Now passing some of the traffic on the course.
Lap our little, that's Matthias Haid and the Thunder Mustang.
Going to stay up and
going on the bell lap right now is our other Thunder Mustang, Peter Ballmer. He is now on his last lap. And that should have been Bob Mills.
Bob Mills, race
Bob
47.
Mills on the last lap. About the only place they have to go wings level is on the Valley of Speed out there, and Andrew should be getting that pretty quick. That's the 9 o'clock position on the racetrack. They go wings level for a brief bit. They can unload the wings, drop the nose, pick up a lot of speed, then they roll right back into it for pylons 7, 8, 9. And here he comes, your unofficial winner, but I'll be surprised. Down low, Andrew Finley, race number 30.
Almost got him level there, and unofficially, one moment, the steel plane, race number 30.
Those are pilots as they come past the steel checkered flag, the start-finish pylon, get the checkered flag. You'll notice they're going to pull way up high. So this is what we call the cool-down lap. They go up there. This is where they have to get their engines cooled down, get their temps down, get the oil temp down, and not only get the airplanes back in landing mode, they've got to get their head back into the game because they've been out there they've been a gladiator for the last 10 minutes.
Good
so they got to go from gladiator to airplane pilot. Get your head back in the game so they don't forget to put the gear down, don't forget to go through their checklist. So they'll go up to 8,000 feet, which is 3,000 feet above the field level here. And they're going to cool those airplanes down, and then they'll get in line and start bringing them down, getting them back on the run. Our sport course is approximately 8 miles in length. They're going to go around behind Peavine Mountain in echelon formation. They're going to come down the chute as shown in our graphic right here. They're going to get up to line abreast formation. We are the orange steel flags right up here at the airport. When they pass us right about here, the pace plane is going to pull up and out, say, gentlemen, you have a race. At this point, our racers have to stay in their respective lanes all the way to the guide pylon. Once they get to the guide pylon, which is a light down at the end of the mountain that they're going to be staring at. And again, they have to be kind of like a chameleon. They got to keep the right eye on the guide pylon. They got to keep the left eye on the airplane directly out their left wing. Because it's like we talked about before, when your head turns, the car or the airplane seems to follow it. You can't do that. You got to be right on the right wingtip of the guide to your left, while still keeping in your lane to that guide pylon. Once you get to the guide pylon, though, then all bets are off. You hard left turn, and then you can change position, altitude, anything else, up to 250 feet. 250 feet above the ground. Go above that in anything other than an emergency pitch-out maneuver, you're disqualified. Go below 50 feet, you're disqualified as well. But more important than that, if you go wide, if you bust our show deadlines, especially to the east, it's an automatic disqualification, no discussion.
No discussion, not a penalty. It's you're out of the race.
You're done for that race.
Well, our 8 racers are getting ready to get into the formations and eventually drop down onto our race course right now. Let's talk about the other rules, the finer points of pylon racing, because for anyone who's just joining us, it may be a new concept.
The pylon is a 37-foot tall hollow structure. Imagine a barrel on a telephone pole. We've got pylon judges underneath that barrel looking up through them. When you go by the pylon, if they see any part of your aircraft in that tube,
they're watching through the tube.
They're looking up through the tube. It's not real high tech, but it works.
Yeah.
If any part of your airplane shows up through there, they yell cut. The people standing outside that tube write down what aircraft number it is, and it's a 2-second penalty times your race lap. So if you've got a 6-lap race, it's going to be a 12-second penalty.
12 seconds, which could take you right out of the lead.
Exactly. Yeah, unless you're running away with it, you just lost that race on your own.
Well, it's a time-honored tradition, and it has worked well. I would say. Don't fix it.
Is if your head is above that pylon when you go by, you can be disqualified, or below it. So again, our pylon judges, our contest committee, they've got binoculars, everything else. They're looking to see how high you are, especially when you come by the start-finish pylon.
We have a very complete crew of judges here and officials who ensure the evenness of the racing, the fairness of the racing here. And a shout out to all the volunteers who make this event what it is today. They do incredible work.
Hundreds and hundreds. Every one of those pylons has a group on it. They're out there in the dust, especially when the wind comes up. They're out there in the dust, the sagebrush, the blowing dirt. And they come back with, they may have dirt in their teeth when they smile, but they're all smiling at the end of the day.
We love them for that. Absolutely, we do, especially the dirt in the teeth. But perfect conditions today, just enough breeze to make it a little comfortable out there, not enough to interfere with racing.
It's going to be a little interesting for the pilots because our field elevation here is roughly 5,000 feet above sea level. So you throw the 90-degree temperatures that we're expecting today, now your density altitude is going to be up around 9,000 or 10,000 feet. So even though we're at 5,000 feet here, the airplanes are going to think they're up around 10,000 feet.
Lose some lift.
Well, yeah, you lose lift, you lose thrust through your propeller, you lose cooling over your engine, and you lose horsepower because there's less air going in your engine. That's why most of these guys are running the twin turbochargers up here to boost that in here.
All right, race 3-4, back on the ground now. That's White Lightning.
John Flanagan. That's one of our Lycoming powered. That's the Glass Air 3, one of the Super Glass Air 3s. Not unlike, help me out here, race number 39, our 4-time champion there, 6-time champion in the...
Oh, Jeff Lavelle.
Jeff Lavelle.
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
much like his airplane, race 39, yes.
Which experienced a little trouble itself yesterday. And when we get to
I've got some scoop on
the
that one for
Sport
you
2A
too.
race, we'll learn all about that. I know you've been, working hard. The ace reporter, Steve Stavrik.
Some sleuthing for us while
Thank you.
in between. Also, I do have to make a correction on myself yesterday. I was calling Andrew Finley's propeller a Hartzell. He's actually flying behind a really, really trick Macaulay propeller, not a Hartzell. So our reigning world champion is flying Macaulay, not Hartzell.
Propeller is such a big part of their, especially whether they're you adjust the pitch or their fixed pitch, and you make the call before you take off. I mean, propellers are so important. They're expensive little items as well.
Oh yeah, I had to pull mine last week. As a matter of fact, I came down from practicing, had a bit of play in my prop, and thank goodness I've got some great people, Brian and Sam Bloodhart over at Sullivan Propeller in Hayward. I was able to pull it off Saturday afternoon, take it to them on Sunday. They had it back to me on Friday, so I'm going to make my show next week as planned. So
all right.
It pays to have good people, because without a prop, that airplane is just a heavy paperweight.
You've got a good support system, it sounds like, Steve. So John Flanagan, number 34, officially now out of the race. White Lightning will not be racing today. That drops our field to 7.
Well, the good news is he's taxiing back under his own power, and the fire trucks haven't left their stations.
Emergency's been terminated.
Emergency terminated, so something wasn't right, but it was not an emergency.
This is the 2B, the silver class, and we race through the silver class to gain a silver medal or possibly move up, right, Steve?
That's right, because last place in the gold pays more than first place in the silver.
Ah, okay.
To prevent sandbagging. Not that any of our racers would do that.
Or even considered it, I should say.
49, bring it up. Great line. Gentlemen, you have a race.
All right, folks, look high and to your right. Here comes that formation down, all shooting for the same spot there, that guide piling out on the hill. And Dave Morse got the pole position, and he's got the hole shot. Look at him go. All right, folks, we've got a mixture of glass planes and metal planes and nitrous and normally aspirated. And guess what? There's going to be a whole bunch of changes today, because there's 2 races that got combined. One flew in the morning, one flew in the afternoon. And because of the difference in atmospheric conditions, we had some planes move up and some planes move down. So you can expect, now that everybody's got the same air, there's going to be a lot of passings. So looking to straight out, we can see the plan view of the airplanes. Looks to me like so far we have the lineup that we started with, but it looks like the second place is getting challenged real hard by number 232, who's in 4th place. But we'll see what happens when they come around. They're sorting it all out right now, and Dave Morse is taking them down into the Valley of Speed and leading the way. Dave Morse in number 99, he calls it the Morse 320, but it's a Lance Air Legacy. He's been flying here since the early 80s. He's got 258 races under his belt. This guy is a machine, and he knows this course better than anybody. There'll never be anybody, I don't think, that'll ever meet that mark. Okay, from your left, here they come. First lap, we'll see how it all sorts out. Now they're going to transition onto the sport course after this. And from your left, here comes race 99, Dave Morse. He's being followed real close by Ryan Moran, and he's also being chased real hard by Mr. Elliot Seguin in number 68. Then we've got 232 Rutberg, we've got Kurt Murphy, Rick Vandam, and then we've got James Stringer. So we've had a little shuffle already, but it's a good shuffle. So first, second, and third remain the same, but then we got a shake-up. We've got Neil Wisher moved up into 5th place, Kurt Murphy into 6th place, and Rick Phantom into 7th.
but we'll see what happens on the small course. All sorts of things can happen. Now notice on the backside, you can see the airplane sooner now because this is a couple miles shorter course and well, about 1.5 miles shorter, but Dave Morse has a real strong lead and he's being followed by Ryan Moran and Elliott Seguin.
All right, the victor's going to ride in the fire truck. Dan West, give him a big Reno round of applause. 42D, race number 270, Whiskey Tango 240.857. Dan West and crew, show your love, Reno, Nevada.
All right, folks, here comes Dave Morse. He's holding off the pack. And the first, second, and third positions have remained the same. And I'm going to have to see, I think there's been another change, but we'll see as they come by. So from your left, Dave Morse, race 99. Followed by 91, Ryan Moran, and 68, Elliott Seguin. I think we got Todd Rudberg in fourth, but we'll check for sure. Todd Rudberg's in fourth. Then we've got, it looks like, yeah, we got one more change. Kurt Murphy's in fifth. Neil Wisher's in sixth, but he's putting the moves hard on him right now. And then here comes Rick Banham in race 22, followed by James Stringer in 49. Okay, now on the backside of the course, Dave Morse has got a comfortable lead, and I think he's probably cruising at this point, but he knows this course so well. He won the first couple of years here in the sports class in a big old Lancer 4, and I'm sure he really likes flying this Legacy in lieu of that big airplane he first flew here, but he won the race back then at about 310 miles an hour. It was a twin turbo airplane, and now he's flying a normally aspirated Legacy. Quite a bit slower, but I understand they changed about 4 or 5 cylinders that week back then. So he's probably happy it's not going that way anymore. All right, you can see a few little races within races. So right now, Dave Morse got a real comfortable lead over Ryan Moran, but Elliott Seguin in third place is putting the moves on Ryan. I know Ryan's running some nitrous, so maybe, if he doesn't watch it, he may run out of that juice and he'll get past. Okay, so from your left, we got Dave Morse. Then we've got Ryan Moran, Elliott Seguin, and then here's a race behind there. Well, we got Todd in fourth, and now we can see that there's a race between Kurt Murphy, number 25, and Neil Wisher. These two are neck and neck. Looks like Neil's getting him on a straightaway, but Kurt's got the inside track. We'll see if he can hold him off for the rest of the race. Okay, then we got race 22. Rick Banham, followed by James Stringer in that big old red Rocket 6. Looking good out there. Now all these planes are going well over 250 miles an hour, so this is a great race, and it might not look like they're going so fast, but you think about all the other kind of races, 250 is not so bad.
Got a good eye, Rob. Lap number 2, 271 and change. Lap number 3, 268 and some change.
There we go. Dave Morse is really pulling forward. He's got probably a 10 airplane lead, and looks to me like Elliott Seguin is starting to get a little behind Ryan Moran. So Ryan Moran's putting a little buffer in there, but now Elliott's got to watch behind him because number 232, Todd Rudberg, is starting to close in on him. Todd Rudberg's got the fastest RV I've ever seen. He qualified at 266. I've never heard of an RV going that fast. All right, from the left, Dave Morse, number 99. Comfortable first place. And that engine just sounds perfect. And he's followed by Ryan Moran, Elliott Seguin, and I'm wondering here if 232's going to be able to get closer to Elliott Seguin. I'm not sure, but he's a very fast RV8. So then behind him we have Kurt Murphy. Here's the race right now. Neil Wisher and Kurt Murphy are neck and neck, and as long as Neil flies that far outside, Kurt might be able to hold him off, but it sure seems like on the straightaway, he's getting close. Rick Banham now in race 22, followed by James Stringer in that Rocket 6. Beautiful racing out there right now. All right, on the backside of the course, Dave Morse is already going around 4, 5, and making his way onto the abbreviated Valley of Speed is what we call that straightaway they get on. It's a shorter course, so it's a shorter straightaway, but Dave's going to go down low, and He's got a real comfortable lead. I don't think anybody's going to catch him. What's probably going to happen after this is Dave's going to bump up into the silver. I mean, you know, it's the bronze race. He's going to get a good time here, and he's probably going to be able to bump up into the next class. Someone will move down. So from your left, here comes Dave Morse. Comfortable first place, race 99. Here comes a white flag, folks. One more lap after this. Looks like everything's going to sort out just about the same as it is right now, and since something bad happens, hopefully not. Okay, Dave Morse, first place, followed by Ryan Moran in second place, Elliot Seguin in third, and we got Todd Rudberg, 232 in that very fast RB8. Here he comes. Well, here we go, folks. We've got the Kurt Murphy and Neil Wisher drag race. And I'll tell you right now, as long as Kurt can hold them off on these turns, Neil's going to have to make the dive maneuver at the finish line in order to stay ahead. Okay, here comes Rick Vanham in number 22, looking good, followed by that big red Rocket 6, James Stringer. All right, on the backside of the course, here goes Dave Morse. Looks like he's going to have a comfortable lead to hold it into the end. We've got Dave Morse in first place, Ryan Moran still in second, followed by Elliot Seguin, but we're going to have to keep an eye out for that 5th and 6th place between Kurt Murphy and Neil Wisher. Well, we do have one change, folks. There's an aircraft that pulled off because he ran out of nitrous. So anyway, that was number 232. So everybody else is going to be a lot happier about it. Okay, from your left, first place, Dave Morse. Second place, Ryan Moran. Unless something bad happens, he's right behind him right here in the yellow and red glass here called Breaking Wind with Elliot Seguin in third. Okay, now fourth place. This is the race. This is going to be Neil Wisher and Kurt Murphy. Who's going to pull it off right here in front? So here it comes from the left. Kurt Murphy flew a real tight course, and maybe somebody else ran out of nitrous because Kurt Murphy, a solid fourth, followed by Neil Wisher in fifth. Okay, we look like Rick Vanham should be coming here in a comfortable sixth, but I know that big red James Stringer in that RB6 wishes he could pull out the stops right now. But here we go from the left, folks. It's the 6th place Rick Vanham, followed by 7th place James Stringer. Good race.
The last aircraft is off the course, recovering runway 08, wind 100 at 3.
That's 4x9 flight, start bringing her up line abreast. Good morning, gentlemen. It is a beautiful day for racing here at the 2019 Reno National Championship Air Races. You guys are looking great out on the wing. 1735, 744. Keep pedaling hard out there. That's 4x9 flights in the chute. 1735. Bring her forward. Everybody else, you're looking great. All I see is a line of canopies. You guys are awesome. That's a beautiful lineup, gentlemen. And gentlemen, you have a race.
Okay, folks, look over your right shoulder. Look at this line abreast. Perfect formation, but right now they're all putting that throttle down to the wall, and here they go. On the left, the pole position is 101 Lee Ulrich with that turbocharger. Looks like he's got it spooled up pretty good. He's probably going to hold that spot. Then we got Dan West, followed by Olivier in that very large aircraft. It's the TB-30, and it looks like he's got the downhill edge on Dan West. Dan West is going to have some work to do, I think, to get around him. But here they go, past that guide pylon. We're probably not going to be able to see him anymore in a second, but then again, on the back side of the course, when they're turning left, we'll be able to see the plan view of the airplanes because the sun's going to be lighting them up. Here we go, folks. Looks like Lee Ulrich is way out in front, but we'll have to wait a second to see if Olivier was able to hold on to second place. There they are on the backside of the course. And we have, it looks like a darker airplane in front. That means, nope, we've got Lee Ulrich in front, followed by that Olivier Landgaard, which is originally started off in third, so we already got a pass. Olivier has gone into second, followed by Dan West, Scott Pruitt, Steve Senegal, Chris Scheich, Sean Jordan, and Tommy Ishii. So we're going to be on the Valley of Speed here now. And being that it's a long course, it's going to take them a little while to come around. But it does look like Olivier is holding on to that second spot. But I can see Dan West down low is already making his move on Olivier, and we'll see what happens. All right, from your left, folks, we got Lee Ulrich in first. And I'm pretty sure that's Olivier Landgaard in second, but we'll have to wait until they get a little closer. Right now, it looks like a bunch of little airplanes. Here we go, folks. Coming around is Lee Ulrich in first, Olivier Landgaard in second, but Dan West is putting a move on him already and got it back. So Dan West in second, Olivier Landgaard in third, Scott Pruitt in fourth, followed real closely by Steve Senegal, Chris Scheich, Sean Jordan, and then we got Tommy Ishii back here, and he does not mind one bit that he's flying slower than the other guys because he's still smiling up a storm. All right, now they're going to turn onto the shorter course. Now we can see him on the back stretch there. Lee Ulrich is kind of pulling away, and Dan West has definitely passed Olivier with a clean pass. So right now, Dan West has got his sights on Lee Ulrich, and we'll see if he can get him on this next turn because he is closing the gap. Look at that second aircraft. He is really moving. I think he's going to overtake Lee Ulrich on this next bank of turns. They just went around pylon 4, and we'll see what happens as they come around pylon 5.
Jim Jordan in the victory fire truck, Formula One Heat 2B. Give him a big round of applause. 225 miles an hour plus, race number 1. Miss Min, congratulations. Thank you.
All right, folks, look to your left. We got Lee Ulrich, and he's being pressed real hard by Dan West. I think Dan West has turned up the boost on that supercharger, and he is really close to getting on to Lee's tail. And here comes Olivier Landgaard in his TB-30, followed by Scott Pruitt. It looks like Steve Senegal is making a move on Scott. We'll see if he can get him on the back straight. Then we got Chris Scheich, followed by Sean Jordan. And if you look to your left, here we got last little Tommy, but you know what? He doesn't care. Here he comes in that gorgeous Millennial Falcon, that our RV-8 that's just beautiful. And you know, he's doing about 205, 206 miles an hour, which in 10 years ago wasn't so bad. But right now, all these aircraft just keep getting faster. Okay, now look over to your left a little bit, folks. About our 10 o'clock position, Dan West is putting the moves on our leader, Lee Ulrich, and let's see if he can get him here in the front straight. Lee Ulrich holding off Dan West. Now Lee's got the turbocharger, and Dan's got the supercharger. So let's see who wins out here. Coming across the front straight, they're neck and neck, folks. Let's see if Dan can make the move on Lee right here in front of the home pylon. Let me tell you, this is a real close race. Dan's going to have to do some finagling if he's going to get around him, and he may have to wait until the last lap. Okay, then we got that beautiful TB-30, and look at Steve Senegal. He's pushing hard on Scott Pruitt, but Scott Pruitt's got the inside lane, and he's holding them off. We've got Chris Scheich and his beautiful Harmon Rocket 2. Then we have that little RV-4, and then Tommy Ishii coming around pylon 5 in that RV-8 Millennial Falcon. Okay, on the backside of the course, those two guys are still neck and neck. Dan West is pushing hard, but I think Lee Ulrich has turned up the boost just a little bit, and we'll see if they can take the heat. Both those aircrafts have water spray to cool down their oil temps and all that, but we'll see how they do running this hard for so long. from your left, Lee Ulrich is still holding off Dan West, and I think Dan's going to have to start getting a little smart and tactical here, because otherwise he's not going to be able to get around him until that last lap. Here he goes. He's putting a move on him right now, but Lee Ulrich is just holding them off. These planes are so close, it's really amazing. You know, Lee Ulrich is flying the RV-7, and Dan West is flying the RV-8. Both excellent aircraft. All right, look at Steve Senegal. He's just right on Scott Pruitt, but Scott is flying a tight line, and Steve's going to have to wait maybe till that last lap to make a dive move on him. Here we have Chris Scheich, Sean Jordan, and then on the back straight, look straight out, folks. Dan West is pushing hard, and I think he's getting side by side with Lee. We'll see what happens as they make this next turn on pylon 4. Lee is still seeming to hold him off. What a great race. I got a hunch these guys are going to lap that Millennial Falcon of Tommy Ishii before the end of this race.
Last 3 laps are right at 2:36.
Wow, that's moving. All right, so here comes Tommy Ishii by in that gorgeous RV-8, but right on his tail is our leaders, Lee Ulrich and Dan West. So here we go again. It's like a broken record. Every lap, Lee just managed to hold him off by a couple of plane lengths. This is a real good race, folks. These guys are so even. You know, the guy with the advantage has got the inside course, and here comes Steve Senegal. He's making the dive move on him already, and it looks like he may have got him. No, it's side by side. Here he is again. Scott Pruitt holding off Steve Senegal, and this is another great race within a race. We've got some real close aircraft, and this is making it great. Counter back straight. Dan West may have lost a little bit, but maybe that's some strategy. He's looking like he's picking up a little bit of altitude there. And that might be what he's going to do for the next couple laps. Just get a little bit of altitude on him and then go for it. But right now, it looks like they're going to lap Tommy Ishii in that Millennial Falcon. So from your left, we got Lee Ulrich and Dan West. Now they have to go around this slower traffic. That might give Dan the edge. We'll see if that helps Dan and hurts Lee, but you never know. So it looks like they made a clean pass, and here they come. And it's another Lee Ulrich by 2 lengths. These guys are just having a blast. You know they're having too much fun. Okay, let's see what Steve Senegal does now. He's getting higher, but I think Scott Pruitt is pushing him up because he's not going to let him get it, that advantage of turning that altitude into airspeed. But here comes Steve again, putting the moves on Scott, and Scott is holding him off again. All righty. We're probably getting close to that white flag lap. I think when the leaders come around again, they're going to get that white flag. So we'll see what happens. Now Dan West is still chasing Lee, and it looks like they're about the same distance apart as they've been the entire race. You know what's interesting is we had a couple races earlier where the guys that were running nitrous would hold the lead the entire race, and then on the last lap they'd run out of nitrous and the guy'd pass them. But these guys are supercharger and turbocharger, so I think they got the power no matter what. Look on the back side of the course too. Steve Senegal is making that boot.
White flag.
Okay, folks, here's that white flag. That means one more lap. Dan West is going to have to do something else. I don't think he's going to be able to get around Lee Ulrich because he's been trying to do it for 8 laps. Now look at Steve Senegal. Steve Senegal keeps creeping up to get some altitude to turn into airspeed, and Scott Pruitt has been following him up so that Steve can't get that advantage. Scott, I got to tell you, Scott Pruitt's running a very smart race. He doesn't want Steve to get the benefit of making a dive on him, but look at Steve. Steve's making a move on raw horsepower, and I think he's got him here. It's going to be a photo finish on this next lap, folks. Here's the last lap, and our 2 leaders are over on pylon 4. They may even catch our 7th place Sean Jordan, but we'll see. All right, from your left, folks, here they come. Lee Ulrich, chased real hard by Dan West, and Dan West, you know what he's going to do right here. He's going to put everything in it and put the nose down Try not to get low flying problem. And here it is. We're going to have a photo finish, I think, folks. Dan West putting the move on real hard, real hard. Here it goes. He got him. Woo! What a race. Wow. Got him right at the end. All right, here comes our second big race. We've got a slower aircraft in front of the two planes that are side by side. We'll see if that makes a difference. But just notice how the inside racer, Scott Pruitt, is not letting Steve Senegal get that benefit of the altitude. He's using it as well. Here they come from the left, making that last-ditch effort. Steve Senegal putting the move on him one more time. Is he going to get him? Looks like he's going to get close. Oh, no, another photo finish. Look at that. Whoa! I don't even know who won. We're going to have to get the scores for that one. That was awful close. What an amazing race. There we got Sean Jordan crossing the finish line, getting to pull up one lap early. And you know what, folks? That was a good race. We have one more racer on the course, and I think it's Tommy Ishii, but we'll be seeing him soon. Well, let me count those airplanes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think we do have one more on the race course, but I can't see him, so we'll see what happens. Maybe he's already off. He could be already off.
Last aircraft off the course.
Yep,
with,
must be off.
Calm, runway 8.
Because he'd have been around by now. But what a race. I can't wait to see the scores because I'll tell you right now, I could not tell if Steve Senegal was able to pass Scott Pruitt, but that was a photo finish.
101's out of cool down to 08.
Well, as we're waiting for the scores, I want to invite everybody we can down to the west end of the field to see the sports airplanes. They're out in the outdoor pit area. You can meet the pilots, you meet the crew chiefs, you see all the innovation. And I want to thank our sponsor, Fortis Watches. They've got some displays down there as well. You can buy a Fortis watch if you'd like. And I'll see you again for 3 more races, but we're still sorting out the final here.
We're not used to this. Sure, the pristine natural beauty and shimmering city lights still glimmer, and we miss you. But in the biggest little city in the world, our ambition never wavers, and yours shouldn't either. We'll eventually get back to a new normal. You know, as normal as Reno Tahoe can possibly be.
Greg Shifty Pierce and his team with exquisite timing, bringing on the sport racers at the end of the STIHL. How about a big round of applause for our timing crew and the air boss, Greg Shifty Pierce.
All right, folks.
All right, Rob, over to you.
Look on the backside of the course. We got Dave Morse, that big white airplane, in first place. They're sorting it out right now because they're going to go around the big course for this first lap where they can get some separation. But I'll tell you right now, they were coming down the chute pretty hot, and it was interesting having those little stall airplanes bouncing around, making dirt underneath. But here we go down the back straight. Over on the left, the Valley of Speed, we got Dave Morse with a comfortable lead, followed by Ryan Moran and Elliot Seguin. So I got a feeling there's a couple of airplanes out there that feel like since Todd Rudberg pulled out, they're going to have a chance to move up. So let's see what goes on while we're racing. From the left, Dave Morse, kind of flying high right now. Going to sort it out. Going to come in, cross the pylon, home pylon here for his 259th race. Then we got Ryan Moran, followed by Elliot Seguin, Kurt Murphy, Neil Wisher, Rick Banham, and James Stringer. So right now they're going to transition onto the smaller sport course off of the large course, and they'll be running, instead of on a 7.4 mile course, they'll be on a 6.7 mile course. The nice thing about that is we'd be able to see them on the backside a lot easier. So you can see Dave Morse going right by that guide pylon where the lights are, and you'll be able to see the plan view of his airplane shortly as he starts around pylons 4 and 5. There he is, Dave, making a left turn. Now this straightaway is quite a bit shorter than the straightaway on the Unlimited course, but still gives them a chance to level out their wings and build up some speed.
All right, if I could interrupt their route, the STIHL racers are heading back to our right to their pit area. If you want to see them up close, their pits are to the right as we face the steel checker pylon. It's open, it's free, and you can check them up close and in person. Rob, back to you.
Okay, look over to the left. Coming around pylon 7, 8, and 9 is Dave Morse. Looks like he's got a pretty comfortable lead, but I guarantee Ryan Moran's got his eyes on his tail and looking for the chance for Dave to mess up. So then we have Elliott Seguin and Kurt Murphy in 3rd and 4th, and they are right on the tail of Ryan. Oh, look at this. We've got a change. Elliott Seguin. No, he's still there. Elliott's still in 3rd, Kirk's in 4th, but Kirk's getting pushed hard by Neil Wisher, who's in 5th place right now. Anyway, then we got Rick Vanham in race 22, followed real closely by James Stringer. Okay, Dave Morse got a pretty comfortable lead, but at the same time, Ryan Moran is holding his own and doing real well. Now, Elliott Seguin's got a very fast SX300. He's in 3rd place right now, and it looks to me like he's gonna start making a move on Ryan Moran. If you look over there by the guide pylon, it's tough to see him, but Elliott's moved up a bit, and we'll see what happens when they come back around the home pylon. So right at the moment, the order's holding, and we'll see what happens. I think number 888, who's in 5th place, is going to make a move on Kurt Murphy. So we'll see what happens as they come around pylon 7, 8, and 9. Okay, if you look over to the left, about our 10 o'clock position, Dave Morse is just coming out of that abbreviated valley of speed, and he's going to be coming around pylon 7, 8, and 9, and then past the home front here. So from our left is Dave Morse, 1st place in that beautiful white and red Lancer Legacy race number 99. Like I said, Dave Morse has been on this course 259 times now. So here it comes, Dave Morse, followed by Ryan Moran, Elliott Seguin. Then we got Kurt Murphy still holding off Neil Wisher, but Neil's making a move. He's passing him here on the home straight. We'll see what happens around the turns, because I don't think Kurt's going to give up an inch around these pylons. Looks to me like he may have had to give way. So Kurt has moved from 3rd to 4th. Okay, now we got Rick Vanham, followed by James Stringer in 6 and 7. Okay, we got Dave Morse on the backside of the course already. He's got a comfortable lead in this 6-lap race. He'll be happy to see that white flag come out in 2 more laps, because then he'll be able to complete that 259th race. So the next one will be an epic 260th race. I don't know if there'll ever be a racer again that'll meet that mark. Okay, over on the back straight there, we call the abbreviated valley of speed. Dave's diving down to turn that altitude into some airspeed. And here he comes, coming up to 6, 7, 8, and 9. Dave Morse from the left. All right, folks. Looks like he's building a cushion between him and Ryan Moran, but we'll be able to see as they pass in front of the home pylon here. From the left, Dave Morse, followed by Ryan Moran. Okay, here we go. Dave Morse, comfortable lead. Ryan Moran comfortably in 2nd. Elliott Seguin in a comfortable 3rd. And now where our switch has happened, we've got Neil Wisher in 4th, followed by Kurt Murphy in 5th. And we have Rick Vanham in race 22, 6th place, followed by James Stringer in 7th. Now, to give you an idea how things change around here, 2 years ago, Rick Vanham in this race 22 won this race 1st place on Sunday. And now that we've got so many faster airplanes up in the gold, it has been pushing everybody down into the silver, down through the bronze, into the medallion, and now he's in 6th place, whereas he's running the exact same speed he did 2 years ago when he came in 1st. All right, on the backside of the course, we got Dave Morse with Ryan Moran and Elliott Seguin coming around the backside into that abbreviated valley of speed. We got any speeds yet? Average speeds?
Yeah, we got some good speeds. 1st lap, 275. 2nd lap, 269. 3rd lap, 266. 4th lap, 265.
It's all good. These aircraft are all normally aspirated, so they actually bleed off a little speed as they race because of that flight down the chute, gives him some speed. All right, from the left, here comes Dave Morse. I think this could be the white flag. It is. We've got the white flag. That means this is the last lap. All Dave's got to do is hold on, and he'll get another win. Dave Morse, Ryan Moran, Elliott Seguin, followed by Neil Wisher, Kurt Murphy, and then we got the little white plane and the red one chasing him of Rick Banham and James Stringer coming around pylon 7, 8, 9. Like I was saying before, that race 22 with the same speed it's doing right now was winning the bronze 2 years ago, but we have gotten so much faster that look at him now. He's in 6th place. All right, Rick Banham and James Stringer, both with 540s. Okay, on the backside of the course, Dave Morse, comfortable lead. All he's got to do is not make any mistakes. I think he's 2nd place is close enough. If Dave cut a pylon or something, he'd probably end up in 2nd. But I'll tell you right now, a guy with 259 races, I doubt he's going to cut a pylon. Here he comes down that abbreviated valley of speed. He's really moving. He was flying high earlier. He's flying low now because he doesn't have to worry about that guy behind him. Dave Morse from the left, race 99. If he does everything right, this should be a good checkered flag. All right, folks, let's see if he gets there. Dave Morse, checkered flag flying, here he comes. Yeah, Dave Morse wins his 259th race that he's in. He hasn't won 259 races, but it's his 259th race. Then we got Ryan Moran and Elliott Seguin, followed by Neil Wisher in that RV8, followed by Kurt Murphy in a Glacier 1 with a 540. And look on the backside of the course here, folks. I saw James Stringer getting a bunch of altitude, trying to make a move on Rick Banham. I don't think it worked, but we'll see. This is a pretty close race. Two pretty evenly matched airplanes, both 540 power, about the same weight. And here comes Stringer putting the moves on Rick. Will he get him? I don't think so, but what a good race. Rick Banham and James Stringer, 6 and 7.
Gentlemen, you have a race.
All right, folks, look over your right shoulder and look at this beautiful formation. Even though these guys just put their throttles all the way in, they had started from a perfect place. Looks like number 3, Lee Ulrich, is putting the moves on. He had his turbo dialed in and twizzled in so that when they got released, he was ready to go. On the left, Mark Fredrickson looks like he's got the advantage because he's in the pole position. And Dan West on number 2, he's the guy with the supercharger. You can expect that he's not going to give Lee, number 3, much room. So it's going to be hard to see him in a minute as they go down next to that hill. But once they get on the backside of the course, we'll be able to see the plan view of the airplanes, and we'll be able to see how this whole thing sorts out. Looks to me like Lee Ulrich is making an early turn, so he must have got some distance on the other guys. So look on the backside of the course. Down low is Mark Fredrickson, but up above, he's got somebody right on his tail in the form of Lee Ulrich. But down below Lee is that Dan West, and we'll have to wait until they come around the front here to see how it all sorts out. Because right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 little planes, and it's tough to tell who they are. Coming down the back, Valley of Speed. Now these guys will probably get up to around 240 miles an hour, maybe 250, you know, a little bit over that possibly on the Valley of Speed here. And then once they come around the front side of the course, they're going to enter onto the medallion course. And that entire race, they'll be pulling some G's, so their speed will slow down a little bit, but it's going to be exciting. Okay, from our left, I can tell you Mark Fredrickson's held off the pack. He's still in first, flying that beautiful Lancer 360. And he's being pushed real hard by Lee Ulrich in that General Lee with that supercharger. Dan West is in 3rd place with that he's got the supercharger. Then he's got Skylar Piper moving up on him. And then we've got a little bit of shakeup because now Louis Calabriel has moved down to 5th place. Okay, folks, the last two are Sean Jordan and Tommy Ishii, and they're having a good time out there. They might be not in the mix for the first place, but they're having a great time. Okay, look on the back side of the course. We got Mark Fredrickson holding off Lee Ulrich, and Dan West is not far behind. So as they come around pylon 4, we'll see how it sorts out, because I'll tell you right now, Dan West does not like looking at the back of Lee Ulrich. He's going to be going for it, and we'll see what comes up as they come by the front. All right, from our left, we've got Mark Fredrickson and Tenacity, he calls it, going around the pylon front of the straight here, and he's holding off Lee Ulrich so far, but Lee is making a little bit of a move on every lap, it seems like. So we'll see what happens next time around. And we've got Dan West in that beautiful RV8, followed by Skylar Piper in his beautiful RV8, and then Lewis Gabriel in the Lancer 360, Chris Scheich in his Harmon Rocket 2, and then following up the rear are the two happiest guys on the course, Sean Jordan and Tommy Ishii.
First lap speed for 246.508 as they shook out. Second lap speed 238.4.
Not bad for some small little four cylinders. Okay, now look at Lee. He's putting a press on Mark Fredrickson. They're coming up to pylon 4, and he is right on his wing. So let's see if he can hold him off. Mark Fredrickson so far is pulling that. Ooh, wait a minute. I think Lee's got some horsepower he just found, because he's making his move, although he has to fly on the outside here. You know, we have to pass on the outside in air racing, unlike car and motorcycle racing, but watch here in the front straight, and we'll see if 101 Lee Ulrich can catch Mark Fredrickson. Oh boy, this is a neck-and-neck race, folks, and if Lee gets the chance to dive at the end, he's going to do that. But right now, coming around the turns, you can see Mark gets the advantage because he's got the inside of the course. But I will tell you right now, if Lee can, he's held him off. We got to pass. Lee Ulrich in first place. I got to tell you, he started out in third. He's moved up 2 spots already. He is running a good race. Okay, from our left, here's Tail End Charlie, but this is a race within the race. 7th and 8th place, Sean Jordan and Tommy Ishii are neck and neck from the left. Here they go, folks, side by side, coming across the finish line. You know, they're doing about 205, 210 miles an hour, but heck, Tommy Ishii's made the pass, and now we'll see if Sean Jordan can get it back. This is going to be a race. Okay, from our left, we've already got the leader coming down the stretch here, Lee Ulrich. In that beautiful RV7 with the turbocharger, has got it twizzled up, and he is pulling away from Mark Fredrickson. He must like this cold, cool air in the morning, because he sounds really good. He's got the edge on Mark by quite a bit. And then we got number 270, Dan West, with that supercharger. We'll see what he does a little later on in the race. Okay, then we got Skylar Piper. He's definitely got the nitrous going today, because he was having a heck of a time holding off Lewis Gabriel a couple of days ago in that Lancer 360. Chris Scheich's got a comfortable 6th, and he is running close enough where he probably won't get lapped, but I think he's not minding where he's at one bit. He's got an IO 540 in that airplane, and he loves it. Okay, the back stretch, look at Lee. Lee is pulling ahead, farther ahead every lap, and he's going around pylon 4 right now, and Mark Fredrickson's about a 1.5 seconds behind. So I'll tell you right now, I don't remember Lee Ulrich going this fast before. I think he's going faster now than he did in qualifying. Here he comes from the left. Now we have 7th and 8th, and these guys are going to get lapped here by Lee Ulrich on this next lap. Here we go, Tommy Ishii taking back number 7. And here comes Lee Ulrich, our first place plane, and he'll probably pass these guys right around these next 2 turns. Mark Fredrickson, a solid 2nd, Dan West in 3rd. Okay, from our left, here's another little race within a race. We've got Skylar Piper holding off Lewis Gabriel, but I'll tell you right now, last time they were racing, Skylar ran out of that blue bottle in blind luck, passed him quite fast. Here we have Chris Scheich in a comfortable 6th. And Lee has quickly passed 7th and 8th and is now on that back straight, just coming real fast right up to pylon 4 already. Mark Fredrickson is going to probably make the pass as well. Here he goes. He's made the pass around those two, as you can see, going around pylon 4 over there right now. And then right behind him is Dan West, who's also going to pass number 7 and number 8. So the first 3 aircraft have lapped Sean Jordan and Tommy Ishii. All right, from our left, here comes Lee Ulrich one more time. I got to tell you, this thing is really moving. I remember that turbo was causing him some heating problems for a while, but it looks like he's got all those bugs worked out. And then we have Mark Fredrickson and Tenacity, and Dan West looks like he's inching up on him. A couple more laps. We better see what happens, because I bet you Mark Fredrickson's hoping for that white flag real soon. Okay, then we have Skylar Piper and Lewis Gabriel in 4th and 5th. Okay, Lee's already on the back stretch right now, and he is just moving. I gotta tell you, he better be careful. He might get bumped up to the bronze. Okay, here comes a white flag, folks. So there's Lee going around pylon 4, flying a beautiful line, and he's being followed by Mark Fredrickson and Dan West. Now look at Dan West flying high. He's probably going to make a move on Mark on this straightaway to see if he can close a little bit of that gap. So on the last lap, which is this white flag lap, he can maybe make a move at the finish line. Okay, from our left is Lee Ulrich. Very comfortable lead. And look at this, he's going to get the white flag one more lap. All he's got to do is take his time, make sure he doesn't make any pylon cuts, and he'll be fine. Okay, look at Dan West making a move on Mark Fredrickson right here. I got to tell you, Mark's probably feeling him at this point, because on this next lap, if Dan plays it right, he can make a dive for that home pylon and possibly catch up with Mark Fredrickson. Okay, next we have Skylar Piper in that very pretty RB8. And he was followed by Lewis. I think Lewis might have pulled the power back a little bit. Okay, Lee Ulrich going around pylon 4 for the last time. Here he comes, folks. Coming around 5 and 6. He'll be coming down the straight. From our left, here comes Lee Ulrich. And as long as he didn't make any pylon cuts or anything like that, he should be home free for the checkered flag. From our left, Lee Ulrich. Okay, now look to your left, folks. I think Dan West has made his move already on Mark Fredrickson. Checkered flag. Good job, Lee. Yes, Dan West has made the move. He's passed Mark Fredrickson for 2nd place, and he takes the checkered flag. Mark Fredrickson 3rd place. Okay, we've got Skylar Piper coming from our left in 4th place. And if he doesn't run out of nitrous, he's going to do just fine. Here we got Skylar Piper, solid 4th. Good job.
Thank you. Good help.
And here from our left, we've got Chris Scheich, moved up from 6th to 5th. And then we got Tommy Ishii and Sean Jordan battling it out for the bottom. Who's going to make it? Tommy's got the edge right now, but oh, baby, here comes Sean Jordan. Woo! All right.
Okay, we're going to listen to him get everything lined up out there. Again, they're going from an echelon formation. They're going to go around behind Peavine Mountain behind us. They should be in the chute coming downhill at this time. They're going to be approaching 300 knots, over 300 miles an hour when our jet pace plane pulls up.
We'll hear them pretty soon. You talked about all the modifications, the whole saga of Andrew Findlay in one moment, everything they had to do. And it's interesting, some of them were done to make it go faster. Then they had to modify some things because it was going too fast.
Too fast, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, now the tough part here is that they've got to, they want the best position they can get, because that that leads into tomorrow's race. Tomorrow's race gives them the positioning in for Sunday's race. So they don't want to burn up today, but then again, they also don't want to lay back too much and end up with a poor starting spot tomorrow and Sunday. And keep in mind, these guys are modern day test pilots. I mean, these airplanes are so highly modified, even though they're home built, they're pulling 100 miles an hour faster than the airframe. Most of these airframes were designed to go. So they are modern day test pilots.
Andrew Findlay in one moment will be in race position number 1. Jeff Lavelle dropping out yesterday gave an opportunity to guys like Jim Rust, who's in position number 2. Also Peter Ballmer, who moved a little bit further than that.
Jimmy found about 30 miles an hour since last year, so he's running real impressive this year. Okay, they're on the course. They are going. They're down the chute, heading for that guide pylon. Again, they have to stay in their respective lanes. They cannot change left or right. They can accelerate ahead, which they're hoping they can do. They get to the guide pylon right now. Now they can start this left-hand turn. It's about a 3 or 4G left-hand turn because it's still kind of a sweeping turn.
That's Jeff Lavelle right there. Now you remember we just talked about the whole saga from 1A. Sport 1A from yesterday. A lot of work, obviously.
He's going from the 6th position right now. There's Jimmy Rust, the green wings in 2nd place. Our orange wings are Andrew Findlay, our reigning world champion, in 1st place. Oh, Jimmy Rust, I'm impressed. He is making a run. Look at that Super Glass Air 3. Again, twin turbocharged, Lycoming air-cooled 6-cylinder engine powered by a Whirlwind composite propeller. Out front, we've got Andrew Findlay. That's a twin turbocharged Continental powered by a Macaulay propeller, a Scimitar composite. But Jimmy, wow, he was not doing that last year.
No.
He found more than 30 miles an hour over the winter.
Well, he is not going to let Andrew Findlay skate just yet.
My gosh, go Jimmy! Wow, our 2 Thunder Mustangs, the Falconer V12s.
It's race 67 and 151.
Okay, the only thing is I haven't noticed Lavelle come by.
Yeah, Jeff Lavelle was in there. He's starting in the 6th position. Excuse me, the 7th position.
He should have been here by now unless he had a potential problem. Do we see him out there on the course anywhere?
Out there, we'll keep an eye out for him right now. Still Andrew Findlay being able to hold off Jim Rust, but Jim Rust is not he's not falling way back here.
Andrew got a little distance on him that lap, but this is the best Jim Rust has ever run. I mean, this is very impressive for Jimmy. All these guys are just great guys, too. It's some of the nicest people you ever want to meet. That's why I encourage you, if you get a chance to get out the races, go down in the pits, meet these guys. Our players are accessible. They're accessible, and you can get up close, see their equipment, their aircraft, their team, get your autographs with them. Great guys. All of them are just amazing people.
You can certainly make a very productive day out of it, especially if as we say down south, if you're eat up with air racing, this is the place you need to be.
These guys are out there going 400 miles an hour right now. An hour from now in the pits, you wouldn't be able to tell who the racers were unless they still had their suit on.
Right there's race 47 right there. That's Bob Mills. The Mojo.
Okay, was that Lavelle that just went by here? I'm still having a tough time picking out Jeff Lavelle with this one.
Pinpoint on him just yet.
There's another one of our Thunder Mustangs. There's one of our Lancer, Super Lancers.
On our leader right now, Andrew Findlay. One moment, defending champion here.
Sponsored by STIHL Industries. It's always nice when your airplane is leading your event.
Yeah.
That always keeps the boss happy at the office.
Oh, no, everything's good. That's a win-win right there.
Well, Andrew is actually the one that led STIHL into air racing, and they just actually love it. They said the technology, the high speed, the competition is what has made STIHL #1 in their business. So they love this. They absolutely love air racing, and it's a great fit with the Reno National Championship air races here.
Well, they certainly believed in Andrew, and for good reason. They believe in this event as well. Big time.
Okay, he's
making things happen.
A little bit of time on Jimmy Rust now, so he's got kind of a pretty comfortable lead on him. So I guarantee he's talking to the team right now, and they're saying, okay, go ahead and roll it back a little bit, back off the boost just a tad.
The second half of this race right now is a very easy run yesterday for Andrew Findlay. More competition at the start, the first couple of laps especially.
And I guarantee Jimmy Rust crew chief is saying, okay, roll it back a little bit, Jimmy. Second place is in the bag. Don't burn it up because you're not going to catch him at this point. And keep in mind, these airplanes, you could build one just like this over 400 miles an hour. Absolutely unfathomable a few years ago.
The evolution of the kit is hard to believe when you look at it all through, especially the last decade.
But the technology and the experimental aircraft, the experimental aircraft world goes into commercial aircraft as well. A lot of the things developed out here in the race development, the R&D for the racers, goes into commercial aircraft as well to make them more fuel efficient in the big picture, to save fuel on our airliners and commercial aircraft. Andrew Findlay again.
Starting lap number 5 here. That's going to be the bell lap for him. It should be.
Well, I don't see the white flag out there.
We may have our count off by a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see the white flag yet, so I think they've got another one before they get on the bell lap. But he's gone by. Jimmy Russ has gone by. So here comes our third place airplane. Is our Yellow Thunder Mustang. This might be Jeff Lavelle right there. Yeah, I believe that's Jeff Bell right there in fourth.
Race 47.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, Bob Mills.
Oh, okay, Bob Mills.
The Mojo.
Well, I'm still not seeing race 39, Jeff Lavelle.
Not either.
He did pull out? Okay, he has pulled out the course. Okay, that explains why I didn't find him yet.
All right.
Okay, I haven't heard. The fire trucks aren't moving, so I don't think he's declared a Mayday. He's probably just gone up and off the course.
It's been a rough week here for Jeff Lavelle. Multiple gold championships here.
Here's another one of our Lancer Super Legacies. Gosh, those sound good. You know, these home-built aircraft are going faster than the stock P-51 Mustang.
White flag, white flag.
Now we're into the bell lap.
Bell lap, there we go.
We jumped the gun by one on that one.
White flag's waving at our steel start-finish pylon directly out in front of our audience here at the grandstands here at the National Championship Air Races.
So Andrew Findlay with clear sailing here, another step toward repeating as the gold champion in the sport class here in 2019, now passing some of the traffic on the course.
Lap our little, that's Matthias Hayde and the Thunder Mustang.
Going to stay up and
going on the bell lap right now is our other Thunder Mustang, Peter Balmer. He is now on his last lap. And that should have been Bob Mills.
Bob Mills, race
Bob
47.
Mills on the last lap. About the only place they have to go wings level is on the Valley of Speed out there, and Andrew should be getting that pretty quick. That's the 9 o'clock position on the racetrack. They go wings level for a brief bit. They can unload the wings, drop the nose, pick up a lot of speed, then they roll right back into it for pylons 7, 8, 9. And here he comes, your unofficial winner, but I'll be surprised. Down low, Andrew Findlay, race number 30.
Almost got him level there, and unofficially, one moment, the steel plane, race number 30.
Those are pilots as they come past the steel checkered flag, the start-finish pylon, get the checkered flag. You'll notice they're going to pull way up high. So this is what we call the cool-down lap. They go up there. This is where they have to get their engines cooled down, get their temps down, get the oil temp down, and not only get the airplanes back in landing mode, they've got to get their head back into the game because they've been out there, they've been a gladiator for the last 10 minutes.
Good
so they got to go from gladiator to airplane pilot. Get their head back in the game so they don't forget to put the gear down, don't forget to go through their checklist. So they'll go up to 8,000 feet, which is 3,000 feet above the field level here. And they're going to cool those airplanes down, and then they'll get in line and start bringing them down, getting them back on the run.
This is your silver race for our Unlimiteds. On the inside line is Dan Vance, Speedball Alice, number 2, Brant Seghetti and Sparky, Robbie Patterson, Wee Willie 2, Mike Fliger, Lady B, Tom Nightingale and Bunny, and on the far outside is JD, Jim Dale, and Pretty Polly, that P63. Okay, they have to stay in their respective lanes until they get to the guide pylon, which is that light they're passing right now. Once they pass that, they can do a sharp left turn, and now it's racing. They can change up, go wherever they want. But keeping in mind that all passes have to be made above or to the outside. You can't dive on the inside, unless, of course, you've got a pilot that has gone really, really wide, left a lot of real estate between the pylon and themselves, in which case they said, go for it, we'll talk about it after the race. But back to the P-51s real quick while they hit the Valley of Speed. The first 500 designated A-36 Apache dive bombers. We sent some of those over to the Brits. Brits said, great airplanes, still suffering from that Allison engine. They put a Spitfire engine in it, the rest is history. They put the Merlin engine in it. We liked the engine so much, we had Packard Motor Car build ours. Let's listen to the sound of these Rolls-Royce designed Packard Merlins, Reno style.
this amazing airplane. The original Allison engine would not allow the North American design to do what it was designed to do best, and that's go fast up in the dogfight arena. The laminar flow wing was part of its success. The radiator on the bottom was another great innovation, part of its success. An anti-drag protrusion, and we'll tell you about how they did that as they come around. But finally, when they put the Rolls-Royce engine on, they gained another 10,000 feet of dogfight altitude, another 100 miles per hour, and long-range capability with drop tanks and about 500 gallons of fuel to escort bombers on their long-range missions deep into enemy territory and back. And that, along with other aircraft like the long-range P-38 and the P-47, allowed our bomber pilots, our daytime bomber pilots, the B-17s and the B-24s, to have a chance to survive, because when they saw the bombers surrounded by the P-51s and the other escort aircraft, they were not so keen to attack our B-17s with 10 of our guys in each aircraft. Steve?
Let's listen to him one more time, then we'll talk about him again. Yeah, as Danny was saying, is what they would do. The Luftwaffe would do all the flak, the anti-aircraft flak shells blowing off all around of our bombers and our fighter escort. Once the fighter escorts at the time would reach the end of their useful fuel load and have to turn around and head back to our bases in England, Italy, wherever they were based at, that's when the Luftwaffe would send up their 108s, their 109s, the 190s and the 109s, the Focke-Wulfs and the Messerschmitts, and have their way with our bomber formations. The P-51, as Danny was saying, with the drop tanks, the extra tank behind the pilot, had enough range to escort them all the way to the heart of Germany and back again. How would you like to have been one of the first Luftwaffe pilots that once the flak stopped, you jump in your plane, you go up there expecting to find a bunch of bomber formations, and you meet the first couple squadrons of P-51s. It's like, ruh-roh, this wasn't in a briefing this morning. Okay, here they come again. Rounding pylons 9, this should be Dan Vance's Speedball Alice, our D model Mustang. Sweet sound of the Packard-built Merlin engine. You guys get down to the pits later, go take the selfies with the big pretty Mustangs in the background behind you there, and send us to all your friends and say, you want to see what $2 million looks like?
Or more.
Or more. In 1957, you could buy a Mustang over at McClellan Field, the surplus auction, $760 a piece, and they would usually throw in 1 or 2 extra engines. Now the propeller alone is close to $60,000 or $70,000. The airplane new cost $51,572, less than the cost of the propeller nowadays.
All right, let's go through some speeds. The first lap speed, given an advantage by the dive-in, 356 miles per hour. Second lap in level flight, 325. Third lap, that is 307.
You know, when you've got a $100,000 engine overhaul, you don't want to push it if you don't have to.
At least the engine has a long lifetime of almost 250 hours, if you're lucky.
Yeah, break that down per flight hour, folks. The sound you will never, ever forget. The Packard-built Rolls-Royce Merlin engine.
Not to take anything away from the Allison engine in the P-63 either, it also has a very sweet sound.
It was said to me years ago by somebody that was a mechanic on both of them. He said the Allison engine was designed to be worked on in the field by Jeep mechanics. He said the Merlin engine was designed to be worked on in the shop by technicians. and the German engines were meant to be worked on in a hospital by surgeons.
All right, now the advantage. We talked to you about that radiator scoop on the bottom of the aircraft. These aircraft are liquid cooled, just like your car or truck. And you know, if you spring a radiator leak, you've got problems. Your engine's going to heat up. If you don't pull over, it's going to seize. And so that radiator's on the bottom. Now that's a big drag item. It's got a big wide opening for the radiator that's scooped right underneath the bottom of the fuselage, right along the wing line is where it's at. So here's how they negated that drag, that aerodynamic drag. They made it a small jet engine. A big opening in the front, cool air comes in, it's superheated, and then they push it out a smaller hole. It has said to develop 300 pounds of thrust that totally negates the drag that you see at the bottom of this airplane right here.
Yeah, whereas the P-40s, the Hawker Tempest, everything else used to create drag through the radiator, the P-51 Mustang actually creates thrust. That's how fine of design, aerodynamic design, the P-51 was. It was often referred to as sex on wings, and one of the most aerodynamically perfect airframes ever built, especially at the time. Okay, if you notice, our white flag is waving at our steel start-finish pylon. That means that our lead pilots are on the bell lap. When they get back around here, okay, that should be... Okay, there's Dan Vance right there, so that should be our lead pilot. So they're scattered all around all points of the compass right now. We'll be looking for the checkered flag to come out for Dan Vance as he comes back around.
Well, we got time before the music comes back to us. Let's say that most history books agree 15,985 were built. If you know of a different number, we say that you're correct, because there are a lot of checks that don't necessarily agree. Out of those 15,000, there are 125 registered that we know of, and perhaps any given day, 70 to 80 may be airworthy to fly.
Yeah, they were built between 1940 and 1946, and they were flown right up until, let's see.
Checker flag coming up.
Looks like the last ones were retired from the U.S. in 1978, and the Dominican Republic flew them to 1984. Okay, the unofficial victory for Dan Vance and Speedball Alice. Right behind him looked like Brant Seghetti in race 44 Blondie, followed by Robbie Patterson in the Chino Air Museum's Wee Willie 2.
Bad boys of air racing, your unlimited class is heading for the course. This is a class where any piston-powered, propeller-driven aircraft capable of 400 plus miles per hour, superchargers, blowers, turbos, flooding fuel, ADI are all welcome. Steve Hinton and our Planes of Fame pace plane will bring them down the chute onto our 8-mile course. Let's listen.
All right, we got all the racers, so smoke coming off the base plane. Guys, we're starting a left turn to the base leg. And race control, here we go.
Limited pace and flight race control, cleared onto the course.
And now the 7.5 for base plane, 175 knots. Top of the climb, leveling off. The racers, they got the guide pylon, the light is good, and we'll be dropping you off with that guide pylon at 11:45 as briefed. All right, wings level, and down we go. Gentlemen, you look good. Gentlemen, you got a race.
You heard Steve Hinton. He just released our unlimited racers for 2019 onto the course. Our heavy favorite is pole setter Dennis Sanders, flying our current reigning world champion aircraft Dreadnought out of Sanders family, the Eagle's Nest in Ione, California. Another heavy favorite this year, Dr. Brent Heisey, flying one of the most famous Mustangs in air racing history, Miss America, the P-51 D model Mustang.
Well, it's Dennis Sanders with the lead right now. He translated that pole position into the lead and seems to be opening up a bit of a margin over Brent Heisey, Dr. Brent Heisey and Miss America. Look at the desert flying by so fast on these super fast propeller-driven warbirds.
2 football fields per second is what the mighty 4360 powered Pratt Whitney Dreadnought is covering right now. The smaller Mustang, powered by 1,649 cubic inches of Rolls-Royce Packard Merlin engine, the red, white, and blue airplane, Dr. Heisey, hot in pursuit of Dreadnought, our reigning world champion aircraft.
Behind them, Sherman Smoot from Templeton, California, race 114, another Sea Fury named Argonaut, and Joel Swager, who piloted Dreadnought to the victory last year 924G is the name of that TMK-20C Fury, so it's kind of, Joel Swager is the defending champion pilot, Dreadnought the defending champion plane. Well, right now, let's listen to Dennis Sanders and Brent Heisey talk about this rivalry between the two and what they expect to happen today.
We're good. It's a happy airplane and been here quite a few times, so hopefully we know what we're doing and finish the race, and that'll be good. I think Miss America is saving it for tomorrow, if you want to know the truth. So tomorrow's the real race, and I expect them to go hard and fast, and hope we can run with them.
Now will we test it all the way today? Probably not. We'll make sure it's running hot and stay with Dreadnought for a little bit, and we'll see what it wants to do, and we'll see what we want to do. But you don't show all your cards today. You wait till tomorrow.
White flag, white flag.
Tommy, along with having a rivalry on the course, this is kind of a popularity contest going on out here as well. Dreadnought represents the round engine crowd. Who doesn't love a big Sea Fury? The Mustangs, they have their following as well, a very loyal following to the P-51 Mustangs as well. Now, Dr. Heisey is well deserving of a championship, having been out here for several years without that victory. But then again, Dennis Sanders has generously put several pilots throughout the years in the family Sea Furies, and as well as 4 victories in his aircraft, so he's deserving of a shot as well. This could be the one that decides it this year, Brett Heisey or Dennis Sanders.
No doubt about it, this one has been all Dennis Sanders and Dreadnought.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Past the steel start-finish pylon, and they are going to be your winners as we get closer and closer to the gold round. Brent Heisey, Miss America in second, Argonaut in third, 924G with Joel Swager, Mike Brown, Goldfinger.
Here we come, folks. Look over your shoulders. Steve Hinton just released him. Your first unlimited race is on the track. Again, on the inside, Brent Seghetti. Second place over from him is Robbie Patterson. Next is Mike Flagger and Lady B. Then we've got Mark Moody and Bunny. And then J.D. Dale was a no-show on this one. That's the P-63. You'll be able to see it down in the pits. Okay, they're going to go down. They're going to stay in their lanes until they get to the guide pylon. That's the bright light down there on the mountain. When they get to that light, this is going to be a left turn right about now, about a 3 or 4 G pull. They're on the 12 o'clock position of the course right now. Again, it should be Brant Seghetti and Blondie. It's owned by the Seghetti family out of Vacaville, California, a beautiful D model Mustang. Second place should be Robbie Patterson, one of the original Chino kids from the Chino Planes of Fame Museum, flying Wee Willie 2. Okay, here's our fire truck, our Formula One silver winner, Steve Temple in heat stroke, race number 8 with a time of 194.754. Big round of applause, Steve Temple and the entire crew, Formula One silver heat stroke. Good job, guys. Okay, look to our left and get ready for the most amazing, beautiful sound you're ever going to hear in aviation. Let's listen. If there's a sound sweeter than that, Danny, I haven't heard it yet. These are, again, Rolls-Royce designed, built here in the U.S. under license by the Packard Motor Car Company. They are known as the Merlin. It's a V12 liquid cooled, has a carburetor, but has a 2-stage supercharger, which was the real trick to this. The Allison engine that replaced was said to be meant to be worked on in the field by Jeep mechanics, had about half the moving parts of a Merlin engine. But the Merlin, again, along with more parts, it also made about 250 more horsepower. So it took up the same space, but a lot more horsepower in it. They switched over, when they switched over from the Merlins and from the Allisons to the Merlins with a 4-blade prop, it added 500 pounds to the airplane. So in 1944, the Army Air Corps decided to stop painting them to get back 16 pounds that they had lost with this engine and prop combination. Again, these are all D models. They were first released in 1944. Now, as they come by, look at the radiator. That little scoop hanging out the bottom of the airplane. That's where the air goes in. It compresses. It goes out a little door. Actually creates thrust. Let's listen again to the sound of Merlins here in Reno. sweet the sound.
Speaking of the name of the engine, Steve, the Merlin engine, because it was built in the UK, it's often connected with Merlin's magic of English lore.
Okay.
But in actuality, when the engine came out, they named it after a pigeon hawk known as a Merlin.
I did not know that.
You do not. I love to hear you say that. Now,
which might explain why Stu Ebert had a Mustang named Merlin's Magic that he used to race here all those years.
There you go.
Okay, they're on the backside of the course now. Again, these are D-model Mustangs. And as we were saying, the aerodynamics on these airplanes were absolutely as close to perfect as you could get back at the time. The original cowling was designed by Art Chester of Goon fame. I remember the Goon, the racer back in Cleveland. Art Chester was somebody ahead of his time in aerodynamics. He actually hand-built the original cowling for the first NA-73s. Here they come again, rounding pylon 7. Should be Brant Seghetti, Robbie Patterson, Mike Flagger, and Mark Moody. Let's listen to the beautiful sound of these Rolls-Royce Packard Merlins.
so going back to the combination of the laminar flow wing, which gave the airplane a tremendous advantage, and the lack of drag on the radiator, which actually gave it jet thrust. The beginning of the life of the airplane, of course, could not get into the dogfight altitudes with the Allison engine, as Steve was alluding to. When they changed the engine to the Rolls-Royce Packard-built motor, it gained another 10,000 feet of altitude in the dogfight arena, and it gained another 100 knots of speed. The 1944 Subcommittee on Aviation said the P-51 was the most perfectly pursued airplane in existence.
Well, I've always referred to them as sex on wings. They are about as sexy of a design as you can come up with. They are just gorgeous airplanes.
And as we're talking about the airplane as well, you'll read a lot of numbers about the total production run. Let's say it was over 15,000, and leave it at that because everybody's got a different opinion.
The numbers I've always found here
stop it.
were 16,766 built between 44 and 45. They produced 350 units per month. Cost new, $50,985. Now, as I said, these are D-model Mustangs, most easily distinguished by the bubble canopies. Prior to these, they had the B's and the C's. The A model still had the Allison engine on it. And then when they put the Merlins on them, the Rolls-Royce Packard engines, they designated them P-51B models or P-51C models. And you say, well, what's the difference in a B or a C? B was built at the Inglewood plant down in LA, and the C's were built at the North American plant in Dallas, Texas. Other than that, they were identical. When they came out with the D models, they didn't have the little fillet between the vertical fin and the fuselage, the backbone of the airplane, and they later added that little fillet, that ventral fin, to give it more stability against roll rate, because with all that 11-foot propeller out there and all the torque, if you came in hard on a propeller, the airplane would roll the opposite direction that the propeller was turning. So they added that ventral fin to get a little more stability in the D models. Okay, over in Valley of Speed right now, down low, should be Brant Seghetti. See if our white flag's waving this time. It should be. Look at this steel start-finish pylon. Now Brant's looking down off the left side of Blondie there, looking for that white flag, which is waving. Welcome him to the Bell Lap.
Last 3 laps at 319, then 318, and another 318 as we get ready for the checker.
You know, there's nothing to scoff at with 318, but I got to say, Andrew Finley, Jeff Lavelle, Jimmy Rust, they're kind of changing the default on our settings here by going over 400 miles an hour in garage-built airplanes.
in fast garage built airplane.
Okay, the P-51s produced 251 aces during their career. They shot down 4,950 enemy aircraft during World War II. The United States retired them in 1978, but the Dominican Republic flew them all the way through 1984. And trust me, the second they said we are through the Mustangs, we had American buyers lined up with cash in hand saying, funny you should be getting rid of them, we have a hangar room for them. A good friend of mine bought 12 of these in 1957 from McClellan Field for $760 a piece.
With the engines.
Got 2 extra engines with each one of them. One of them was actually an ace model. Okay, let's listen again as he comes through for the checkered flag. Unofficially, Brent Seghetti and Blondie.
Wind 330 at 6.
Championship air races have been at Reno for over 50 years. At the time before that, it was the Cleveland Air Races, and racing actually came out to Reno after that. And so it has been out here a very, very long time.
Pilots have been racing airplanes since shortly after the Wright brothers did the first flight. As a matter of fact, the first air race in history was in France in 1909, and some very famous pilots, Glenn Curtis, beat Louis Blériot by 5 seconds in that air race. So as long as pilots have been flying, they've been racing airplanes too.
Reno is famous worldwide for holding the National Championship air races. When you travel around to different events in the country and in the world, people don't say, oh yeah, the STIHL National Championship air races. They say Reno. Oh, you're from Reno. It's an event that actually puts this community on the map globally and really gives it an identity.
Well, to me personally, it's a place where I can come and be with my family, and my family being the fans of the Reno Air Races. And there's people that I see every year, and we just we have an instant bond again. We call it a lot, and you'll probably hear it in other conversations, that this is our Reno family, our September family.
And the other part that's amazing is some of the volunteers have been there 40 or even 50 years. They keep coming back every year because they have this passion for the event and for air racing specifically.
It's just a place where we can come, we can race, we can talk about airplanes, put everything else out of your mind, because you're out here, you're racing, it's airplanes, politics, there are no politics, there's just racing at the Reno Air Races.
We set it up with the schools locally to bring the kids here, and it's wonderful that you see the spark in their eye when they come in there. And that's what we're looking for.
In the last several years, really focused a lot on STEM education for the local communities. We had the drone zone, which a lot of kids really get involved with, and they like that. We had this virtual reality area where they can go in there and put it over their eyes and see what flying was like. And a number of other things that showed these kids what aviation was all about. For aviation, air racing, or whatever, we got to start with the kids and get them involved.
The Reno Air Races are really worth continuing. It excites people, it excites the youngsters these days to do well in school, to learn things, to become technically competent, honors the military, so we do not forget what sacrifices we have made over the years to get here, to be able to practice this freedom.
As you all know, the events of COVID, when it first began to migrate, I honestly have to say I totally underestimated the kind of impact it would have on the American economy. The National Championship Air Races, the Reno Air Racing Association, has in fact had challenges continuing to operate at profit, and it had some expenses and carryover debt from the past.
We're inventing new ways and researching every possible method to keep it alive, keep it in the public eye, and keep some income coming in order to continue it into next year and into the future beyond that. And we think it's definitely possible, but we definitely need some help too.
So really, the bottom line is the Reno National Championship Air Races is such an amazing, unique event that it really needs to be preserved. It needs to be here for our kids and our grandkids.
Almost everyone who comes out just loves it and wants to see it keep going. And What I would say is just, we really need donations. We need financial help. And there's no amount that's too small. There's no amount that's too small.
In terms of all of us coming together to keep the Reno Air Races alive, best thing that all of us can do is visit the website, go to airrace.org. If it's in your heart to help the races continue and you're excited about doing that, we can't say thank you enough if you click on that donate button.
If you've never been to the air races and you happen to see this video, I just hope you'll consider it, because you can't experience it anywhere else. And it's a family, it's a exciting, incredible event that you just won't forget. And I just hope that this city, and I hope that the aviation community and the air race community all just rallies around us. Help us keep this thing going.
Coming towards home pylon, green flag is up, race is on.
Here we go, and it's just as we had it through the zero lap there.
Jeff Lowe, Tony Higa, Alan Hoover. Then we have Anthony Oceanuga in Blackhawk, and then the Yellow Bomber with Kevin Harper.
It's 1 through 5 for us right now. There are the front three as they pass by that pylon on the way to the midway point of this racetrack.
You notice all those cars and people standing around. Each pylon has pylon judges there to make sure that we go on the outside of the pylon and that we do not get too low.
Still Jeff Lowe out front.
Tony Higa's making a move. Alan Hoover's high. Tony Higa's low. Jeff Lowe's in the lead.
Keep your eye on the red plane. Alan Hoover there, moving up high. Usually that's in anticipation of gaining a little speed and making a move on one of the two front runners right now. Not able to get it done yet. And there he goes.
They're going to be like this the entire race, those three. I guarantee that they're going to just be right on each other, and they're going to make it interesting.
That's good news for all of us who are watching. So glad to have you with us. Our racing today, we have some fantastic and very important racing going on for you today, taking you all the way to the afternoon and the final race of the day.
Right. For those West Coasters, thanks for waking up on a Saturday morning and putting on the internet and checking us out.
Happy to have you here. Enjoy your coffee. Enjoy a little adrenaline along with it here.
Right, look, back of the course, you see them making their moves again. Looks like Tony Higa is passing on the inside of Jeff Lowe. That's a naughty, naughty thing.
Uh-oh.
But it looks like Tony Higa's got the lead. Jeff Lowe in second, and then your Alan Hoover in third in his Dragon.
Another race within the race at 7, 8, and 9. That'll be the Yellow Bomber right there, I believe. Kevin Harper, race 69.
Coming up on Anthony Oceanuga.
Anthony Oceanuga, yeah. And making a positive move.
Wow.
Right there. So that race has changed complexion very, very quickly.
And we've talked about this before. It's easier to get that lead on the straightaways, and then you may lose it in the turns. Let's see how it turns out. But it looks like Kevin Harper's got it, no problem.
We're already halfway through this race right now.
Okay, our leaders. We still have Tony Higa now. It has the lead, and Alan Hoover's right behind him. Looking for Jeff Lowe.
Jeff Lowe is apparently falling back just a little bit at this point right now, so it's a two-horse race right now.
Interesting. So let's see if Alan makes that move. Alan Hoover. Little bobble. Did you see that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Good.
Hair's getting a little lumpy out there, Marilyn.
Memories.
It is not a walk in the park flying these biplanes at top speed around with 8 other planes in the air as well.
Right. Well, they make them so that they're easily manipulated in an aerobatic situation, but that makes them a little unstable in the air, which is good in aerobatics and not so good otherwise. So we still have Tony Higa, Alan Hoover.
Tango Tango, race 31 is Tony Higa. Alan Hoover, race 32, the red airplane.
Wow. That's tight racing right there. They had to go around one of the slower planes. It looks like, well, it's too late now for me to tell you which one it is, but they passed one of the slower planes. It was still Tango Tango, and then there be Dragons.
Still 1, 2, 3 as they started. Except for 1 and 2 have swap positions there, and they're swapping again, it looks like, a little bit, or coming close to it. Not quite, though. Alan Hoover not quite able to overtake Tony Higa. As we're in the...
very close racing.
Getting down to the final rows here.
Okay, that was an inside cut.
Tony Higa gained this position. He's been the lowest all, and he did a low pass early. And you said that was a somewhat risky proposition there, Marilyn.
Yes. I'm sure him and Jeff will discuss it later.
Okay. Maybe we'll be around for that.
Over some fruit punch, maybe, and cookies.
Boy, this
Look
is a
at
good
that
battle
bobbling.
right here.
Look
Wow.
at that dirty, dirty air. Ay, ay, ay.
Going for the silver medal here at Reno.
This is lap 5 of 6. This is coming up on your final lap.
Boy, look at Alan Hoover fighting that air right there.
White flag is up.
This is the
Here
bell
he goes.
lap. Look
Come
at
on, Alan.
Alan Hoover, Tony Higa. Neck and neck. This one's probably going to go right down to the last moment.
Sometimes the air gets so bad you can see them and not being able to turn. I've had that problem before. Alan just experienced. It's like your ailerons are just not working right now.
These two duking it out. Tony Higa doing a good job of hanging on to that lead right now.
Going around traffic again. That's Scott McDonald.
As if they didn't have enough to think about already.
Right.
This is good stuff.
Yeah. Wow. This is going to be close.
Down through the valley of speed.
Alan is not giving up. He is not giving up.
No. Coming around the final pylon, heading for the start-finish pylon. This will be decided in seconds here. Tony Higa in front, Tango Tango.
And Alan is pushing his throttle, even though it's fully open. He's pushing on it, pushing on it. Come on, just a little bit more. Checkered flag, and it's Tony Higa.
Oh, Alan closing. That was good stuff. Great racing.
It was a clean race. That was amazing. Great finish.
Yes. 4, 5, and 6. A race coming around the backstretch right now.
That looks like Holmgren on the outside.
Is that Scott McDonald in that?
No, that is Scott Pruitt, our farmer. Holmgren is going to take him right there.
Oh.
Maybe not.
Maybe. All of our results are unofficial. Until this race is complete and all the data is compiled, all the observations from the pylons. And any other questions I may have.
The low flights, the pylon cuts, the all of that stuff has to come in. Right now it's unofficially Tony Higa with Alan Hoover right behind him.
Well, here they are taking off the 1, 2, and 3 positions. It's Tony Higa gaining a huge advantage on the takeoff there over position number 1, Alan Hoover.
And Jeff Lowe was in the front, and then Tony Higa just got him around, going around the backside of the pylons. There's some great view from Anthony Oceanuga. But here's where Tony Higa made that pass.
Very, very low pass right there and inside. So always going to grab people's attention when you do something like that.
Yep. Those three are so evenly matched. It's such a great race. I hope they keep it clean and they're not yelling at each other in the hangar later. But, yep, that was great to watch. That's Oceanuga. You're watching your pylons over left-hand side again.
Just a great duel, start to finish, between these two, Alan Hoover and Tony Higa.
Look at those bobbles.
Well,
just a little bit more, you know?
For the silver medal, you expect everyone to go all out, leaving nothing on the table, and you see it right there. One of the classic battles in biplane.
Amazing. See, they're passing one of the slower racers there.
Well, you thought at any moment it was going to change hands, that lead, but Tony Higa just barely hanging on all the way through the final lap.
And Alan, you could see Alan struggling with the bad wind coming off Tony Higa's plane. But he never gave up.
To the very end, heading for the checkered flag. Race 31-3-1, Tony Higa, unofficially your silver medalist at Reno 2019. There it is right there.
There's our number one. That's Tony Higa out of Redlands, California, Tango Tango. Very popular with the Japanese contingent here. All the photographers are just loving his aircraft.
This may be the most photographed sport.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Per capita in all the world right now.
Per day.
Yeah, per day, absolutely the most photographed sport.
But I believe Tony Higgins actually has his own cartoon books in Japan.
Oh, no.
They love him so much.
Graphic
there.
novels, you call them now.
Okay, yeah, that's
Marilyn.
it. That's what I meant. That's what I said. He's waving to his fan base. Good for him. That's Scott McDonald, our aerobatic instructor. That
Slow
beautiful
roll.
eagle. Gotta love that.
Race 247.
But yeah, so it's Tony Higa and then Alan Hoover from Elbert, California. And there be Dragons, another S1. Again, this race was predominantly pit specials, pits S1s. But we appreciate Scott painting this eagle like this so we can tell it from the others.
We never consider this race over until all 9 planes are on the ground, too, because the biplanes can be a little temperamental.
Right. So this is Jeff Lowe, and he's out of San Jose, California. He's number 3 in number 6, Miss Diane. He came in 3rd unofficially.
Unofficially, speaking of unofficially, here are our unofficial results. Tony Higa, Tango Tango Race 31, dueling it out with Alan Hoover. There be Dragons, that red plane, Race 32. What a classic biplane battle that was. Pleasure to watch out here. Our first race of the day that we're showing you. Jeff Lowe coming in 3rd place, race number 6 with Miss Diane. Kevin Harper, race 69, the Yellow Bomber, Anthony Oshanuga. Black Hawk, and then Nicholas Kalakidis, Scott McDonald, Scott Pruitt, and Dave Holmgren. More racing on the way. As a matter of fact, we've got one of the heritage classes. We've got some T6 coming up. Stay with us, and we'll be right back.
Green flag, green flag.
Tommy, thank you. What a great week it's been, and we are getting closer and closer to the big Sunday races where everything is decided at the National Championship. Starting right now with our biplane silver. Now you see they're taking off in the Grand Prix style standing start with each row starting in 4-second intervals, which is adjusted to their final finishing positions. Now they are on our short course, a 3.5-mile course. Now this first lap doesn't count. This is what we call the oil warm-up lap. Allows them to get the oil up to temperature. However, jockeying for position does count. Your position when you come around to the steel start-finish pylon, the first lap, when they cross there, that's when the clock starts.
We're on our short course today, and of course, these are fun to watch if you've never taken part or watched a biplane race. They're very, they're like the quarter horses in the sky. That's what people have always said. And they look like they'd be slow and easy, but it gets pretty intense. I mean, with 2 wings, that kind of doubles up a lot of the things that you have to fight.
Well, these are sport biplanes. They're short coupled. That's one of the reasons that they do run them early in the morning is because getting them back on the ground is a handful. Yeah, most of these sport biplanes are the pit specials, the little highly maneuverable aerobatic biplanes. For our racing here, they have a minimum allowable weight of 500 pounds. That's half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. They've got fixed landing gear. They can't run any funny fuel, no additives, no nitrous or anything like that, no turbochargers. But they also have a fixed pitch prop, which means they've got to choose a prop that's going to give them not only acceleration on takeoff, but some top-end performance as well. It's like taking off on your bicycle. Do you want to start off in a low gear? You're going to run into that wall fast. Take off on a high gear, it's going to be harder to get going, but you're going to have more speed on the top end.
Well, the bottom end speed, the takeoff speed seems to belong to Jeffrey Lowe. He's out in front right now ahead of Alan Hoover, Kevin Harper. But look at this. Hey, already he's paying the price, it looks like, Steve.
Tony Higa, our aerobatic pilot from Redlands, California, and Tango Tango, he just put the move on Jeffrey there. But now Tony's going low, so he's leaving those guys. Now who do we got? We've got Jeff Lowe above there, and we've also got Alan Hoover.
Alan Hoover, there be Dragons, a very famous plane here, and he's putting the move on Jeff Lowe as well.
Now, they've got the advantage. They've got altitude. If you get altitude, you can trade altitude for airspeed. So let's see if Tony played that hand too soon because he's a lot lower than those other two.
All right, let's talk about our Reno Tahoe. Visit renotahoe.com. Top Gun. And this is going to be Al Hoover.
This week here is fabulous. Our class, the biplane class, is tight-knit and close, and we share things with each other. We help each other go fast. If you need advice or techniques or tools or parts or anything, we help. We do that. It truly is a family and a camaraderie, just like it was in the Air Force in the squadron. I mean, we have a mission, we have a focus, we have a goal, and we're all in it together to be safe and have fun and go fast.
White flag, white flag.
White flag as they pass the steel start-finish pylon. It looks like Alan Hoover may have just overtaken Tony Higa on the inside in Tango, but Tony's got the inside line, the shorter course. Let's see if he can make that play for himself as this. He did. He's coming out of it. Oh, look at this, Tommy. The back straightaway, throw a blanket over both those airplanes.
This is a dogfight here for sure.
Who chose the right prop on this one? Here we go. Okay, now they're diving down. They're trading some altitude for airspeed as they pass that Kristen Eagle on the backside. One more turn to decide it. Can Tony hang on? Again, he's got the shorter course. If he stays on the inside without cutting a pylon, he's going to make Alan Hoover go a longer course. You see him bobbing around out there. Again, these airplanes are bouncing. They got the throttle, what we call the biplane salute. Their left arm is all the way to the stop. Look at him bouncing around out there. Getting ready to overtake another airplane as they dive for the steel start-finish pylon. Can Tony hang on? Alan Hoover shoves the nose down. One last gasp in that beautiful red pits.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Boy, it looked like Tony hung on for that one.
Well, hold on just a second. Now, a late DQ. We just get this in. He's going to knock out Higa. Al Hoover is going to be your biplane silver champion. What a shocker.
Home stretch. Look for the green flag at the steel home pylon. Race is on. Second place right now looks like another red airplane. You gotta love this. That's Tom Siegler. That's fast and easy. That is Mock Chicken, Acme Special, Outlaw, and Atomic Pumpkin and Pooter are making it interesting in the back. In this race, we have 4 Canadians.
Yay!
I know.
Roy's not here, so I gotta cheer for him. Maple Leaf forever.
Right, four Canadians, 4 Americans. Here comes Heatstroke, our leader, Steve Temple, coming around the left side. Got some passing on the back of the course. Most of the time, the more interesting racing isn't for first place. So you just saw Scott Holm take Matt Moore going around the back. Here comes Tom Siegler. Fast and easy Ken Jackson. Mock Chicken with Chris Weaver, another rookie. That's Scott Holm, Outlaw. Matt Moore in Acme Special. I have to tell you, Matt Moore has been coming out here for 21 years, and this is his first year racing. Here's our Atomic Pumpkin and Robert Austin. Good, clean racing, it looks like. But Heatstroke has such a dominant lead right now. In this race, you'll find this very interesting, that all of these are cassets, and they're modified in one way or another, but they're all started as a cassette 3.
And thank God for Tom Cassett, who brought this design up many years ago. Still allows somebody in the Formula One class to get into racing at a very reasonable price and a competitive airplane.
Right, the price of these aircraft can be anything from $20,000 to $100,000. You can get into the Formula One racing quite simply. And there's Matt Moore again, yellow aircraft, black nose. Atomic Pumpkin, orange nose, black tail. And then Pooter, who is in the Army Air Corps colors. Coming around the left side, you'll see Heatstroke already taking a very dominant lead at this point.
All right, first lap speed 183, second lap speed 177.
Tom Siegler one more time. Fast and Easy with Kent Jackson. Mock Chicken. So one of the reasons that the Formula One class is expanding is we have something called Flyboys Race Camp in Texas every year, where you can go down to Big Spring, Texas, and get some training and learning how to do this. PRS is great, and we learn a lot there, but these pilots need to be much more proficient with their aircraft. And that Big Spring Flyboys Race Camp has really changed the pace here.
And we give credit to that to Philip Goforth, the Formula One chairman, who has a school down there and can guide people around at their pace to get them into racing safely and with great guidance. I think it's just a wonderful thing. And now the internationals are going around the world entertaining people with these Formula One races.
Yeah, I'm wearing my international racing shirt today, or jacket today. And here we got another pass coming up. That's Tom Siegler taking on Kent Jackson right at home pylon. As you listen to this, the engines on this are the O200s, very familiar to a lot of pilots. They're in the Cessna 150s, a very popular trainer. But what we do when we get the engines, we make them a little bit tweaked, and we get about 4,200 RPMs out of them instead of the original 2,700. You can see another pass coming up. Looks like Robert Austin is taking Matt Hughes to task, coming around pylons 1, 2, and 3 on the right side. Another pass on the backstretch. You can see. Looks like Paul Newman is coming up on heat stroke. Looks like Tom Siegler is 3 wide coming around the pylons. That looks like Tom. Then we've got, wow, that looks like Mock Chicken with Chris Weaver making a pass now on Kent Jackson. Okay, red airplane, white wheel pants. That's Chris Weaver and Mock Chicken. Watch this action on the right-hand side.
Third lap speed 179. Fourth lap speed for the leader 170. By the way, Marilyn, you're talking about that engine. Let's go as far as to say that the O200 engine is also used in J3 Cubs.
Right. Well, not all of them, but yes, many of them.
Yeah, not all, but
correct.
A lot of them.
Watch, here comes that pass. Coming around pylon 4, left-hand side. Chris Weaver's really taking Kent Jackson to task. Chris is a rookie this year. Flying Mock Chicken. He's also a Canadian. There you go, Roy. As we talked about Flyboy Race Camp, I have to put a shout out to Kelly Goforth, because she's the hostess of Race Camp. And she feeds and waters all these rookies all year long. Watching this pass on the right. Keep an eye on Chris Weaver. He's gaining on, it looks like Scott Holm. I think he might be lapping Scott Holm. Watch, he's going to be passing right on the front stretch.
White flag, white flag.
White flag is up. Here comes Fast and Easy. Another great pass coming over down here. He's got heat stroke. We've got Scott Holm. It'd be great if you guys would paint your airplane something but red. Keep an eye on this. So in this race, you need to pass up and outside. So you see the people who are trying to make the pass getting a little bit of altitude so they can pass here safely. This is your white flag still. Next time Chris Weaver comes across, it'll be the checkered flag. 3 wide going around pylon 1. Checker flag is up.
Checkered flag.
And we have a race. Nicely done, everyone. It's, of course, unofficial at this point. We've got another pass coming on, just going towards Steel Home Pylon. Yeah, Steve Temple doesn't have enough. On the far stretch, you can see 3 going around the left side of the course. That is Matt Moore in his rookie year, Matt Hughes in his rookie year, and Robert Austin in his rookie year. Nice clean race it looks like from here. Congratulations, boys, that's a race.
Race is 6, down in the band.
For a Saturday night.
As they start the race, it will be 8 laps, about 25 miles. This is one of our shortest courses out here today.
Steve Temple has the lead, Steve Tumlin right behind him, and then Tom Siegler, number 76. Paul Newman, Fast and Easy, Blair Hamilton, and Atomic Pumpkin. And then we have Chris Weaver, Scott Holm, and Acme Special, all taking the course.
Good number of planes in this silver race here. The silver medal from Reno. Very, very important to all these teams here.
It's all about the trophy.
Oh, man. Steve Temple's got his eye on it, that is for sure. Heat Stroke is the name of the airplane. We'll know it as we watch him through the day from the yellow, the orange tail there.
Very identifiable. We appreciate that. That is Steve Tumlin and Feisty. I wanted to give you a chance to really hear that. I love having the mics on the pylons.
There's our leader right there, Steve Temple, getting ready to get us kicked off here and begin lap number 1 of 8. Formula 1 silver.
If you think the nose on that cassette is a little bit longer, it is. It's one of the small changes that you'll see.
Steve Tumlin and Feisty right behind him there.
Gotcha. There's Steve Temple one more time.
Heat Stroke making his way around this race course with much dispatch here. He'd love to get out in front and just leave the rest of this crowd behind, but I think the rest of this crowd has different ideas about what's going to happen here today. In the silver race, this is a day when you leave nothing on the table, nothing in the tank. Give it all you've got and push the plane to the limit.
They're going to be coming around the left side of the field, pylons 4, 5, and 6. Basically an oval in the sky. This would be the start lap number 2 when he gets by here. 2 of 8. On your screen right now, you're going to start to see that is, I believe that's Mock Chicken, putting a pass on Acme. Acme Special down low, Matt Moore, San Jose, California.
Mock Chicken race number 7.
47.
47, excuse me.
Yeah, both of these are rookies. Good to have a lot of rookies in this field. Yes, there is.
More hanging in there. We'll see if that one comes to pass. That's going to be one of our races within a race right there.
Always. Sometimes in air racing, the race is not for first. The interesting, battles are in the back of the pack.
You can find a lot of great things in each one of these races out here today.
Yeah, that's Mock Chicken and Matt Moore going at it still. We just saw Steve Temple coming by.
There goes Steve Temple, starting lap number 3 already.
Yep.
Our leader, still in pursuit, second place, and started in the second position. Feisty with Steve Tumlin. A lap and a half, and he'll be dealing with the traffic, passing some of the other racers.
That's when it gets interesting again.
Yeah.
Slab wing, you can see that just looks like a Hershey bar. Just a slab wing cassette, yet it's pretty fast.
Kind of 2 basic wing configurations in play here, Marilyn.
Right, you get this, we call him a slab wing, and we used to have a contest every year for the fastest slab wing, and he'd probably win it this year. But We also have some other more tapered wings that you'll see when they turn when they do the 90 degrees. You'll be able to see them very clearly.
There's your leader, Steve Temple, race 8, already approaching the halfway point in this race, starting on his lap number 4. The rest of the field in pursuit. Again, this is a shortest course, just over 3 miles. Short course here.
Yes, he's really opening up. I'm surprised that Steve Tumlin is not closer to Steve Temple.
Some of these planes in this class can get up well over 200 miles an hour.
Yes, this one is just under 200, but the gold one later, it will be tomorrow, I believe. It will be well over 200.
Got some great stories working for that gold race tomorrow. You do not miss that one.
So exciting.
That's all I can tell you.
So exciting. So, okay, this is Steve Temple still. Tumbling to Temple, that's kind of hard for me.
Yep. Heat stroke, race number 8. Already in lap number 5. He is starting to smell the barn here, as they say.
Great shots of our pylon. You get to see the people living under the pylon with the lights on and everything. Each pylon has a set of pylon judges to see if we're low or if we've cut a pylon. And during the races, we have photographers out on the pylons as well. So a big shout out to our aviation photographers that are there helping us get those great shots that we see.
Numerous photographers for this very picturesque and visual event here.
Looks like we got a pass.
Oh, here we go.
Steve Temple is just trying to get around the lap traffic.
Going around Atomic Pumpkin right there.
Yeah. So the goal is for Blair to keep Atomic Pumpkin low and inside, that Steve Temple can get around her easily and not disturb too much. He probably made a call and said, Blair, I'm on your wing and I'm coming at you. So he gave her that heads up. Back of the course, that is Mock Chicken.
Chicken, who already was able to pass race 72, Matt Moore.
Now he's headed over to Scott Holm, number 9 in Outlaw. Both Canadians, a lot of Canadians. How did we get so many Canadians?
Chris Weaver certainly trying to make a mark on this race. Moving on up the leaderboard. Let's see if he can run down the Canadian here.
And Scott Holm is one of our younger pilots, and his whole family's here, his mom, dad, brothers. Same with Blair Hamilton's husband. Her mom's here, and Matt Hughes, her husband, has all of his brothers are here, and they've got quite a story. Lap 7, still looking at this traffic. Chris Weaver trying to get around Scott Holm, number 47, number 9.
Down hard. Scott's doing a pretty good job of holding him off for now. He's playing from Edmonton, Alberta, the Outlaw.
Easily identifiable by those little white stripes on his wings, which we appreciate.
Helps us out for sure.
Exactly.
There's your leader. Steve Temple, heat stroke, has had the lead since the very start of this race, started in the number 1 position.
He's been racing a long time with us. He's Air Force brat. Just got out, and he's flying for, I believe, one of the airlines now.
One of our Nevada natives racing here, which there are many.
Yes. Some of us actually move up here because of the racing. This is our white flag lap. Number 8 is taking the pylon for the white flag. This will be the last lap, the final lap of the race.
Steve Temple, flawless, absolutely flawless today, getting to fly the race he wants to fly. The silver medal in sight.
Right, once he comes around the STIHL home pylon one last time, he'll get the checkered flag, and the race will cease. It'll stop then, so everyone else will pull off, even if they're on lap 7.
Yeah, there's nothing more to strive for at that point. We will have a silver winner.
Right. Here comes Steve Temple, beautiful line. He's been flying here a long time, knows what he's doing.
Experience is always a plus for these pilots here. So oftentimes makes the difference.
Yeah, that airplane is owned by Jeff Zaltman, who owns Air Race 1, who helps us with some of our international races.
Well, here we go. Here's heat stroke. Steve Temple, race number 8.
Checkered flag.
Taking the checkered flag. There is your silver medal winner from Reno in Formula 1.
And here We have the rest of them jockeying for number 2.
Steve Tumlin and Feisty's held on to that second spot all the way through.
Actually, that was Acme just went through, then Tumlin, then Atomic Pumpkin.
There's Atomic Pumpkin.
But those two, Atomic Pumpkin and Acme, were lapped. So Tumlin has second place.
They will, as mentioned, will be leaving the race anyway. They will not be obliged to finish out the full 8 laps.
That was Paul Newman we just saw. And then here you can see Scott Holm and Chris Weaver.
Race 8, down to B.
The landings have commenced. There's Scott Holm and Outlaw.
Scott Holm, Chris Weaver. It's a good battle going on during the course of this race.
I believe that's it. I think that we've cleared the race course and people are coming into land. You can see them over our left shoulder.
Well, it's all official when it becomes official. It is not as yet, but everything points to the fact that this plane right here, race number 8, heat stroke with Steve Temple, started the day in the first position and never really looked back.
Never did. He kept his position, kept his line, stayed in the clean air, and it was an easy race for him. If you remember, before the race started, Tom Siegler mentioned the one that gets the best start generally wins the race, and that's what it was today.
It was a pretty strong theory. We see it in other classes as well.
It's a very distinctive paint job. I really like this plane.
Easy to pick out in the air, and there's a man who is in his element right now, bringing this thing home, just doing it absolutely by the numbers, bringing it in.
This is his lapping of Atomic Pumpkin.
Past all the traffic as he launches into the final lap here. Past the crowd in the grandstands here, and the silver medal, Formula One, again unofficially, maybe that plane right there. Race number 8, heat stroke with Steve Temple.
Almost an easy race for Steve Temple today. No traffic, no passing. Steve Temple in heat stroke number 1.
Steve Tumlin, Feisty, coming up in second place.
Tom Siegler, 76, Doghouse.
Paul Newman from Gun Barrel City, Texas, in 4th place with Fast and Easy.
Scott Holmes and Outlaw, number 9.
Chris Weaver. Chris Weaver, Mock Chicken, sort of drew in late, but put on a good show for everyone here.
Sure did.
Dueling it out with Scott Holmes and Matt Moore.
He put a pass on Matt Moore and was dueling it out with Scott Holm there at the end. And then Blair Hamilton in Atomic Pumpkin at the end. There's our Feisty. Wait a second, are they? Yeah, they are on 8. I thought they were starting on 3-2. Never mind. All that stuff I said about the runway, discount. Disregard.
That's a testament to how things are shifting. And here we go. We are underway with this race on that front line.
And Justin has won it on the ground for the past 2 races. And let's see what happens here.
Justin Metters, the black and white airplane in the middle. We'll watch as they get off the ground here. And Steve and Lowell Slater.
That's our second one. This is our first row. There's Lowell in the white plane. Justin Metters in the black and white plane. Both had, oh wow, Lowell really picked up his game.
You talked about the importance of getting out front there, and he has done just that. So Justin Metters is going to have a far stiffer challenge than he has had all week, keeping up with Lowell Slater.
It looks like Justin's going to be the one doing the following, for at least for the first couple of laps. Let's see what happens next.
We'll stick with them for a good while here in Lowell Slater. He's won the gold here before. He would love to do it again. We heard him talk this morning. He's very, very serious about it. Justin Metters, what a great story. He's worked his way up. He is a paralyzed pilot. He does all his flying with his hands. Great story to working his way to the top of Formula One last year to win the national championship.
Very competitive individual. He was a motorcycle racer. He's done triathlons and all sorts of racing. But this has really piqued his interest. You can hear those engines really roaring.
Again, we have got a different race going on today. Justin Metters has been able to get out in front and hang on to that lead in all the qualifying races in Formula One, and today he is the man in pursuit. He will be the stalker
Nice to be out in front for Lowell for a change. The air starts getting a little bumpy, and you know when you're getting in someone else's prop wash, so you'll see the second plane will have a little bit more difficult time. There's Lowell right there. That is a Gilbert DG2. Afraid Not, number 31.
So of course Steve Senegal holding down third place right now.
With Justin Phillipson right behind him and no strings attached.
Steve Senegal, probably more goals owned by him in Formula One in this race than anyone else.
But Senegal got the pass on Justin Phillipson, no strings attached. So now it's Afraid Not, Limitless, Endeavor, and no strings.
There's Afraid Not, your leader right there. Justin Metter and Limitless, the one giving pursuit right now. So a little bit of a turn of fortunes for Justin Metters, who's been smart enough, canny enough, made the right decisions to get out in front in each one of these qualifying races. Did not happen this morning. If you're just picking up with us, welcome to our coverage. We'll be here all day long in Reno. This is Gold Medal Sunday.
Just so interesting that just a small change in a propeller and got Lowell Slater off the ground faster, and now Justin Metters is in the pursuit.
Trying to run it down all through these 8 laps. Will go about 25 miles by the time it is all over. Lowell Slater and Afraid Not looking pretty strong right now. In fact, could be that they are extending that lead by just a tiny. Yes, they have added a little time to that lead.
Looks it.
As they pass the steel start-finish pylon right there. There's Endeavor, Steve Senegal. Running in third place. Behind him, no strings attached. Justin Phillipson, race 79.
Endeavor's. Yeah, so there's Endeavor. You can see the different wing style and everything. That is a Arnold AR6 built by Mike Arnold and David Hoover many years ago, and it's a winner. It's definitely a winner.
Oh, absolutely. A
beautiful aircraft.
Proven national championship plane and team and pilot.
Was it 6-time national champion?
Six-time national champion. Back to our leader, Lowell Slater and Afraid Not already starting to lap some of the field. As he crosses the start-finish line and crosses into lap at 4.
Right, that was Des Hart that he just passed in Sleeper. And now Justin Metters is going to have to get around Des as well. This is when it gets interesting.
There's Lowell Slater running the race he has wanted to run all week long here. He has been behind from the start in all the qualifying races now. Continuing to ever so slightly, extend that lead over Justin Metters and Limitless.
It's crazy how much he's pulled out already. Here he comes, coming around for the start of lap number 6 of 8.
Boy, this is going to underscore the value of a start today. And Lowell Slater talked to us about it. You heard it if you were with us. He said, I've got the lane draw I want. I've got exactly everything in place to change my fortunes this time around on the day that matters the most.
Des Hart was just passed by Endeavor now, so the top 3 competitors have already lapped the last place competitor. There's Lowell at 31.
Second place, Justin Metters right now doing everything he can to squeeze a little more speed out of it, but it could be. Lowell Slater has put up a lead that is insurmountable at this point. We'll see. Anything can happen during the course of a race, but we are...
Absolutely. There's Justin Metters at number 34, Limitless. That is a snowshoe SR1.
Especially made for Justin Metters. There's the leader, race 31. Lowell Slater. Multiple championships in Formula One.
That aircraft seems to be smaller than some of the other ones, and but it fits the formula because there's a formula that they have to adhere to. And
white flag, white flag.
Here comes the white flag now. So here, Justin Metters has one last lap to make this happen, but it doesn't look like that's going to be.
He's got quite a deficit to overcome. Justin Metters now passing the steel start-finish pylon, and well, it's running down.
Endeavor right on his tail.
Yeah, he may have to hang on for second place here, but hey, everything else is secondary to what's happening in race 31 right there. Lowell Slater, afraid not, absolutely flying his race, taking the lines he wants to take and having a little resistance as he takes the final lap here.
He's coming around the west side of the course, the left side. He's coming around pylon 6. Very close to the finish of this race. Checkered flag is up.
And that's going to be it, unofficially. Another gold for Lowell Slater and Frayed Knot. 2019 Formula One gold. In second place will be Justin Metters and Limitless. And right behind, making it really, really close, Steve Senegal in Endeavor, race number 11.
20 and 5, gust 11.
Okay, the winds seem to be mellowed out a little bit. So if you remember correctly, earlier in this week, Justin Metters had a oil cooler problem, and Steve Senegal helped him out with that, and he was this far behind.
They are a tight-knit group who love to beat each other's brains out. That's hard to explain, but it's if you watch them long enough, you'll understand that.
It's a friendly competition.
It absolutely is.
But like we say, I want to beat you at your best. I don't want you to lose on the ground.
That's true competitive spirit right there at its highest level. And let's take a look at some Formula One racing at the absolute highest level. Right, this was the race right here, Meryl.
Right here. The race off the ground, the race to pylon 1, that was the race.
Lowell Slater told us, he said, the start is everything for me. I've got everything in place. I think I've made the right decisions. I've got the right draw for my starting position, and he was right. It was a perfect storm.
Yep. The last 2 races, he had to follow Justin around, but when it mattered, it was all Lowell Slater. You can see he was pulling away from Justin the entire time.
From the very start, and Justin Metters did. You can count on it. Every trick he knows to get the job done, to somehow cut that deficit, but it just wasn't working all 8 laps.
Of course, this is our unofficial results. I mean, if someone cut a pylon,
Sure.
or
Yeah, it is all unofficial.
It all changes, but it was a great race. Nice to see.
Yeah, you figure a canny veteran like Lowell Slater is going to cross all the T's and dot all the I's, and we're going to assume for now that is it.
There's Endeavor, that unusual body style and the big wing. It's just gorgeous. Very unusual plane.
And a legendary plane here in Formula One in Reno. Lowell Slater taking the final lap here. Absolutely having this thing under control all the way. Real power, great effort from Lowell Slater as he leaves the race course. In second place, Justin Metters. He put up a great fight all week long. A great campaign to repeat as gold champion, but he would fall a little short here in 2019. Let's take a look at our unofficial results. Lowell Slater there, race 31. Another gold medal for Frayed Knot. Justin Metters a little short this time around in Limitless. Steve Senegal, the great one, in third place. Justin Phillipson, no strings attached, race 79. In fourth, Jerry Marshall in Tumbleweed, race number 4. In fifth place, Yingnang Zhao or Danny Zhao?
Danny Joe.
Danny Joe. All right, I'll get it right. Outrageous in 12th place. James Jordan, Des Hart, 54 and 81. Miss Min and Sleeper rounding out our field of 8, and that is Formula One for today. And there's Justin Metters, obviously disappointed.
The great American outdoors are closer than you think. Choose STIHL and create the outdoor living space you've always wanted. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local STIHL dealers. Real STIHL. Find yours at stihldealers.com.
To take into account as well. But there's our plane. It's coming into view here.
So there's a pace plane. There's 5 competitors in this heat, and then there's our spectator plane, or the raffle winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Number 1 position is race 90, Greg McNeely, Port Orange, Florida, undecided.
Let's start a nice slow left turn for the chute.
back to the screen. I'll tell you. So that's our pace.
Yeah, to the right, the far right with the orange nose is
Orange
the pace
nose.
plane.
The white one is Greg McNeely. That's our pole sitter.
Red one going to be Rick Siegfried in Big Red. Beside him, Vitaly Pechersky, Abracadabra. Second from the left, Michael Fledger, Bear Essentials, and Gene McNeely, Baby Boom, on the far left of your screen.
I don't count Gene out yet. Just because he's tail end Charlie doesn't mean he's not going to put something in there.
Yeah, that interview kind of tipped us off to the fact that something's afoot here.
Something's afoot, yeah.
Yes.
Age and guile.
Always.
Always.
Well, mostly triumphs over youth and enthusiasm.
Definitely with Gene, though. So you can see Pace has the smoke on, coming down the chute. Their chute is separate, is different than the Jet and the Sport and the Unlimited chute. They come down directly in front of the crew, of the spectators. Headed eastbound, from west to east.
Coming from left to right as you watch. You're in the grandstand area. All the fans are here watching.
Beautiful, gentlemen.
Really nice lineup they put together for us today. 5 mile course, 25 miles total. Just your T6 Silver.
It's a great T6 racing yesterday here. Gold class, that'll be coming up later. The championship.
Here they come. Listen
down
up.
on the course. Let's listen.
Pylon 1 is always interesting with these guys.
Race 90, Greg McNeely out in front, but did you see that little move from Baby Booner? Gene McNeely making a move, not hesitating. Going to get the most out of his 6 laps for sure. Race 90, Greg McNeely out in front and undecided. The red plane is Big Red. Unmistakable. Once those pitches are set, those props go supersonic.
Right, so Greg has a little bit of a lead, a little jump on Rick Siegfried. And then Vitaly went wide a little bit on the start, going around Pylon 1. He went high, probably just trying to stay out of traffic.
Big, heavy planes take a lot of attention, a lot of pilot expertise to get around the track very, very fast in this racing format. Greg McNeely, race number 90, still in front. Close to finishing lap number 1.
Right, coming around now. As soon as they pass home Pylon, we'll give you an update.
McNeely, Siegfried, Pechersky, undecided, Big Red, and Abracadabra. 1, 2, 3 in that order right now.
Looks like Gene is making his move on Michael Flegler, sorry.
That'll be the gray and red plane, race 89, Gene McNeely. Michael Flegler, Bear Essentials. There's your leader right there. Greg McNeely, undecided, going for silver here in this race, which is about we're almost a third of the way through.
Again, Vitaly is a little bit high. I'm wondering if he's looking at making a pass on Rick Siegfried going around Pylon 4.
See Vitaly in third place up there. High, as you mentioned, Maryland. And could be the time when he makes his move. He may be biding his time as well. Both of them in pursuit. Greg McNeely.
Look at how they're lined up. That's a great shot right there. That's how close they are.
Terrific stuff as they come out of the Valley of Speed and head across our position right here. Everyone in the grandstands will listen and watch as they go by. Race 90 still in the lead.
Very close, very close.
Second place, very, very close. Right, that's your right. Here's the race for 4th and 5th. This is Michael Fledger. Gene McNeely battling it out there. That's a good close race as well for 4th and 5th.
Right, Bear Essentials and Baby Boomer, they're very evenly matched. They were within 0.2 of a mile per hour in the last race.
All of these.
So close.
All of these within a single mile per hour for sure. Here's your top, boy. The race for second is tightening up. Vitaly Pechersky and Abracadabra on the outside of Rick Siegfried and Big Red right there.
He's making his move. Watch this. Again, he's got to pass high and outside, so he's keeping his eye on there. You can see he's bobbling a little bit because of the wind, but he's got his eye on number 2 right now. He wants to be second place.
Still, we're status quo for all of this race at the front. Greg McNeely, race 90. There he is, to the right of your screen. Completing lap number 3.
Keep your eye on the one on the outside, on the left of your screen. That's Vitaly Pechersky. That's Greg.
Now Vitaly making his move. Yeah.
There you go.
Good stuff. Good racing for second place. It's going to be hard fought here for sure.
Again, it's easier in the straightaways, but when you're going around the turns, you have to go out a little bit wider, so sometimes you lose that advantage.
Vitaly still not quite able to overtake Big Red. Race number 5, Rick Siegfried.
But he's not giving up. He's keeping his eye on it. Look at that race.
Close enough to reel him in if things get just right. So we'll keep our eye on second and third.
4th of 6 laps.
Cloudier day out here than we've had all week, but we just have some blue sky off in the distance. We might get some patches of sunlight here. Things pop.
The photographers like the little bit of clouds and puffs in the sky. They say that it gives the airplanes more of a look like they're moving fast than just a plain old blue background.
Should check that out.
Yeah. So here goes Vitaly again. He's looking at making that pass on Big Red.
You see them there on your left, second and third. Both of them trailing that man right there. Greg McNeely in race 90, undecided. Vitaly giving it the gun again.
Let's see what he's got. Again, he might lose it in the turn. Might keep it in the turn.
He's going wide, but not very wide right there.
Take a look at Greg. It's his race.
Absolutely, getting the kind of air you want, the air that the leader only will experience through the course of these 6 laps here.
They are so close, and he's trying so hard.
Rick Siegfried using every trick he knows to hang on to second place right there.
He has many. He's been around here quite a while as well.
He knows exactly where Vitaly Pechersky is in Abracadabra, race 50.
You're right,
Again, we're in lap number 5 of 6 laps for this race right here. The wind really starting to gin up out there, so these guys, all of these planes teams, watching very carefully what goes on.
Oh my!
Yeah, these grandstands are rattling now, so.
Big time. But we still have a race on, so let's just stay focused on that. And hopefully
we'll need to do that.
This is our white flag lap, and it's still 1, 2, 3, just like it was before. But I just heard over the radio, Vitaly said, "Hey, I'm on your right. I'm coming for you."
Absolutely, and both of them have picked up a little bit of ground on Gene McNeely,
sure
our
have.
race leader here.
Greg
so we may have
McNeely,
a 3-way race coming right down to the finish line here. He's going to bring this thing home. Of course, the wind can slow everything down. Everyone's got to use caution. That can be the big upsetter in all of our races today, the wind.
Right. I've raced many years here, about 15 years, and I have to say that the windy days are the worst because you just get beat up so much, and you can just see them just struggling.
All of our pilots are going to earn a little extra measure of adoration today from our racing fans for keeping, especially this bunch here, keeping these big, heavy planes. Look at Vitaly bouncing around up there. Wow.
He's working for it.
Absolutely, and he is putting it all on the line. This is the final day of racing. You don't leave anything in the tank, but just look at him moving around there to the outside of Big Red and Rick Siegfried. Greg McNeely.
And you can imagine if the wind is moving these guys around, what those little guys are having,
Oh my gosh.
Goodness gracious.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
Checkered flag.
Here we come, Steel start finish line, and Greg McNeely race 90.
Oh my.
Undecided is unofficially your winner.
Covering runway 14.
And I'm not going to call second or third.
That was close,
because
second and
I don't
third.
know who won.
That's why we have replays. We can take a look at that, and all of us can pick who may have won. Would it be Big Red with Rick Siegfried in race 5? Abracadabra Vitaly Pechersky. That was a great race for second and
Let's see
third.
what they have.
Here's your finish again one more time.
Houston Plate Race Control, line up runway 08 and the
That's the start.
Oh, that's a start.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, we're going to watch the whole replay. We're going to get a
I'll watch
bonus,
this whole replay. This is great.
bonus footage here. Very, very good stuff. Greg McNeely started in racing position number 1, where you want to start in any race, based on his good performances in the silver class all week long. Greg McNeely battling among others, the other 5 in there. Gene McNeely, race 89. Gene started back in the pack, though, so it was always stacked against him from the very start, but you can see Rick Siegfried and Big Red not letting Greg McNeely in race 90 get out to too much of a lead.
2 different races going on. The first 3 in the back 2. Look at that. Look at that. How closely matched are they?
Great race for second and third. Vitaly Pechersky and Rick Siegfried. Greg able to stretch the lead at mid-race, able to stretch the lead out just a little bit, not enough to where he could consider himself out of the woods by any means. Just great racing and not the ideal conditions. Boy, a lot of grit and determination. Yeah, it takes a measure of courage to do this as well. Big, heavy, fast airplanes, powerful, powerful machines. Very important in the history of aviation in this country.
And Mother Nature having her say as well.
She always wins.
She never. And physics and Mother Nature.
Yep.
They never change. So it looks like Greg McNeely was kind of slowing down a little bit. The other 2 were starting to gain on him towards the end. I hope we have a really good shot of that finish, because I still don't know who came in second place.
Well, take a look at it one more time here. Oh, we got one more. No, that was it right there. I can't tell you. We'll wait for the officials on that, and we'll throw up an unofficial, but bear in mind that until all the data is in from out on the course.
Looks like Vitaly might have gotten second.
Yeah, might have been. Vitaly Pechersky and Abracadabra.
I'm going to say that's what I saw. But,
okay.
But I'm not the judge.
Rick Siegfried, then Big Red in third place. Michael Fledger, Bear Essentials in second. And Gene McNeely, where he started in fifth place in Baby Boomer. And that is your T6 unofficial results. And unofficially, the silver going to go to Greg McNeely from Port Orange, Florida. The T6 undecided. Much honored aircraft. Everybody loves to see them race out here. They, well, like our unlimited class, they provide an audio experience as well.
Yeah, now when these airplanes come by us, you can hear that crackling sound. That's actually the big, long propeller tips going supersonic and making miniature sonic booms as they break the sound barrier. The low rumble will be that big Pratt Whitney air-cooled engine. The crackling will be the propeller tips. Totally unmistakable sound of the T6 Texan.
You are released to the course.
Released on the course. Here they come, Tommy, as our pace plane pulls up. Our planes, you notice, are line abreast. Okay, they can accelerate ahead of the other airplane right now. They cannot change lanes until they get to that first pylon. When they do, they are so evenly matched. There's going to be airplanes everywhere in a small amount of real estate. Chris Rushing pulling the whole shot gives him an advantage because to pass you have to either go high or wide. It's not like other forms of motorsports where you can dive to the inside of the pylon. Looks like Chris Rushing's going to settle into second place here. Again, this is the fastest horse he's ever had in one of these races. Chris has been racing for quite a few years. Great guy, great pilot, but he's never had the machine that would run with this class. He's in a 6-time championship machine right now, and he was very, very excited when I talked to him the other day.
Well, Chris Lefebvre in race 43, Midnight Miss 3, going to do his very best to run him down. He was not successful in doing that in the 2 race.
So it looks like we've still got Chris Rushing out front, Baron's Revenge. We got Chris Lefebvre and Midnight Miss, the red airplane with the white wings. Should be Vic McMahon and Gunslinger in the third spot. John Lomore in that dark blue airplane. And Nick Macy in the black airplane. Now, Nick's a 6-time champion as well, but he's been fighting some teething problems with that engine. They had a prop governor set wrong the other day, and it was only making 2,200 RPM, not enough to make horsepower. Just like any other motorsport, RPMs are horsepower.
See all that silver tape on Chris Rushing's airplane? That's where they take foil tape and they tape up all the seams and all the rivets in an airplane, trying to make it as smooth as they can for as much aerodynamic advantage as they can get over the other ones.
Well, there you go. You see the advantage that Chris Rushing and Baron's Revenge has over Chris Lefebvre and Midnight Miss 3.
Chris Rushing's obviously found a formula here, because in order to get by him, Chris Lefebvre is going to have at least 5 to 10 miles per hour faster speed. Okay, that looks like that's Nick Macy trying to put the move on last year's champion, John Lomar, out of Dallas, Texas. Nick Macy's out of Tule Lake, California, flying 6-cat. Again, that's a 6-time winning airplane. Hasn't been on the podium for a few years. John Lomar's had that top spot.
John Lomar spent a lot of the previous race for this class dueling it out with race number 66, Vic McMahon and Gunslinger.
But it looks like Lomar and Macy both got by Vic McMahon, if I'm not mistaken here.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Steve. So it might be a shootout between those two. Meanwhile, Chris Rushing remains at the head of the class right here. There's Chris Lefebvre.
Now keep in mind, if they do cut a pylon, it's 2 seconds times the amount of laps. So this is either going to be a 6 or 7 lap race times 2 seconds. So you cut a pylon, you're 12 to 14 seconds penalty right there. That would definitely change the lineup when we finish. And the pylon cuts, we talked about the pylons. They're a 43-foot tall barrel out there on a telephone pole. We've got pylon judges at each one of those looking up through them. If any part of your airplane shows through the top of that cylinder on top, they call pylon cut. The person on the outside records which airplane it was, and you're penalized.
First place, Baron's Revenge, race 14. Still Chris Rushing. Chris Lefebvre in pursuit at Midnight Miss, race 43. Radial Velocity, defending champion now, moving into third place now, but very, very close to Nick Macy in the 6-cat. So those two duking it out there in the back in the pack.
Okay, that should be Vic McMahon has pulled out of the race, so he's obviously got some engine problems or something he didn't like. It's dark. I believe that's Nick McMahon.
It could be, or it could be 6-cat. It's
possibly Nick Macy again. He's had those teething problems all week with that engine. So
we'll update you on that one. We can ID that one positively for you. Meanwhile, there's our leader. Still Chris Rushing, race 14 in Baron's Revenge.
And Chris Lefebvre's not making up any real estate. If anything, Chris Rushing may be pulling him just a little bit. And again, keep in mind, Chris Rushing's out in clean air. I know it's a little bit windy out there. It's all bumpy. But that clean air is huge when you're not getting beat up by somebody else's prop wash or wingtip vortices. Every time these airplanes are up in a turn, they're mushing the air down under the wing. When you mush the air down in a high G situation like that, the air squirts out of the wingtips like little tornadoes. Okay, there's our race. Third place, as we were talking earlier. There's races within every one of these races.
Listed as number 66 and 88, so it must be Nick Macy on the ground right now, and Vic McMahon and Gunslinger, John Lomar, Radial Velocity, man, just a replay of the last race in this class.
Well, there's a heck of a run going on. So did we decide who it was that came down? Was that Nick Macy that pulled off?
We are being told that right now. We're not confirmed.
Okay.
John Lomar taking the position he took throughout the previous race, higher, outside. You think he's about to pounce any moment now, Steve?
Look at this race going on the backside here, Tommy.
There goes Lomar, Radial Velocity.
Just ahead of Vic McMahon. So he's moved up into third place. But again, see, he's a little wide because he can't cut in on Vic McMahon. So he's having to fly a longer course. He needs to drop that nose, trade that altitude for some airspeed, get a full length, a couple lengths ahead of him. Then he can go to the inside of the pylon, because look at the advantage of Vic McMahon right there versus
white flag,
the plane that's high and wide. Okay, the white flag's out, our steel start finish pylon, ushering our lead planes into the bell lap. Our lead plate being Chris Rushing in Barron's Revenge, the AT6, out of Van Nuys, California.
And behind him, Chris Lefebvre, Midnight Miss 3, still race 43, 1-2.
Airplanes out of Carson City, pilots out of Caldwell, Idaho.
Chris Rushing getting everything just the way he wants it in Barron's Revenge. Still a great race.
The race for third place, though. My goodness. Throw a blanket over both of them, Tommy.
Absolutely. John Lomar. Radial Velocity Gunslinger with Vic McMahon. That one's going to come down to the end. You could bet on it.
Rolling into our grandstand straightaway here. Chris Rushing looking for the white flag. No, he's white flag last time. He should be looking for the checkered flag.
Checkered this
the
time
checkered
around.
flag is out at the steel start finish pylon. Putting the nose down one last time, trading all that altitude he can for airspeed to make sure that Chris Lefebvre does not sneak up on him.
There you go. Chris Rushing, Barron's Revenge, Midnight Miss 3.
So here's our race looking for third place. Look at this. Photo finish. Getting ready, folks.
Oh, Steve, you have to call us.
Oh, no, I was just going to tell you call that one, Tommy.
Way too close. That is about as close a finish as I've ever seen, and it was a last-second move. Absolutely. Great stuff.
Trading altitude for airspeed at the last minute. You know, it's just a trade-off because you want to trade that altitude for airspeed, but if you end up too low at the pylon, you're going to get disqualified.
Oh, that's right. That's right. We got to factor all that in. Totally unofficial. Everything we just said, for sure, as it always is.
I'm going to let you call that one. That's why you get the big bucks.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow, what a race. T6 has never failed to disappoint or to excite the people. Never a disappointment in the T6 class.
Superb class of pilots, great teams. Much appreciated by these crowds here.
Okay, let's go back and let the cameras be the judge because I was too close for me to call.
Okay. This camera's off center a little bit, so it may be a bit deceiving. What do you see here when you see him go past the steel?
Look at the closure speed.
Man, look at John Lomar.
What a closure speed.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know. Now, this one, the next one we're going to see, this view, I'm told,
is
more the photo finish view.
Okay.
So, that... Oh,
my gosh.
I think it might have been John Lomar, Steve.
You know, even with the camera, I would hate to call that. That's why we have a competition committee. We'll let them call that one.
Yeah.
My goodness, what a race. What a race.
Well, here's the race entirely as we just witnessed it for you right there in the number one position at the start, held by Chris Rushing and Barron's Revenge. Race 14, made easy work of it yesterday and started out, well, not easy, certainly able to maintain that lead all the way through the 5 laps.
Okay, Nick Macy and Six taxing in under his own power. That's a good sign.
6 laps around the field, and hats off to Chris Lefebvre. He never let Chris Rushing just totally run off and take this thing all for himself.
Couldn't reel him in, but he has nothing to be ashamed of.
Not at all. They both raced superbly throughout this one special week in the desert.
Control, race 14, down 1 being with gear down.
Big T6 trainers who are lovingly cared for and impeccably maintained and ready for racing for sure every time they show up here in Reno. Chris Rushing from Van Nuys, California.
Chris Lefebvre used to be from down in Southern California. Now he's living up in Caldwell, Idaho. Vic McMahon, Blaine, Washington, and John Lomar, Dallas, Texas.
First and second. We're a close race again. Just as in the previous race in this class, it was a big battle between John Lomar, the defending champion in radial velocity, and Gunslinger with Vic McMahon, race 66.
There's your winner with all the foil tape on all the rivets and gaps. Going for as much aerodynamics as they can get.
Into the final lap there. Chris Rushing this week has gone exactly according to plan. So race 14, race 43 to follow, and this right here, the race for third place, and John Lomar may have nosed out race 66 Gunslinger with Vic McMahon.
That is still so close.
Oh, that's, yeah, up in the air still. That's exactly right.
Okay, look, I'm getting the note here. It looks like John Lomar actually took that one. He got Vic McMahon by, can't say a spinner, yeah, because it wasn't even by that much. By a screw head, Tommy.
Yep, absolutely. That was a great one right there. Hats off, Chris Rushing. Our gold, our national champion in T6 this year of 2019 in Barron's Revenge. Chris Lefebvre, race 43, Midnight Miss 3. In second place, John Lomar there by a whisker in radial velocity over Gunslinger and Vic McMahon. Nick Macy was not able to finish that one, but Nick will be back.
Airplane's down, taxing under its own power. That's always a great sign. There they are. Pace plane pulled up.
Oh, it looks like Charlie and Tumbling Goose is just ahead of... Charlie's just ahead of Tumbling Goose there, I think.
And again, they have to stay in there. They can't change lanes. They can accelerate ahead of the airplane next to them, but they can't cross out of that lane until they get to the guide pylon, which is that light directly ahead of them.
Yeah, I think Scott in Tumbling Goose is he's a rookie. He's been getting a lot of practice. So Charlie might have a little bit more work on his hands this race compared to the races before as Scott gets a little bit more experienced.
On the fire truck, a place he's been before, Mr. Lowell Slater and the entire team afraid not. Your Formula One gold winners at 243.442. Low, welcome back to the fire truck, my friend.
Now it looks like Craig Wilkinson might have got Joe on the start there, so a reverse from yesterday's race. He's got the low line, so Joe's up high.
Okay, first place, Charlie Camilleri. Second place, Scott Kusikoff. And it did, Craig Wilcoxon. I did overtake the veteran Joe Gano in the L29s.
And there's Larry Labriola taking over Nathan Harnigal. He's gone a bit wide there, so Nathan might be able to get that one back.
Yep. Now talk a little bit about the floor you guys have to operate. You have a minimum altitude, you have a maximum altitude, and that's set by the FAA for the scatter pattern should there be an incident. Tell the folks what those are, and how tight that really is you have to operate in.
Yeah, it's really about a 100 to 150 foot box you're in. So you don't want to get too high unless you're. If you do get up there because you have to, you need to come back down again. But if you're continually high, then you're going to get DQ'd.
Now, also, that 100-foot box you're talking about can get awfully crowded. It only takes a couple airplanes ahead of you. That then you do have to go high, and that is acceptable if you go high in the interest of safety. But you got to get back down to your operating level ASAP.
That's right. You can't continually stay up there.
Okay, Charlie Camilleri continues to lead. Scott Kuskoff second. We've got Craig Wilcox in third. Joe Gano fourth. Rounding pylon 7, 8, 9.
Taking Nathan Harnigal again. So we'll see if he can pull in tighter on this corner and not give Nathan a chance to sneak in front.
Larry, the important question, Larry, buy you guys lunch yesterday?
He did. He's going to buy us lunch again today.
How to stay in good graces with a race team there? Just continue to buy lunches.
I am starting to feel a little guilty. I might have to try a few bucks today.
There's some shrimp on the barbie for him. Okay, we're going into the Valley of Speed over here. That's the 9 o'clock position on our race course. That's about the only place where our pilots get to go wings level, take a breath of air when they're not loaded up on G's as the airplane slides downhill for a brief second. Then they have to load it back up as they round pylons 7, 8, 9 to get right back in front of us at the steel start finish pylon.
Charlie's just kicking back and enjoying this. It's just practice for him at the moment.
And Scott Gooskoff is also, he's another rookie flying that beautiful yellow, white, and black L-39 Tumbling Goose.
Yeah, it is a very nice looking airplane, very photogenic.
Yes. Now the Tumbling Goose, this isn't something like a drop bear or anything, is it?
No, I think Scott used to do aerobatics.
Okay.
That's actually on Scott, I think. I'm not exactly sure.
I want to make sure it wasn't some goose that came tumbling out of the tulies or something and attacked you.
It may well be. I haven't questioned him about it yet. So.
Okay, as our aircraft, as our racers head to the Valley of Speed one more time, they're about the 10 o'clock position on the course. They're going to go into the Valley of Speed again. That's about the 9 o'clock position where they are right now by the National Guard hangars over there. They get to go wings level briefly. The airplane unloads, accelerates for a brief moment. Then they have to rack it back up in a sharp left turnaround pylon 7, 8, 9. Here he is again, Charlie Camilleri from Bathurst, Australia.
Yeah, the gap between Scott and Charlie seems to be remaining about the same. As Scott gains more experience, he should be able to hopefully hold his spot there.
Oh, okay, we just had a pull up. Got Scott Gooskoff pulling up. So we don't know if he saw something in the cockpit or possibly hit a bird or something. A lot of things could have happened out there because he was quite a ways behind Charlie, but something obviously happened in the cockpit that he didn't like, so he pulled up off the course. When in doubt, altitude is your friend. He's going to go up. He's going to head for the center of the course, so he has the option of all the different runways. But then again, with this much wind, you're kind of limited on your escape routes.
That's right. You can see the pace plane past him. He's going to join up and see what's wrong.
Runway 14 is probably going to be our best emergency runway today. That's the one out, if you look way past the steel start finish pylon, there's a runway that comes from the field out there up to our right, over here by where the jet planes are based. Here's Charlie Camilleri one more time. He has the course to himself. The white flag comes out, welcoming him to the bell lap.
So he's going to, if everything goes well in this last lap, he's going to go home with a nice first place trophy.
Yeah. And here's our other rookie, Craig Wilcoxon from Wagga Wagga, Australia.
Absolutely. Well, Charlie's going to be happy because Charlie owns Craig Wilcoxon's aeroplane as well. So Charlie's going to have a first and a second trophy for his team.
Nice.
Steal some silverware to take back to the other side of the world.
Okay. Okay, so Scott Gooskoff has declared an emergency, as you see that our lights are on. That is in the interest of safety. When they declare emergency, it doesn't mean there's an actual emergency. It just means there's something that isn't working in the cockpit. And if we're going to air, it's going to be on the side of safety.
We're at your left.
Left one more time.
Flag, checkered flag.
Unofficial winner from Bathurst, Australia, Charlie Camilleri in Blue Eyes, the Aero Viva L-39 Charlie model.
Well done, Charlie.
You know, he could have cut about 3 pylons and still won this race.
It's tempting sometimes when you're in the back.
You got nothing else to lose, okay, here's
Craig Wilcoxon, rookies, second place. Well done, Craig.
Has been terminated.
Our veteran, Joe Gano.
There we go, another good race from Joe.
The L-29 Dolphin jet, pair of them.
And Larry Labriola. And he's earned his lunch ticket. He's earned his lunch ticket.
Flying Sorance. And in the Valley of Speed for the last time this year.
Miss Piggy, Nathan Harnigal. Here he comes.
You know, you always wonder why they make some of these trainers so underpowered. Well, I guess they figure if you can fly these competently, you can fly anything that gets you in after that.
Absolutely. It's fun to have different types of airplanes, so it's great to see that Nathan's brought this along.
Okay, fun race. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's get our numbers here. if you want to give our average speed.
Average speed is 435.866 miles an hour.
And are we official? Are we unofficial? Yeah, we still don't have reporting in. Okay, our pylons are reporting in. Now, if this is your first time with us, these pylons out there, they are 37-foot high barrels mounted on telephone poles. Now, at each pylon, we've got a contest committee crew that's out there, and then the pylon judges look up through alongside that pole. That barrel is hollow. So when they look up through there, if they see any part of your aircraft appear in that cylinder when they look up through that barrel, they will say aircraft cut, and the people on the outside that can see the airplane clear, they will report the number. Right now, is what they're doing is they're reporting into Linda Law, our chief timer here. Okay, there was a cut, so we're waiting to see what it was, because your cut is 2 seconds times the amount of laps.
That's right, so that'll be 12 seconds if he's cut a pylon.
Now, was it a 6-lap? Yeah, 6-lap race, so that would be 12 seconds per cut. He may have been far enough out front that won't be a factor. He'll still hold his position.
I think so. We'll be able to tease Charlie about that one.
Okay, high overhead. That will be Scott Gusikoff with our chase plane. It's a pace plane to start the race. It's a chase plane should somebody have a problem. He's up there talking to them. They already have flown close to each other to see if there's anything obvious up there that they're looking at. If they don't see any obvious problems, any important parts of the airplane missing, they're going to walk around to the best runway, the runway of choice, into the wind preferably.
Pace 4, copy. Pace will follow you. Copies. Race 369er downwind of beam.
2 cuts. Okay, we'll wait and see who they are.
Runway 14.
Right, 61, base with you.
61, clear to land, runway 14.
14, clear to land, right 61.
Okay, so it looks like our winner, our unofficial winner, Charlie Camilleri, did cut pylon 1 on lap 3, but that would be a 12-second penalty. We think he's probably far enough ahead that he should be okay, because it looks like he was 19 seconds ahead. Is that what this is over here? No, okay. Okay, I'm trying to... Okay, we don't have a split time. Okay. Another one was Nathan Harnagle and Miss Piggy.
7.170 at 15, gust 22, clear to land, runway 14.
Cut pylon 4 on lap 2, but it's not going to be an issue because he wasn't tailing Charlie.
Well, if Charlie did cut that pylon, he's just going to swap spots with his rookie team member.
His planes wins either way.
Yeah, so he just doesn't get the bragging rights for himself. He gets the bragging rights for his team, though.
Hey, really close. These planes are going to be coming around the bend in just a minute. Disappeared over Peavine Mountain to get into formation, and there they are. You see them at the bottom of your screen right there.
You are not clear.
All right, you see on the outside the red and white, that is number 1 race position, Bob McCormick in Athena. Past lap Onslow started in position number 2, so it's 1 and 2, race 1 and race 69.
Wacky Onslow is making some great speed right now. He's actually ahead of Athena.
Yeah,
he's putting into the number 1 position.
All of a sudden, he took over that top position. This could be a great fight between race 1 and race 69. Race 69, the drop bear is in command right now.
The only problem that he's going to face, though, is he's on the outside. He has a slightly longer track than Bob McCormick, and that is going to prove to be disadvantageous.
There he goes, Bob McCormick with that inside that you just mentioned, Matt, able to pretty much level things out as near as we can tell. And up above, the yellow plane, that's Robin 1, Jeff Turney. Crowd really paying attention. These are some expert pilots here and some very, very powerful jets.
And there you go. Bob McCormick overtook. He did not like that. He's not used to being in that second position. He seemed mad when he flew right there.
Don't poke the bear, I guess, is the lesson we learned from that right there. McCormick and Athena, the L-29 Albatross, out in front.
Runway 14, wind 140.
But Lachey is not going to give that up. He is closing in on that distance right now. Drop Bear doing very, very well, bringing it across as they go in through the valley of speed.
looks very equal right there, but I can assure you right now that Bob McCormick and Athena, yeah, there you can see the actual perspective right there. Still holding that lead as we're into the second of 6 laps around this racetrack, which will carry us 46 miles when it's all said and done. Passing the STIHL start-finish line right there, the yellow plane right there. That is Robin 1, Jeff Turney, race 54. So it's Athena, Drop Bear, Robin 1, and Blue Eyes, Charlie Camilleri, whom we saw competing and moving up in class, competing very successful in Jet C earlier today, Jet Bronze. As Athena is flying around, I'm looking out over our Reno our airspace here, and Lachie is just keeping Drop Bear glued to Athena's tail right there. He is not letting go. This is a very, very interesting race, especially as they come down through the Valley of Speed, where this is the only place in the whole track where they get to have wings level and get some of that airspeed that they so badly need. Well, there he goes, Bob McCormick and Athena going past the STIHL start-finish pylon there to complete 3 laps into lap number 4. 3rd place right there. Robin 1, the yellow plane, very striking looking L39 jet. It's been between those 3 since the very start of this race. They were actually the first original 3 qualifiers for Jet Silver. Then we had some to draw in, including the fastest plane in the bronze race, Camilleri, Blue Ice. Charlie holding down 4th spot right now. You know, that's one of the things that, for lack of better words, these athletes love about this event is that not only if they win class, lower class, do they win that class, but they get the opportunity to progress up and in through the ranks. You got to think for just about every pilot and team, that is the plan. As you arrive in Reno for this week there, making very quick work of this lap number 4. Bob McCormick has flown flawlessly all week long. Never been seriously challenged so far. Though he's had some good challenges, especially at the beginning of this race. He's starting to stretch out just a tiny bit against the rest of the field. Watching Armstrong, Drop Bear, race 69, falling back a tiny bit. And you know, you said something that really rings true. Teams. These are not just individual pilots. There's an entire support crew here. In many cases, close to a dozen individuals here helping to keep a single airplane in the air and on the racetrack. And in Jet, some of these teams are so expensive, you've got to have an additional employee to manage the team and get all those logistics of getting the team in place for each and every event that they appear in. McCormick in lap number 5 already making quick work of these 46 miles that comprise the whole race here. Jet Silver will also be the link for the Jet Gold, which is coming up later today. Pete Zaccanino has certainly got the top position in that one. It's coming up this afternoon, and here we go, the white flag meaning the bell lap for Bob McCormick and Athena, race number 1. You know, as I'm seeing it, this is the closest I think 1 and 2 have been in the silver class for these jets. Lachie is just giving a fantastic fight, and this is the moment for him to see if he can pull ahead. It doesn't look like it, because Bob McCormick is making some fantastic speed over the guide pylon there. Good news for all of the pilots in this field. If you noticed, Matt, the wind really dropped off significantly right before the start of the race, as if by on cue. Absolutely. It's not to say it won't be back up again a little bit later. You could certainly tell the effect it had on races like T6 this morning and F1. Very, absolutely, very much another thing you got to pay attention to. Final lap now for Athena. Bob McCormick, race number 1.
Clear, land 26.
There you go. He's lapped Miss Piggy. That's and there you go. Arnegal.
So it's Bob McCormick, unofficially your Jet Silver champion here. Lachie Onslow and Drop Bear in 2nd place. Jeff Turney, Robin 1 in 3rd place. Hard-fought race, and the week has gone as planned for this incredible, incredible field. Pretty much finishing in the start order. Out there today, Charlie Camilleri in 4th place, Craig Wilcoxon, number 61, Miss Independence, Larry Labriola and Sarence, race number 7, and Nathan Harnagel, Miss Piggy, race 369. Let's take a look at this one as our 7 planes drop down onto the race course today, and Bob McCormick, who had earned this spot, had it from the very beginning, although challenged significantly, especially at the start by Likey Onslow. Take a look at that right there.
You know, if I know Bob, he is ready to land, and he is, as soon as he lands, he is ready to take a break. He has been working incredibly hard this entire week just to keep this airplane not only in the air, but racing at its tip-top shape, and this is a well-earned break for him.
He's a big, important part of this entire week here at Reno 2, and on so many levels and so many different dimensions, and certainly hats off to our champion in jet silver today. What a great job flying the Athena, that 39 Albatross, which was obviously a top shape for this special week.
You know, right, you were saying almost on cue, the wind picked right back up here on the stand.
As soon as we finished, it started blowing a little bit better now, so...
and unfortunately, that wind has canceled 2 of our officially today 7 classes of air racing, because they added STIHL into the race category just today. It's an official race. So that trial this whole week.
And there you go, checkered flag for Bob McCormick, and that's the way it went down in jet silver. Here's our unofficial results. Athena with Bob McCormick, race number 1, 2nd place drop bear, Lecky Onslow, Jeff Turney, and Robin actually nosing out Charlie Camilleri. We have that unofficially here. So race 54 in 3rd place, race 19 in 4th. Craig Wilcoxon, Miss Independence, Larry Labriola and Sarence, and Nathan Harnagel, Miss Piggy.
The start was going to be really important for this race, and going into the chute, I was looking at race 5, who is a very capable team, great pilots, and a great consistent race airplane. As we approached the start pylon, things were looking pretty good. I had some spacing out in front of me. My team report, race 5 was right there as I was entering the Valley of Speed. And at this moment, the plane was starting to wind up, and it was getting faster. So lap 1 was looking really good for us. And the key here, of course, not exceeding this track speed limit of 525.
Pete Zaccanino out in front, and that is a huge advantage, especially in conditions like this. The wind's picking.
Finishing the first lap, I felt as though there was no pylon cuts, and we were starting to put distance between us and race 5.
It may slow down these racers a little bit. It's certainly going to make a caution more front of mind during the course of this race, and it looks like Matt, that Pete's actually carving a little.
At this point, I was decided to fly a little bit higher and a little bit wider, just to be conservative, make sure I had a clean race, and not worry about my overall speed. Most important thing was taking the win at this point. In 2018, at this position, we were struggling to get around that number 2 airplane, and that fight proved to cost us a lot of time, period.
Is a result.
There's your leader right there, Pete Zaccanino, 2 times a champion, 2 times a national champion here already.
Entering the Valley of Speed for lap 2, things were looking really good. I had a lot of distance here, and I was pretty excited about our position.
And one time in the de Havilland Vampire.
Finishing lap 2, I took a look at our engine, fuel, overall systems, and everything was looking pretty good as we were approaching some lapping traffic.
Close race out of this. He is not letting Pete get any more feet and any farther away than he has to. An American Spirit, that highly modified L-39 Albatross.
Very, very quick race here. They go very, very fast. They are the fastest of all our aircraft, and we are halfway, almost near the halfway point here into lap 3 of 6 laps right now.
One thing we saw earlier today in the silver jet pairing, jet heat and race, the silver race, was Bob McCormick and Athena, and he did pull through into the gold. And not only that, he is technically in position 5, but reality...
As lap 3 finished, I glanced again at our aircraft systems, and overall everything looked really nice. Plane was performing perfectly. It was a cool day, so we were getting some extra speed, and I kept flying that conservative line to ensure the win. That was the most important thing here, not our overall race time.
Race number 1. Back to our leader now. There's Pete Zaccanino and Just Lucky, the L-29 Delphin. Blue and gray, a little bit different profile from these L-39 Albatross planes. Working his way very quickly through lap 4 out of 6, gaining a little bit more traction ahead of Mike Steiger in Rick Van Dam in American Spirit.
Now, one thing that you can observe is we do have these winds, as you mentioned, in the vicinity of 15 to 25 miles an hour, especially gusting. And we're seeing on the straightaway here as they come across the home pylon, a lot of these airplanes getting a little bit shaky as the wind is pushing from behind. And the pilots are working to overcome that. That is something that if you're ever on an airline and you feel a little bit of turbulence, that is exactly...
Finishing lap 4, we were still in a strong position and moving even faster. The plane was really wound up, and we were putting out some really high lap speeds.
All the way, as we saw with our sport race before, there's only one section of the racetrack, the Valley of Speed, where they can get wings level and become more of a torpedo than a G-generating machine out there.
Absolutely, and these guys, not light amount of G's either. They're close to 6 or 7 G's being pulled here. And for those of you at home who may not know, a G represents the force of gravity. So 1 G, 1 force of gravity. 2 G is twice the force of gravity. You keep multiplying it up by that. And effectively, these guys are weighing close to 6 times their normal body weight on some of these turns.
Just Lucky, American Spirit, no compromises.
As we took the white flag, that was a thrilling moment to know I was less than a minute away and 8 miles to take the checkered flag and another championship. And my number one focus at this point was don't cut a pylon, don't fly wide, don't fly too high. Just a nice, conservative, predictable line. Lap the planes as we need to.
And he's a pretty canny racer. We don't expect anything like that to happen to Pete Zaccanino. There's some action at the back of the race, and as a matter of fact, it's Bob McCormick.
And we are looking
right there. Our leader should be coming by and taking checkered flag very, very soon. There goes Robin 1.
And here he is.
Bill Fogg. And Pete Zaccanino unofficially.
Seeing the checker flag as I rounded pylon 7, eyes were on the prize. We rolled wings level, pitched the plane up, and took that victory flight up to about 11,000 feet into cool down before we recovered. It was a great feeling waiting to get on the ground, knowing that we likely had another win.
To contend with, and he is just doing some excellent flying right now. And let me tell you, I don't think I've ever seen, assuming there's no pylon cuts, a more clean race. That was just absolutely gorgeous. Staying within that 100-foot box that they have at all times, just absolutely beautiful.
Pete Zaccanino talking about the reasons he had to be optimistic about this race in the interview that we were looking at before the race began, and everything came into fruition for Pete Zaccanino and Just Lucky. Now he's just concerned with making a good landing, getting it back on the ground, and enjoying the joy that comes from being a national champion. Let's take another look at this race right now. He had the number 1 qualifying position and did not squander that opportunity. Jumped out to a lead, and even through the first lap was able to increase by a few seconds that lead. You see the stiff breeze blowing out there today. Of course, that's going to affect these pilots and the way they approach this course. Got to be more caution, front of mind, awareness of the wind and what it can do to you. But these guys know how to deal with it, and they know exactly how to fly the airplane. Pete Zaccanino has proved it oftentimes before, national championships. And
you're absolutely right. Speaking of the wind, And getting at the end of this course here, the pilots are now going to do the hardest thing they have to do, to something that 747 pilots quicken their boots. Private pilots look away. Navy carrier pilots just scream at the thought, and that is they are going to land.
Oh, there's the crew right there of Just Lucky. Watching the progress of that race right there. Got to feel really, really confident right now.
There it is. That is hundreds upon hundreds of hours of hard work.
That's Pete's brother right there, as a matter of fact, and he sort of is.
He did it. He did it, man. Oh, I'm so proud of him. Now I'm released. Oh, this is awesome, man.
Oh, all that work, all the pressure of putting together a national championship, and the payoff is now for Pete Zaccanino, the rest of the crew of Just Lucky race number 24. Unofficially, it's Mike Steiger. Or Rick Vandam, in American Spirit. Race number 5, Scott Farnsworth. No Compromises, race 38, Alexander Ekman. 777 out of Brazil. Red Thunder. Bob McCormick in Athena. Bumped up to this race by winning the silver earlier today, though. So Bob McCormick, a great showing, a great week here in Reno. Lachie Onslow, race 69. The Drop Bear and Phil Fogg. Robin 1, race 54. Got one more race on our card. It's the big one, the Unlimiteds, and we'll be back with that later.
Real steel. Find yours. And find what fuels you. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local steel dealers. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Gentlemen, you have a race.
All right, look over your right shoulder, folks. Here's that beautiful formation that's going to get a little bit straggled up because they're all hitting the throttle all the way to the firewall, going for that guiding pylon. So now you can see that the fourth guy out there, Scott Pruitt, got a little jump start, but we'll see if he can hang on to the lead because right now the guy with the advantage is a pole position, Mark Fredrickson. Okay, once they get past the guide pylon down there, they'll be making a left turn, going around pylons 4 and 5 on the back side of the course. We're probably going to lose them here because of the light. They're going to disappear into the hill, but once they get on the back side of the course, we'll be able to see the plan view of the planes, and hopefully with a little bit of sunlight, we can tell what they are. Okay, there they go, starting to make their left turn. Looks to me like Mark Fredrickson has held on to the lead, and looks like Olivier Vanguard is holding on to second place. Skylar Piper looks like he's still in third, and I'll tell you right now, it's going to get a little tough to figure it all out until they come around the front. It's a whole bunch of little airplanes going fast. Okay, Mark Fredrickson is really putting on the coals. Looks like he's pulling away. And then we got Olivier Vanguard. He's trying hard to hold off Skylar Piper, who's right on his tail. Now, Olivier is an interesting airplane. It's dark colored, so it's hard to see on the back side, but it's easy to see on the left side. So you'll see coming down the Valley of Speed, Mark Fredrickson, followed by Olivier Vanguard, and you can now start to see him down low in that real dark airplane. Okay, from the left, coming around pylon 789, we got Mark Fredrickson, race 31, that Lance Air 320, and he's really moving. Okay, we'll see how it sorts out. I'll be able to tell you all the planes once they come by. And here he is from the left, Mark Fredrickson, first place, followed by Olivier Vanguard, second place. Looks like Skylar Piper's hanging on to third. He's got Scott Pruitt right on his tail, making a move. Look at this. Scott Pruitt's making a move on Skylar Piper. Looks like he took third place away, but you never know. We got to wait until they go into the turn. Then we got Chris Scheich, followed by Sean Jordan. And then we've got Miguel Carrera moving up. I got a feeling he's going to hang out in about the fourth position once he gets by these slower aircraft. Then we had Tommy Ishii in 8th place. Flying by on the last time there. Okay, look on the backside of the course. We got Mark Fredrickson with a very comfortable lead, but he's being chased real hard by Olivier Vanguard. They're coming up to pylon 4 now. See, the shorter course is a lot more fun for these guys because you can see them right in front of us. Now, coming from the left, looks like Olivier's going around 4. And then we've got Skyler, got the lead back from Scott Pruitt. There's the battle. The battle's going to be for third between Scott Pruitt and Skyler Piper. Then we've got Chris Scheich. Then we've got Miguel Carrera. And then we've got Sean Jordan and Tommy Ishii. Okay, from our left, right across the home pylon here, is Mark Fredrickson, followed by number 130, Olivier Vanguard. Then we've got the race, folks. Look at this gaggle of guys. Holy smokes. We've got Scott Pruitt putting the move on Skyler Piper, but Chris Scheich's putting the move on all of them. Then we've got Miguel Carrera coming up from the back. Oh boy, I'm not sure how this is going to all sort out, but that's one gaggle of airplanes. Then we had Sean Jordan in the rear, and look to your left, coming across the home pylon right now is Tommy Ishii in that Millennial Falcon. Wow, this is a gaggle, folks. Looks to me like Scott Pruitt's going to make the move on the back straight on Skyler Piper, and we'll see if he can get in front of him before that pylon 4. Look at this race, folks. There's 4 planes, 5 planes actually, very evenly matched. Okay, from our left, we've got our leader coming around the pylon till the straightaway. Mark Fredrickson. From our left, look at that, pylon 4. Pylon 4 with a pile of planes. Look at that. Wow. Okay, Mark Fredrickson, very comfortable first place so far. His lead is about 10, 12 airplane lengths. Then we've got Olivier Vanguard, and he's got a comfortable second place. Okay, here's the race, folks. I think Scott Pruitt finally made the move on Skyler Piper. Oh my. Yes, he did. And now we've got Chris Scheich and Miguel Carrera making their moves on Skyler Piper. Then we've got Sean Jordan in 7th and Tommy Ishii here. You know, he might be the slowest airplane, but there's nobody happier to be here than Tommy. Tommy's got a grin that we call a perma-grin. Kind of looks like the Cheshire Cat because he is just having a ball. Okay, here comes Tommy Ishii past the home pylon. 8th place. Okay, on the backside of the course, you can see that gaggle's starting to break up. Scott Pruitt got a good lead. Looks to me like Chris Scheich has successfully passed Skyler Piper now, but we'll see what happens over here on pylon 4. All right, folks. Here we go. Looks to me like Scott Pruitt's coming around the left. Well, we've got to take our leader, Mark Fredrickson, comfortable first place, followed by Olivier Vanguard. Looks like a comfortable second place. But I will say this next guy, Scott Pruitt, looks like he found a little go juice under the hood because he's really starting to pull away with a solid third. And we'll see how the rest of the gaggle looks as they come by the home pylon. Okay, looks like they've all passed Skyler Piper now, and it looks like Chris Scheich has now got to worry about Miguel Carrera in that little Lancer 360. Then we got Skyler Piper, followed by Sean Jordan and Tommy Ishii. All right, on the backside of the course, Mark Fredrickson's already going around pylon 4. He's got a very comfortable lead. Then we've got Olivier. He's coming up to pylon 4 right now. I got a feeling little Tommy here, who's coming by the home pylon, just might get lapped on this next lap. He doesn't care. He's having a great time. All right, folks. From our left, we've got Mark Fredrickson, comfortable first. We should be seeing that really cool plane, that TB-30 Epsilon flown by Olivier Languier. Here it comes. Very comfortable second place. Okay, now we should be seeing our third place pilot, Scott Pruitt. Here he comes in that real fast F1 rocket. And then behind him, looks like Chris Scheich is making a move. And then we've got Miguel Carrera going after him. And then Skyler Piper's being chased real hard now by Sean Jordan. This is just one heck of a race, I got to tell you. A lot of passing going on.
Leaders laps, last 2 laps right at 2:39 each.
Not bad.
Very good.
I mean, you got to figure these guys fly these planes all the time. Nothing special. A true sport plane. You know, when we originally started this class, that was kind of the thing. You know, the RVs, the Lancers, the Glassairs. But I tell you, we got some super airplanes that have evolved in this class. We had the NXT, and we had the Thunder Mustang. It's been a fun time. Okay, there goes Mark Fredrickson. I think he's going to lap Tommy on this lap, but we'll see what happens. It might slow him down a little bit, but he's making a nice clean pass around the outside. Here we got second place, Olivier Vanguard. He's moving real good. Then from our left, we've got Scott Pruitt in that real fast rocket, followed by Chris Shank in his rocket, and then Miguel Carrera trying real hard to get around him. And every time he catches him on a straightaway, he loses it on the turn. So, you know, he may use that as a strategy for coming down the home pylon. Look at this. We got Sean Jordan putting the moves on Skylar Piper now. We're going to have to see if Skylar can hold off Sean. Looks like he's flying a little tighter course, and Sean's going to have to catch him at the final or do a little dive maneuver on the back straight. Okay, here comes our leader from the left, and he'll get the white flag, which means 1 lap left. All he's got to do is hold it together, fly his course the way he's been, and he should take home the checker flag. Here we go. See that white flag there next to the home pylon? 1 lap left for Mark Fredrickson and the rest of the pack. Now this is Tommy Ishii here. He's not in second place all of a sudden. He's in last place, but he'll get away with flying around with 1 less lap. That'll save him a little gas money. Okay, here comes Olivier, second place. Now you look to your left, and you can see Scott Pruitt moving real good. He's pulling away from the pack, it looks like. He's got a very comfortable third. Now this is the race, folks. The race for 4th place. We've got Miguel Carrera and Chris Shank, and I guarantee you that he's going to put the move on him. Look at this race. This is for 6th and 7th. We've got Skylar Piper holding off Sean Jordan. We'll see what happens around the backside of the course. Okay, looks to me like Mark Fredrickson's coming around, getting ready to come down the straight.
130, you're clear.
From our left, all he's got to do is come around 2 more pylons, and he gets that checkered flag. From our left, our race leader, Mark Fredrickson, in that very pretty Lancer 320. Here he comes. Good job,
checkered
Mark.
Flag, checkered flag.
Checkered flag. All right, now look to your left. We'll see Olivier Landgear in that TV 30 Epsilon. He's moving really good. All he's got to do is get it by 1 more pylon, and he's got the checkered flag. From our left, Olivier in that TV 30. Checkered flag, second place. Good job. All right, now here's Tommy Ishii. He's last place, but like I said before, he gets to save a little gas. All right, now here comes Scott Pruitt in third, but then we've got a race. Look at this. Miguel Carrera has successfully passed Chris Shank for 4th place. Good job. Chris Shank in 5th. And now we got another race here. Skylar Piper in 6th place. Can he hold off Sean Jordan? Looks like he's done it. Piper Skylar 6th place. Sean Jordan 7th place. And that's all of our racers.
180-10, gust 16.
232 back. Gentlemen, you have a race.
Here we go, folks. Look over your right shoulder. Here they come down the chute. They're all going for that guide pylon. And as you can see on the far right outside, Todd Rudberg, he's got the nitrous on now, and I think he's going to try to pull a hole shot and get around as many of these pilots as he can by the back of the course. So here we go, going down past that guide pylon. We got Elliot Seguin leading the way in the pole position. And as they get down by the hill here, it's going to be tough to see them. So when they get on the back side of the course where they go around pylons 4 and 5, we'll be able to see the plan view of the plane, and you'll be able to see him coming up here pretty quick. Looks like Elliot's got the lead holding good. And behind him's Neil Wisher, followed by Kurt Murphy. You can already see the ones that are white and the ones that are dark. So it looks to me like it's Elliot Seguin, Neil Wisher, Kurt Murphy, and Rick Bandham. There's a lot of guys putting the moves on Rick. I think somebody's already going to pass him coming up here, one of these turbo or nitrous guys. But they've turned on to the Valley of Speed now, over to our left, right about our 10 o'clock position. They're down low and they're really moving. This is where they get some pretty good speed. All these aircraft are capable of doing probably well over 270 miles an hour right at this point. So they're really got the coals in, and we'll see how it shakes out when they come by the front. Okay, Elliott Seguin coming around pylon 7, 8, 9 from our left in that aircraft called Wasabi Knock. All right, here he is. Looks like he's got a pretty comfortable lead over Neil Wisher. Elliott Seguin in that SX300. There we got Neil Wisher, followed by Kurt Murphy. Then we got Rick Vanham being pushed real hard by James Stringer. And it looks to me like Todd Rudberg's making some moves here. And he has already passed up through James Stringer. Now Todd was one of our high-speed 266 mile an hour qualifiers in an RV 4-cylinder. And I'll tell you, that thing really moves. Okay, looks like Dan West is holding back on his boost. He usually does that to save the engine, but as they shake out on this smaller course, we'll be able to get a better idea who's in first and what's on second. Okay, folks, on the back side of the course, going around pylons 4 and 5 is Elliott Seguin. He's got a real solid lead over Neil Wisher. And we got Kurt Murphy. Looks like Rick Vanham's holding off most of them, but this guy, Todd Rudberg, is making his move on the whole pack. Todd Rudberg looks like he's just moved himself into third place. Pretty much the whole pack has remained the same except for Todd. Todd has really moved up, but he's had trouble the last couple of days and wasn't able to start, so it looks like he got the bugs out of that aircraft. Elliott Seguin, comfortable first, followed by Neil Wisher, second place. Then we got Kurt Murphy in his very pretty Glass Air 1 with a 540 in it. Now he's getting pursued by Todd Rudberg, who's in fourth place. Then we got Rick Vanham in 22, being chased real hard by James Stringer. Behind him, we should have Lee Ulrich, that's the case. And then we've got Dan West from the left, pulled back a little bit on his power. He must have been running hot or something. Okay, here we are, folks. We've got Elliott Seguin in first, Neil Wisher in second, Kurt Murphy in third. We've got Todd Rudberg in fourth. We've got Rick Vanham in fifth, James Stringer in sixth, Lee Ulrich in seventh, and Dan West in eighth. Okay, we've got one aircraft pulled up to go into the cool down, and we'll keep that monitor and we'll let you know what's going on. Okay, look on the back side of the course, coming into the abbreviated Valley of Speed, Elliott Seguin's got a real comfortable lead. He's getting ready to come around pylon 7, 8, and 9, and we'll see how it shakes out here in front. Neil Wisher's kind of hoping to inch up on him, but I think Elliott's got a little more speed. So here we are from the left. Elliott Seguin in that gorgeous SX300, coming around, heading for the pylon. As you can see the color under that thing, you can see why it's called Wasabi Knock. All right, Neil Wisher, 888. Here comes Kurt Murphy. He's starting to get pushed now by fourth place Todd Rudberg in 232. We'll see if Todd can catch him before the end of the race. Look at this race within a race, folks. We got Rick Vanham. We've got James Stringer, and we got Lee Ulrich. They all qualified within a mile an hour of each other. Let's see what happens as this race continues. It's a real close gaggle, these three. So that's going to be the race for fifth. Race within a race. Okay, Elliott Seguin's already on the back side of the course. He's going around pylons 4 and 5 right at the moment. Going to enter into that small abbreviated Valley of Speed. And he looks like if he can just hold it together, he's going to be fine. I'm real curious to see what happens with this race within a race as they come back around, because it's really tight. 22, 49, and 101. 5, 6, and 7 could go either way. All right, folks. From our left, Elliott Seguin going around pylon 7, 8, or 9 right at the moment. He'll be crossing over that home pylon. I think we're on about lap 4, so the next lap should be the white flag lap. So this is going to be the last regular lap. Elliot Seguin going past the home pylon. Then we got Neil Wisher. Neil Wisher holds solid second. Here we go, folks. Looks to me like Todd Rudberg made his move somewhere on Kurt Murphy and has taken away 3rd place. Kurt Murphy now in 4th and Todd Rudberg in 3rd. Todd's running a lot of nitrous, so that must be what's giving him all the speed. And here's the other race, folks. We got Rick Vanham in 22, followed by James Stringer in 49 and Lee Ulrich in 101. This is a race. All right. Look on the backside of the course, Elliot Seguin getting ready to go around 4 and 5. What's nice about this race is all the aircraft are pretty close, so we don't have anybody hanging in the back. But Elliot Seguin, I got to tell you, I think he's running some faster speeds. What kind of laps are we getting out of him? 272, 273, and 274. Here's a guy with a normally aspirated airplane getting faster on the laps. That usually doesn't happen except for the guys with the turbos and the superchargers. All right, from our left, there's Elliot Seguin. He's getting further and further ahead, and he's got a very comfortable lead. All right, folks, look straight ahead at that home pylon. You'll see that white flag come up. That's indicating it's going to be the last lap. There he goes, Elliot Seguin, taking that white flag. Looks like he's going to hold on to that unless something bad happens. And Neil Wisher, number 888, he's got a real comfortable second as well. But here comes Todd Rudberg, that 3rd place guy. He passed about 6 airplanes to get into that 3rd place position. So we'll see what he does. Then we got Kurt Murphy, 4th place. All right, here comes our gaggle of airplanes, folks. We got Rick Vanham, James Stringer, and Lee Ulrich neck and neck. And I tell you right now, James Stringer is just itching to get around that 22 with that 49 airplane. And Lee Ulrich is putting the moves on him right now. What's going to happen? This is the last lap. If they're going to make a move, they got to do it now. So I guarantee you, when we see them coming around pylon 7, 8, 9, there's going to be a couple of airplanes making a dive on that number 22. All right, folks, straight ahead. Race 270, Dan West had an issue, and he smartly put it on the ground, and he's safely taxiing back to his home base, and that was a smart move. Good job, Dan. All right, on the backside, we've got Elliot Seguin with a very, very comfortable lead, and he's already coming around pylon 7, 8, 9. Look ahead, and you can see that checkered flag. Elliot Seguin from the left. He's going to be a happy guy, winning the bronze in that very gorgeous SX300. Here he goes, taking the checkered flag. Good job, Elliot. All right, here comes 2nd place, Neil Wisher. And he held off Todd Rudberg. Good job, Neil. Checkered flag, 2nd place. And here we got Todd Rudberg, who went all the way from last to 3rd. Good job, Todd. And Kurt Murphy in that solid race in that RB4. Okay, here we go, folks. Just like I thought. Here comes the gaggle, and the guys behind Rick Vanham are trying to put the move on him right now. Rick Vanham's got a slight lead. 22, think he can hold him off. Here he comes. Rick Vanham with James Stringer and Lee Ulrich. There we go. Good job. 5th, 6th, and 7. Very close race there.
In 1985, the original extreme sport was born.
And he's bringing it!
It's time to celebrate 35 years of steel timber sports.
Anytime you get a group of guys together, they're gonna have to figure out who's top dog.
A unique sport born in the woods took center stage in the 1970s on ABC's Wide World of Sports. In the 80s, steel timber sports began airing on an upstart cable network known as ESPN. In the 90s, steel timber sports grew, becoming known as the original extreme sport. After the turn of the century, steel timber sports grew into an international phenomenon.
These athletes all have stories of commitment, sacrifice, and overcoming hardships. 35 years of passion.
All of a sudden you get knocked down into the abyss and you have to climb your way out.
I've had several season-ending injuries.
Fractured my tibia and fibula.
There was a time in his life where it was very dark. All David wanted to do was drink and fight.
35 years of emotion and dedication to follow their passion.
I want to show the raw emotion that makes me love this sport as much as I do.
Timber sports has always been one of those main facets of my life.
I'm just excited about timber sports, and I get really excited when I do it well.
All or nothing. It's a burning fire inside me to win this.
Rolling that saw into that cut.
Women in this sport have kind of been an underlying factor.
I've been busting my ass for years. Whether or not guys think we deserve it, that's on them, but I know that I do, 100%.
Having that focus, having that attack, no matter how I'm feeling, switch this on up here, and then I'll be ready to go.
35 years of victory. The original extreme sport is here.
Let's take a look at the course that our contestants will run today. It is 6 laps around this course, which is just under 47 miles.
Yeah, they're going to take off. They're going to join up behind us here, back behind Peavine Mountain. They're going to be in echelon, or left echelon for right echelon formation. Right up here, they're going to get there. They're going to pull up to line abreast, as our graphic shows right here. The pace plane, the red one's going to pull up and out of the formation. The jet's going to release them. They have, at this point, they have to stay in their respective lanes until they get to the guide pylon. That's the light down on the mountain at the other end of the straightaway there. Once they get to that guide pylon, it's about anywhere from 4 to 6 G turn, and then they're on the course, and we're racing. Andrew Finley's in great shape for the fact that he's on the inside. He's got a very, very fast airplane. He's got the pole position. That means Jeff Lavelle either going to have to out-drag race him on the start to be able to make that turn ahead of him, or he's going to have to find 5 to 10 miles an hour faster than what Andrew Finley has in order to pass, because they have to pass either the wides or above. They can't go to the inside like you would on any other type motorsport.
You have a race.
Pointed out something pretty interesting yesterday. These planes are so fast that there is only one leg of this race course, and it's 8 miles long, where they can get level.
Valley of speed. They go wings level briefly. They unload the G-force on the wings. Okay, a little bit of a trail is coming out of Andrew Finley's airplane. That's probably the ADI, the alcohol detonation injection. They have what they call a spray bar in there. They're literally spraying coolant in there to keep the engine cool inside and out. So a lot of times you'll see a trail there. That's when they're running the ADI bar. Andrew Finley, great start. First one into the turn. Okay, Lavelle has already spent that bullet trying to keep up with him. Lavelle's pulled up high there. That's race 39, Jeff Lavelle, and that's Super Glass Air 3. He has been fighting gremlins all week long. And today, there we go. I told you he's going to have to out-drag race Andrew to that first turn. Apparently he tried and used up the final bullet he had left in that chamber. Okay, here he comes now, Andrew Finley. We have to see what his first lap of speed is here.
Well, you set it up, Steve. You said how important it is to get off to a start like that. It's not a total shutdown of the race when you can do that, but it's a huge leg up. At this point, with Andrew Finley as fast as he's been running for the last 2 years, he's going to have an issue for anybody to catch him. Nobody's going to really, my good friend Kevin Eldridge, great racer, good airplane, good builder. I don't know that he's going to be able to pick up a quarter mile, which is about how much he's lacking right now. Andrew Finley's out. He's not clean air, but better air than what these other guys are running in. His crew's on the radio with him. They're talking about telemetry as far as what the engine's doing, where the competition is. Andrew is flying his race right now. It's going to be his to lose. Terrific shot from inside the cockpit of one moment with Andrew Finley right there, and you see how fast those pylons go by. Look at the bank. Look at the bank angle he's at right now. He's being forced into cockpit about 2.5, 3 times his body weight. When he hits the valley of speed, the wings will go level briefly, and that's when they get to kind of unload the wings a little bit. It's kind of like letting the luge go downhill. Letting the luge go downhill on a straightaway versus being into turns. Airplane accelerates quickly, then they have to rack it back up for pylon 7, 8, 9. Going so fast they cannot go wings level in front of the crowd, in front of the grandstands.
No, they're in a constant turn every place except briefly, for just a minute moment, in the Valley of Speed off the 9 o'clock position on the course. Okay, Andrew right now is at about the 1 or 2 o'clock position. Kevin Eldridge and Relentless, race number 42, just now passing our STIHL home pylon. So Andrew Finley is
second place now.
Andrew Finley is giving a lesson in air racing again this year. Jeff Lavelle is down and rolling smooth on runway 14 out there. Our emergency crews will meet him the second that airplane comes to a stop. I don't see any smoke, which is a good sign. Okay, back up in the cockpit with Andrew Finley. Great shot of Kevin Eldridge.
It was Relentless number 2. There's Andrew Finley right now and just absolutely running the line. He wants to run. And usually this is the day when you don't leave anything on the table here. He's not been stressed yet, Steve. 2 football fields a second in a propeller-driven airplane you could build in your garage. Who'd have thought that? Oh my gosh! Gave it a little extra juice at the start there. That was a little bit sneaky, but boy, it was effective.
Twin turbocharged Continental being dragged through the air at a rapid rate by that very, very beautiful Macaulay propeller. You know, and as I've said before, a lot of the research and development that goes into these airplanes here for racing will show up in everyday passenger planes. The thrust, the propeller numbers, the engine numbers that these guys get out here on the racetrack. It's like any other form of motorsports. This is a test bed for what's going to show up in the family Cessna at some point.
Continue cross
a little glimpse into the future, what's ahead for civil aviation, and just a tremendous racing platform here, these sport planes.
Well, you figure if they can take an airplane like this and make it slick enough to go 400 miles an hour, that those same modifications and the same knowledge learned out here, you put in a passenger plane, now it becomes more efficient. It may not be that much more faster, but it's going to be that much more efficient and save a lot of gas. Andrew Finley still covering a lot of real estate here in Nevada.
Look at his angle there in the cockpit right there. He is knife edge over most of this race course here. And absolutely
coming down the main straightaway right in front of us one more time.
Heading into lap number 5 of 6 laps around this race course here, and absolutely no problem at all for Andrew Finley. He's just got to keep her between the ditches and bring her into the barn.
He's far enough ahead that he does not have to really hug a pylon close enough to be a risk. But if he were to cut a pylon, it's 2 seconds per lap. So would you say 6 laps?
Oh yeah.
So that'd be a 12-second penalty, which, you know, the way he's going now, he may be 12 seconds ahead of Kevin Eldridge. We'll have to see.
Probably very, very close to that.
You know, I'm sure his crew chiefs tell him, okay, you can back it off a little bit here, but if it's running that good and that well, let it go. You know, don't pull the reins back when the horse is running straight and true. There's a good race going on Valley of Speed right now over in the 9 o'clock position of the track.
A couple of planes will try to ID them for you here. Look at them; they're going very, very fast.
181 and 230 coming by.
Here comes Andrew Finley. He's already back to the crowd, passing the STIHL start-finish pylon, passing 2 airplanes as he does it. Gets welcomed onto his bell lap, the white flag lap, as he overtakes 2 other airplanes in the race. Now these were 2 other airplanes that have been running extremely fast all week. Andrew went by them like they were tied to the STIHL start-finish pylon.
Just another level for one moment that lands your super legacy in Andrew Finley, and this is part of a successful campaign. It's looking more and more like to repeat as a national champion.
Yeah,
it's hard to do.
They have upped their game in such a short time. It's kind of like they're a 10-year overnight success.
That's Bob Mills in the front with those 2 planes that are duking it out right there. Mojo, the white and red plane.
And those are Lancer Super Legacies as well.
Back and forth between those 2.
Well, Mojo's a Super Glass Air 3. So one's going to have a Continental, the other's going to have a Lycoming. Here comes Andrew. He's already back. Exiting the valley of speed, pylon 7, 8, 9 in a hurry. By the steel start-finish pylon, Andrew Finley in the steel 1 moment. One more time, made it look so easy. Can't wait to talk to Andrew out here this afternoon.
He will be one happy guy, that is for sure. This is the culmination of a very, very arduous journey and a lot of hard work and creative thinking to put that plane in the position it is in right now.
It's just the last several years of research and development are just coming together for them. All the cards are falling, all the chips are falling in a row where they belong. You know, sometimes you'll chase a gremlin, you'll chase and chase and chase, and you don't quite find it. They're finding. There's Kevin Eldridge in Relentless, race 42, best finish he's had in several years. Another Glass Air Super 3 right there. Probably Bob Mills, I would imagine.
Bob Mills, yep.
Last aircraft is off the course.
That wraps it up. Unofficially, it's going to be a repeat performance for Andrew Findlay. And one moment, and Steve, I imagine out there somewhere, there's another Andrew Findlay who's watching this and saying, that's going to be me when I get my program rolling.
Well, they've got a long road ahead of them.
Andrew could tell them how difficult it really is and how much hard work and dedication.
Like I say, when people don't realize that your 10-year overnight success, it looks like in 2 years he's gone from worst to first. Well, they have no idea how much R&D, how many late nights, how much Bondo went on and off that fuselage, how much clear coat went on over the graphics, and how many times that engine's been on and off that airplane looking to get everything just perfect. Right now, I'd say they're perfect.
I'd say you have to be a team which allows nothing to escape scrutiny. I mean, they've paid attention to every single detail, every single way to add a fraction of a mile an hour.
You know, Nick Giannis this morning from STIHL was telling us that STIHL, they shoot for like 3 microns of clearance in their pistons, or 1 micron, I believe it was. A human hair is 50 microns. So I think Andrew fits right in with their program because they are precision right now. I mean, but what better name to have on his airplane than STIHL? They are showing the same precision that STIHL practices in their everyday. There they are right now. There's a very happy STIHL family.
Crew of one moment, all that hard work, and they could not be happier. There might only be one person on the property here who's a little happier than that. He's up in the air still.
Yeah, he's not on the property yet. He'll be down in a minute.
Well, yeah, he's above it.
He's up in cool down, trying to go from gladiator to race to airplane pilot, so he get that Super Lance Air back on the ground.
Unofficial results for you right there. It's not all set in stone just yet, but it looks for all the world like Andrew Findlay has pulled it off. A second national championship in number 30. 1 moment. Kevin Eldridge in Relentless making a move up the leaderboard over the course of this week. It's very admirable. Bob Mills in Mojo coming in 3rd place. Vince Paul Walker in Moto Mio. Lynn Farnsworth, the Miss Karen 2. Carl Grove, race 181. Matthias Haid, class under 1, and Jeff Lavelle left the race in the first lap. Did not finish. So congratulations to Andrew Findlay, the whole team. The STIHL airplane race number 30. Got so much more on the way from here in Reno, where it's this championship Sunday. All the national championships are decided today. Thank you very much, Steve Stavrakakis. Great
pleasure,
job,
Tommy.
as always. We can't wait to see you again. And we'll see you all in a minute.
Real STIHL. Find yours. Our battery-powered AK Homeowner Series has everything you need to take on your to-do list. Battery power made by STIHL. Not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local STIHL dealers. Find yours at stihldealers.com.
Airplanes racing is just cool. You know, it's taking NASCAR and putting it in the sky, only faster. So obviously it's inherently awesome.
It's like anything. The first time you're out there is just indescribable.
It's unequal as far as excitement.
This is an event that's iconic.
8 airplanes on the course, plane to airplane, nose to nose. Fastest motorsport in the world, not even close.
Okay, they're coming around pylons 7, 8, and 9 in a hurry here now. Let's listen to the amazing sound of liquid-cooled V-12 aircraft engines. Every time I hear those, it just reminds me that I was born in the wrong era.
One of the things about the Lone Bell aircraft there is it is a contender aircraft. The first fighter that we had that had a tricycle landing here, and Bell really went off the page when they designed the airplane on both the original P-39 and its improved sister ship, the P-63. They put the engine behind the pilot and then a drive shaft underneath his, we'll call it feet, and other parts that went out to turn the propeller. It had an advantage because the prop hub actually was a cannon, and the sighting was a lot better in that position than it would have been out on the wings. The drive shaft proved to be no problem. You got in and out of the airplane with a car door. There was one on each side, and normally they came in on the left side. More about the Bell racers after this next pass.
Okay, stretching out the lead, Brant Seghetti and Blondie, Robbie Patterson, Wee Willie 2, Mike Flieger, Lady B, Tom Nightingale and Bunny, and one of the other Nightingale boys flying Jim Dale's airplane, Pretty Polly, the King Cobra.
Now, after World War II, when they began racing again at the home of speed in the air, Cleveland, Ohio, the famed test pilots from Lockheed and from Bell and from North American and from Chance Vaught went to racing to hope to give honor to their airplanes and show the superior performance. Well, that first year after World War II in 1946, it was the Bell aircraft, the Bell fighters, in the hands of pilots like Slick Goodland, wouldn't you love to be a test pilot with the name of Slick, Jack Willems, and others who beat everybody else. They beat Jack Welch from North American, Tony LaVere from the Lockheed Company, and came in first with the Bell fighters. Listen to this. Read a lot of facts about the numbers of fighters that were built in World War II, and the more you read, the more variation on the total you'll come up to. Let's just say a lot. It is agreed that the P-51 had a production rate of either side of $16,000. Let's not get more specific. And the P-39, the original fighter version from Bell, had a 9,500 plus production rate. They improved the aircraft greatly, and it became the P-63 with greater horsepower, longer wings, laminar flow design. And because of the superiority of the P-51s, we gave most of the Bell fighters to our allies, the Russians. On the Lend-Lease program, they got the majority of them. They absolutely loved the aircraft, both the P-39 and the P-63.
Yeah, they used them for night fighters. They loved them for that. I told you the first time I was in Romania, I showed him a picture of a P-39. I said, find me some of these, I'll make you very wealthy. He said, oh no, they've all been turned to pots and pans. 6,000 Air Cobras.
And the engine drove oil pumps and the oil pipeline, I'm sure.
Yeah, Danny, I think Brant Seghetti is still in first place, but every time these guys go by, I think we're the winners getting to hear these beautiful Packard Merlins and Allison engines out here today.
Well, I mentioned to you that the Bell 39, it's the original Bell fighter with the tricycle landing gear, 9,500 was said to have been built. The war was winding down. The P-63, its improved version, had a limited run of about 3,300 plus before the line was shut down.
Yeah, cost new P-51s, $51,572. Good friend of mine who we've since lost in 1957 bought 12 of them for $760 a piece with extra engines.
Those stories are not exaggerated. I knew of a fellow who went out to the surplus area, the military surplus area, and bought one, took off, immediately crashed in a road alongside of the storage facility. They picked him up and he said, well, I really messed up. I got to buy another one. And he said, no, just go out there and pick another one. Yeah, we got a bunch. Just go find another one and be safer this time. That's the way it was back in the day. Now, if you look at the brokers, listen to this. Like Courtesy Aircraft and Platinum Warbirds, either side of $2 million and more.
And unless it's Mike Brown's Goldfinger, then it's like $4 million.
Yeah, double that at least. As they continue to go around, we talked to you a lot about the P-51s, but the Bell aircraft are very rare. They came to Oshkosh a couple of years ago. I have to remember this, but I think there is one lone P-39, the first of the ships to come out from Bell, one lone that can actually fly. The rest are museum pieces. And in terms of my research on the P-63, the type that's out there now, I found that there are airworthy in single-digit numbers, and I'm not going to go any more specific.
Yeah, I believe it.
All right, white flag coming up, Steve.
White flag ushering Brant Seghetti and Robbie Patterson into the Bell lap. One more lap to go in those beautiful P-51 D model Mustangs. Now, one of the things Danny and I haven't mentioned this morning, when the Mustangs go by, you'll notice that big belly hanging out the bottom under the wing. That's the radiator. This airplane was so perfectly designed that a radiator that usually provides a lot of drag on an airplane, they cool the radiator coolant, they compress the air, and it goes out a little trap door in the back at actually a rate that makes thrust. So the radiator is actually a miniature thrust provider, which helps accelerate the airplane rather than create drag, as most radiators did in the time. Here's Bunny. And coming around next, our P-50s. See our P-63 C model King Cobra.
Extending that story, Steve, you know the great air show pilot and warbird pilot Elliot Cross.
I do.
In a he's performed here many times throughout the course of the years in the air shows, but a great warbird pilot and instructor. He's got a lot of hours in a P-51 performances and a lot of other warbirds. And he mentioned to me that in a shallow dive, Supermarine Spitfire, wing to wing with a P-51. Watch
checker
this.
Flag, checker flag.
Checker flag.
Brant Seghetti holds on for the unofficial win. Robbie Patterson, We Willie too, second place. Okay, exiting the Valley of Speed right now is another one of our, should be the P-51 D model. Now that should be Mike Flagger and Lady B, the ex-Bardol Miss. Gorgeous airplane. Brought to us by Fred Telling. Fred not only talks the talk, he walks the walk by bringing his own airplanes here. Tom Nightingale and Bunny, that beautiful P-51D model Mustang from the museum down south at Rancho Cucamonga, California.
Arista, we'll mention there in just a minute, but we are racing. We are underway. Got our start underway without the benefit of a pace plane, Matt Stump, and this is a little bit unusual. And our number one race number position, Dennis Sanders in Dreadnought, the defending champion, had to serve as the father figure to get these planes lined up and on the course. But on the course they are right now, and Dennis Sanders in Dreadnought is out front.
Absolutely. This is what we all came to see, the unlimited gold races. Is it going to be Dennis Sanders bringing in Dreadnought for her second consecutive win, or is someone going to slip through the ranks into that first place position? And of course, Dennis not only taking the lead, but having to take the responsibility of being the pace plane and safety plane on this course. A lot of pressure put on Dennis.
Top qualifying time by a wide margin. We're also looking in the cockpit of currently second place and started in the second position, race 11. Dr. Brent Heisey in Miss America, another iconic plane from this show right there, and giving us a pretty good chase right now to Dennis Sanders in Dreadnought.
Absolutely. Dr. Heisey is making sure that every single foot of airspace he has is caught up to Dennis Sanders. And let me tell you, there is not going to be a more interesting race than seeing Dr. Heisey bring the heat there.
The Dreadnought running well. Of course, the pilot who piloted Dreadnought to the national championship last year, Joel Swager, is in this race as well in the 924G, a different plane, the TNK-20 Sea Fury.
At above runway 8.
Joel, a member of the family as well, so all sorts of dimensions to this drama out here today.
Absolutely, it's almost Shakespearean, really.
Yeah, absolutely. You got Sherman Smoot has left the racetrack, and that was the third place starting position for race 114, and sorry to see the Argonaut out of the race right now, so we are down to 5 planes in this gold race.
And that is just some of the drama that unfolds during these races. Oh my word, that is just so cool, watching them come across the valley of speed into the straightaway here. That is just something you cannot get anywhere else other than here in Reno.
You see that patriotic paint job on number 11, Dr. Brent Heisey's Miss America right there, doing everything he knows, everything he can possibly do to run down Dennis Sanders and Dreadnought. Here's the shot inside the cockpit of Miss America on your left there. Incredible. Take a look at how fast the desert floor zooms by. In the glass there is Dennis Sanders. Leads this race. Brent Heisey in Miss America, second place. Again, race 114, Sherman Smoot and the Argonaut have left the race course. Third place right now, it's Joel Swager, 924G, the Sea Fury.
And you know something about this, I'm looking down at looking at the runway right now, and it looks like Sherman Smoot is going to be able to make that there he is, he's on the deck, he's down at a very safe landing, and just a testament to the skill and the incredible talent that these pilots have, not just on the air race field, but in any circumstance.
A little bit more being asked of them today as that wind is whipping out there. It was strong in the morning. We had a race cancel. It laid down in the midday, and it has been for the last 2 hours just ginning up, and we got about a 20-mile-an-hour average. Their gusts above that. So all these pilots keeping that in mind as well, and safety is foremost, front of mind.
Dennis Sanders just took Dan Vance in Speedball Alice. He took that with Dreadnought, and my word, that is incredibly fast, because Speedball Alice, being the slowest airplane in the race, is not by any means going all that slow, close to 300 miles an hour in Heat 2B, and that's just showing you the incredible speeds that Dennis Sanders is bringing.
Down through the valley of speed goes the Sea Fury, Dreadnought, defending champion from 2018, Dennis Sanders. Piloting this, Dennis Sanders, who also had to serve as the pace plane pilot. 2 roles today. Got a lot on his mind right now, and of course, forefront in his mind, possibility of a second national championship in a row for Dreadnought.
Absolutely. And you know, this is a little bit of a personal thing for him. There's owners of pilots always like to have their names associated with their airplane. And last year, Joel Swager won in this airplane, not Dennis Sanders. And so Dennis is looking to get his first championship with his name on that big trophy.
There's Miss America, a shot coming in from the north, right above the racetrack right there. Miss America doing everything possible to try to run down Dennis Sanders. It does not look that likely right now. Look at that shot. That's a little bit different view than we've had all week there. That's good stuff. And oh, okay, putting it down on the ground. So we've got 2 scratches so far.
That's 4 planes in the race.
All right, so Dennis Sanders, the competition is rapidly dropping out of this race there, and no one in the race or out, though, has been able to give much contest to this plane right now.
Get way over to the right of the runway, please.
Absolutely.
That's an all aircraft.
White
runway
flag, and that's the
14 south.
final lap underway for Dennis Sanders and Dreadnought.
Over if you can.
Beautiful silver airplane with the red trim.
You know, these airplanes landing, this is just something that really we do think about here is these planes are pushed to their absolute limit through the entire week, and often starting the week before. There were pilots out here last week qualifying on Monday, Tuesday, just getting practice in, and sometimes these engines just cannot take it. And so in the name of safety, if the pilot sees just anything out of the ordinary, they will put their plane down.
All right, very soon we should see Dennis Sanders in Dreadnought clipping off the final pylons there, and getting the finish line, start-finish line pylon inside there. There we go. Coming around number 9, heading in front of the grandstand here.
Coming across.
Unlimited gold.
And there you go, Dennis Sanders. Going on another lap?
Okay, we got our laps off here.
But he's bringing up the heat. He's taking it all the way around. Nothing else, showing off that incredible speed that this airplane can bring.
All right, one more lap in this 6-lap race for Dennis Sanders. Absolutely uncontested here for the Dreadnought, the defending champion plane from 2018. Was, of course, piloted back then for Joel Swager. He is still in this race. The 924 GC Fury is still in this one, but way back in the pack right now. And the pack is not very big anymore, Matt.
Absolutely. I was about to say, with those scratches that we have, he's now in the 2nd place position.
There goes Mike Brown and Goldfinger about to start his lap number 6. Goldfinger started in the 5th position, qualified with a speed of 325.
The first emergency has been terminated.
Everybody, Dan. Okay. Thank you.
White flag, white flag.
All right, one more lap to go. For Dennis Sanders.
Dennis is making some absolutely incredible speed. He's passed Speedball Alice twice now in this race. That is just a testament to the incredible piloting skills and the speed that Dennis is bringing to this competition.
One more lap for the Dreadnought here. In the middle of it right now, the Dreadnought, for all the world, are going to actually pass nephew Joel Swager in the 924G right there. Joel Swager, who piloted the Dreadnought last year to the championship.
Absolutely. Well, not his nephew, his son-in-law, and that is that's both the scary and relieving thought for that son-in-law. Can't be. You might have some repercussions there if you beat your father-in-law.
Here we go now. Checkered flag is out. Dreadnought wins it. National Championship gold. Unlimited.
Covering runway 26, wind 230 at 15.
That is it. I would put that in the speeds of close to 420 miles an hour. And there you go, a view from the Sanders group. They're just absolutely ecstatic for another win under their belt.
Let's take a look at a replay of this race. Down onto the airfield in the number 1 position. There's Dennis Sanders in the Dreadnought, taking advantage of that spot, grabbing the lead, extending it from the very start. Dennis Sanders and Dreadnought knew exactly what needed to be done on this special day. And despite having been given the additional burden of being the pace plane as well in the absence of our place plane, which was a non-starter today, handled this thing absolutely perfect.
Absolutely. You know, I cannot think of a better example of air racing than what we saw this week. Dennis Sanders, as you said, bringing a flawless performance, and not only flawless because of his incredible racing, but today with the burden of being the pace plane and the safety pilot, so much being put on the table, and Dennis Sanders rising to the challenge, bringing it, and absolutely earning with everything he had that incredible victory.
Qualifying time leading into this one of 418 miles an hour. May have gone faster than that this time around. Certainly didn't need to, though. Absolutely we lost two planes who dropped out of the race. That would be Sherman Smoot in the Argonaut. Also Brent Heisey a little bit later, who started in the second position. So before it was all said and done, we were down to 4 planes left in this race.
Absolutely. Now this is what everyone came to see, and I can't say that there's a better show here.
And there it is, the win, the national championship, unlimited gold for Dreadnought and Dennis Sanders, the family and crew. Certainly a gratifying moment as they witness it. Take a look at what happened right there. Yeah. Could not be happier. All that hard work. It's hard to stay on top, but Dreadnought has done it now for the second year in a row. Of course, multiple championships before for that great win. Dennis Sanders and Dreadnought, the unofficial results there, race number 8. In the top spot, Joel Swager, 924G, finishing up in second place. Good ways back, Michael Brown and Goldfinger. Dan Vance and Speedball Alice, and not finishing the race, Sherman Smoot and Argonaut, Brent Heisey, and Miss America. Well, this is the one the folks came to see, Matt, and
absolutely
always gets a rousing reception from this audience. It's been great having you with us today on the big day, the final day of the STIHL National Championship Air Races. We'll see you next time.
Dennis Sanders, well-known Reno air racer, welcome to Pilot Lounge.
Thank you, and thanks.
Well, we know that normally you would be preparing for the Reno air races this time of the year in September, but this is an unusual year. We have the coronavirus pandemic, and we're not going to have Reno air racing this year. But you were pretty successful last year. You climbed to the top of the podium. Tell us a little bit about the last race.
So I've been racing at Reno since 1983 myself, so I've been racing a long time. We've been taking a couple of C-Furies. We have 3 of them, Dreadnought, Argonaut, 924. And this year was especially exciting because I qualified number 1. I won every race, and then on Sunday I managed to win the main event with the airplane. So it was the first, after racing all those years, is the first time I got to win. Very exciting.
Now your average, I guess your average speed was 403.274 miles per hour, which is pretty darn fast to a single-engine Cessna pilot. But now your airplane's capable of going much faster.
I qualified at 440, and in the race we started out, I was running 440 laps for the first couple of laps. The competition behind me was going that fast as well, and then about the 3rd lap he had engine trouble and had to pull up out of the race. After that I pulled the power back and to get a 403 mile an hour average for the win, and I was prepared to go 440 the whole race.
Well, first of all, congratulations on the win to you and your family. I know that your family basically are Sea Fury specialists, Now, you raced against some other people in similar airplanes.
Yeah. We had all 3 of our Sea Furies in the main event. And the Argonaut was the second. It was a very fast airplane, and so it was myself, then it was the P-51 that had engine troubles, and then Argonaut was running in third, and he had a problem with his ADI. And ADI injection, and the thing started to get hot, so he pulled up out of the race and didn't finish. But Joel Swager finished second behind me in our Sea Fury 924.
So you prepared all 3 of these.
It was very exciting. We got.
Yeah, so you prepared these 3 Furies. Are they like little children to you, and you just had the best one of the day, or just luck fell into your place, or both?
The Sea Furies have been here a long time. We've had all 3 airplanes over 30 years. So I grew up with them and fly them and maintain them and try and keep the heritage going.
So now, for folks who aren't Reno air racers like myself, the Sea Fury, your average over 400 miles per hour. Now, how are you coming up on those gates? Now, what's your race strategy, and how are you able to maintain your look ahead and do this successfully so quickly?
So I always have the pylon that I'm, like you're going by. It's the one going by in your peripheral. Well, that one, and I have one in sight, and I've got the airplane set for that one. And as soon as I have it set for that one, I'm looking for the one ahead of me. So I've always got 2 in sight.
So it's kind of like a downhill ski racer, except for you're going 8 times faster than they are, probably.
Yeah, you're going pretty fast, and you're low. You're probably anywhere from about 80 feet above the ground. You get much lower than that, and you're just too close. Now you're worrying too much about the ground. You need to be up just a little bit. I like 2 wingspans above the ground, which is, the wingspan's 38 feet, so it's 70 feet. That's about how high I personally like to be.
70 feet above the ground, going over 400 miles an hour. My hat is off to you, sir. All right, now we talked a little bit about going fast at the Reno Air Races, and let's talk about something else that happened at the Reno Air Races last year that was really popular. I want to get your take on it, and that'd be the short takeoff and landing demonstration events, which are gaining popularity around the country and around the world. Now, you're at one end of the speed spectrum, and they're at the other. Tell me a little bit about that contrast.
It was exciting to watch. It wasn't. I don't think you'll see me trying to go compete with those guys. It's a whole different skill set and a whole different mindset, you know. But it was exciting to watch, and those guys are doing a lot of neat stuff. And and it's all about flying. It's all about aviation. I love all kinds of stuff. I having we have you said a Beech 18. We have an N3N, and probably the airplane that flies the most is our Aranca Champ. We've got one flying Aranca Champ, and we're restoring another Aranca Champ.
I wanted to ask you one more question about the Sea Fury before we leave that, and again, congratulations on that race results. So now, how many gallons per hour does that engine need to go an average of 403 miles an hour?
Well, it's using it's got a fuel flow in it, so I know exactly. It's 360 to 380 gallons an hour of fuel, and then it has ADI injection, which is another 130 gallons an hour on top of the fuel that's going down the inlet through the engine. So 3, 4, what is it?
You're looking at almost 500 gallons an hour of liquid coming through. My math's not great. Now you're doing all this in about 10 or 15 minutes of flying, right?
Right. The race, I plan on 30 minutes airborne. You got to take off, join up, circle around the airport, come down the chute.
So you're planning for 30 minutes of fuel. The race lasts 30 minutes of time. The race lasts, less than 10 minutes.
Right. So you have to take off, join up, circle around, come down the chute for the start of the race, and you fly the race, and it's a 10-minute race, and you pull up after the race. And I start with about 185 gallons of fuel. And once I come off the race course, I look down, I've got about 60 gallons left. Is about all I have left in fuel. And that's, you pull up and you look and you go, whoop, 60 gallons. And then you start pulling the power back, the race is over. But low cruise is 90 gallons an hour for that thing. Just low cruise, just,
I can't even imagine, but that's very interesting. Now, for someone who's a Reno novice like myself, what's the coolest thing about racing at Reno? What's a don't miss thing that you would tell anyone who comes not to miss this? What would, besides the unlimited class, of course, because you're a part of that, but what would you say is a not miss event?
The sport class guys, where they're taking home-built airplanes like the Lancer Legacy and the Glacier 3, and they're using Lycoming engines and Continental engines and racing. Those guys are going really fast, and they're doing a lot of really cool stuff. And a lot of us can relate to it, because we all have a Cessna 210 or a Bonanza or something with that 6-cylinder engine in it. So I always make sure I watch the sport class as a don't miss event. Unlimiteds, of course, are the biggest and the noisiest, but it's all fun. All the racing is fun, all the way from the short field guys doing that stuff, the Formula Ones and the Formula biplanes. It's all exciting.
It's exciting for fans, and it also makes pilots better pilots, no doubt.